Hungary was occupied only in March 1944. When in October that year, with the Red Army advancing on Hungary, the head of state, though since March merely at German behest, Admiral Horthy, announced that the country was quitting its alliance with Germany and concluding a separate peace with the Soviet Union, Hitler immediately had him deposed and replaced by another puppet ruler, Ferenc Szálasi, the fanatical leader of the Arrow Cross fascists. The Szálasi regime lasted only until, after weeks of ferocious street fighting in Budapest, Hungary surrendered to the Red Army in February 1945. But it was deadly for Hungarian Jews, as Szálasi's ferocious Arrow Cross exposed them to a reign of terror that provided a horrific coda to the martyrdom they had suffered under the Germans. In some parts of occupied Europe, far from promoting unity among the subjugated population, the war was bitterly divisive. So acute were the divisions in southern Europe that they gave rise to civil war conditions which overlapped with the war against the occupiers. The brutality of the German occupation in Yugoslavia, the massacres and huge reprisal actions, alongside the sickening atrocities of the unspeakable Ustashi, fostered the growth of two separate big partisan movements: the Chetniks, led by nationalist army officers who wanted a restoration of Greater Serbia under a restored Yugoslavian monarchy, and the Communists, led by the Croat Josip Broz Tito. The partisans, however, fought each other as well as the Germans, the Ustashi, Bosnian Muslims, and Montenegrin and Albanian separatists. Only as the war entered its last phase did Tito's communist partisans, meanwhile supported by British munitions and weapons, come to dominate resistance and establish the basis of post-war leadership in a new Yugoslavian state, the one country in Europe where partisans, aided by the Red Army, could eventually gain control and form a government. For Greeks, the outright plunder, ruination of the currency, and size of the material tributes taken by the German and Italian occupiers led directly to famine. The drastic food shortage was greatly exacerbated by the prohibition of food exports from Eastern Macedonia and Thrace, under Bulgarian control since the German invasion, where nearly a third of Greece's grain had previously been grown. War meant for most Greeks a daily struggle to survive. The immense privation alongside the ruthlessness of German reprisals for acts of sabotage nourished, as in Yugoslavia, the guerrilla activities of rapidly growing but bitterly divided partisan movements. By 1943, the communist resistance movement, the largest in Europe, was violently opposed by non-communist nationalist Republicans, who would eventually gain British backing. The roots of the devastating post-war civil war were firmly embedded. In Italy, too, the collapse of Mussolini's regime in July 1943, followed by the German occupation of the north and the far more benign Allied occupation of the south, created conditions that came close to forming a civil war within the war itself. The fascist regime had merely papered over the deep fissures in Italian society. The war, never hugely popular from the outset, brought growing internal disaffection and collapsing morale. This was accentuated by acute food shortages, accompanied by steeply rising prices and a thriving black market, then by Allied bombing, which, far from unifying the population behind the government, stirred huge anger of the fascist authorities that had exposed people to the air raids. After the Germans had reinstated Mussolini as head of a puppet regime with its headquarters at Sarlo on Lake Garda in September 1943, the underlying divisions took on sharply radicalized form. Increasingly, desperate followers of Mussolini, many of them hard-line fanatics and idealists, who looked to the possibility of completing the fascist revolution, formed vicious death squads, hanging or shooting partisans or any who got in their way. Meanwhile, the various partisan organizations, frequently settling old scores, assassinated hundreds of fascists each month wherever they found them, as well as engaging in sabotage in the war against the German occupiers. The combination of war and, in effect, civil war made the months of Mussolini's so-called Salo Republic the most bitter and violent in the entire conflict for Italians in the north of the country. Up to 40,000 partisans are estimated to have been killed in fighting. A further 10,000 anti-fascists fell victim to reprisal killings, and around 12,000 fascists or their collaborators were wiped out in cleansing actions. Anti-fascist resistance, dominated by communists but incorporating fighters of different political colours, could reckon with the support of over 250,000 activists by April 1945. Unlike Yugoslavia or Greece, however, they were able to unite against a common enemy in what they saw as a war of national liberation, mounting insurrection on such a scale against retreating German forces that they controlled many northern towns and cities before the Allies arrived. In the very last days of April, they were able to capture and shoot Mussolini, leaving his corpse to hang in the centre of Milan. In the south of the country, meanwhile, Allied occupation from September 1943 onwards had meant that the civil war of the north was avoided. Instead, under the cloak of the first reawakening of pluralist politics following the Allied entry into Rome in June 1944, there was a swift return to the age-old clientelism of southern Italian society. The war had left the north-south divide in Italy as great at the end as it had been at the start. In northern and western Europe, German occupation produced nothing like the conditions of civil war in the south. Compared with Eastern and Southern Europe, the occupation of these parts of the continent was, at least in the early stages of the war, relatively mild. Nevertheless, the war meant primarily coming to terms with the realities of life in a conquered country. Invariably, the Germans found cooperation from existing state bureaucracies and from a minority keen to collaborate out of political conviction. Another minority, growing in size as it became clear that the days of German occupation were numbered, entered the perilous world of active resistance. But most people were neither outright collaborators nor resistance fighters. They wanted to see their country liberated, but as there was no knowing how long the occupation was going to last, some manner of adaptation to the new regime in whatever form was unavoidable. How the people of northwest European countries adjusted shaped not only what the war meant to them, but also had a lasting legacy. The character of the occupation, the prevalent political culture of the occupied country, conditioning in good measure the behavior of both the elites and the masses, and the change from early, comparatively benign administration to increasing harshness and imposition of intense material hardship on the population, were fundamental in shaping the varied responses to German rule. The Netherlands, Belgium, Norway, and Denmark had differing wartime experiences, though the trajectory of occupation was often relatively similar. The Germans were keen initially to keep Western Europe quiet. Cooperation, not rebelliousness, was what they wanted. Military conquest wasn't directed towards turning the subjugated people into helots, as in Eastern Europe, especially since there were vague notions of incorporating the Germanic peoples of the Low Countries and Scandinavia within the Reich in the distant future. In each country, there was a minority of homegrown fascists, or National Socialists who positively welcomed German rule. The Prime Minister of Norway's puppet government, Vidkun Quisling, even lent his name to the general term Quislings, given by the Western Allies to collaborators. Each of the four countries provided small contingents of fanatics who joined the foreign legions of the Waffen-SS, about 50,000 Dutch and 40,000 Belgians, both Flemings and French-speaking Walloons. 6,000 Danes and 4,000 Norwegians served. Since ideologically committed fully-fledged collaborators were generally detested as traitors by most of the population, they were often seen as largely counterproductive by the occupiers. The willing cooperation of the bureaucracy and police, on the other hand, was essential to the effectiveness of the occupation. After 1942, as it became ever clearer that occupation wasn't going to be indefinite, and as German demands for food, other material provisions, and labour sharply intensified, popular opposition in numerous and various forms greatly increased. There were, nonetheless, substantial differences in the pressure of occupation, even within Western Europe. German rule in Denmark, for instance, was for most of the war far less repressive than in the other occupied parts of Northern and Western Europe. This was mirrored in the relatively low number of lives lost. Danish civilian deaths totaled about 1,100 during the occupation. Denmark had almost immediately surrendered on the invasion in April 1940. King Christian X remained in the country, and the government continued to administer the country under a German governor. The collaboration worked at first. Food rations were better, despite the Danes delivering large quantities of foodstuffs to Germany. Forced labour was never introduced. There was no direct plundering of the country, and occupation costs amounted to only 22% of national income per year, compared with 67% in Norway and 52% in Belgium. From August 1943, however, policy in Denmark changed. This followed a rebellion against collaboration, forcing the resignation of the Danish government. Thereafter, the occupation became harsher, the role of the German police much more assertive, the level of reprisal significantly higher, and both non-cooperation and outright resistance more evident. Cooperation gave way to truculence, which in turn fostered a resistance movement that reached its highest levels of activity in 1944-45. Out of widespread compliance at the beginning, the character of German rule in all northwestern countries ultimately led to implacable disaffection. In the Netherlands, for example, drastic rationing already in 1940 brought severe food shortages, especially for city dwellers, accompanied by soaring prices and a rampant black market, while curfews and transport restrictions reduced public life to a minimum. Law-abiding people were effectively forced into breaking the law to keep warm and fed. The trawl for labour to be coerced into working in Germany for war industries, as the German labour shortage became acute, quickly turned into a further source of mass unrest. In the Netherlands, as elsewhere, only few joined the underground resistance movement. Resistance was an intensely perilous activity, continually subject to betrayal and treachery, creating terrible dangers for families, then to horrendous torture and death for those captured. Those directly involved probably numbered around only 25,000 in the Netherlands before the autumn of 1944, with maybe another 10,000 or so joining thereafter. The attritional rate was high. Over a third of Dutch resistors were arrested. Nearly a quarter didn't survive the war. A somewhat higher proportion of the Norwegian population of around 3 million was actively engaged in resistance. Resistance fighters there, often trained in British exile, sabotaged German shipping, fuel supplies, and industrial installations, as well as later railways to prevent troop movements. They built close links with the British SOE, sustaining their activities in part through the Shetland bus, boats shuttling between Bergen and the Shetland Islands. Some 40,000 Norwegians were actively involved in resistance by the end of the war. For acts of sabotage or attacks on members of the occupying forces, entire communities could face ferocious German reprisals. These were indeed terrifying. The small Norwegian fishing village of Tilevag, for instance, was completely destroyed, and its male inhabitants were sent to the concentration camp at Sachsenhausen, near Berlin, where 31 of them died, for shielding resistance fighters who had killed 2 Gestapo agents. Those involved in active resistance within countries under German occupation were united only by the desire to see the end of it, but they were otherwise often sharply divided ideologically between conservative nationalists, socialists, and communists. With all the perils, resistance nonetheless gained broadening networks of support as the war neared its end. The harsher the German occupation became, the more the strength of anti-German feeling served to cement the sense of national unity and the desire for liberation. The suffering of the population from German punitive measures was nevertheless often extreme. When Dutch resistance halted the railways to assist the Allied landing at Arnhem in September 1944, German reprisals by blockading food supplies subjected the whole population to starvation and an extreme shortage of heating materials in the freezing cold hunger winter of 1944-45. Relief only came through with Allied airdrops in the last days of the war. For the Dutch, the war meant above all the trauma of such suffering in the last months of the conflict. Whatever solidarity occupation engendered among the conquered peoples of Northwest European countries, it rarely extended to the Jewish communities, small in the main by comparison with those of Eastern Europe. Virulent anti-Semitism didn't have to be widespread. Even so, Jews were usually seen as outsiders, all the more so when forced to wear the yellow star. The resolute determination of the German rulers to round them up for deportation, coupled with fears that any help given to Jews might bring harsh recrimination, meant that the section of society facing the gravest danger was also the least protected and most exposed. The non-Jewish population was, however, not wholly passive or hostile. The first attempts to round up Amsterdam Jews for deportation in February 1941 even prompted a short-lived mass strike, though this may have backfired into encouraging greater readiness on the part of Dutch bureaucrats and police to cooperate with the occupiers. Such cooperation, at times even anticipating the presumed wishes of the Germans, helped to ensure that proportionally more Jews, some 107,000 out of 140,000 designated by the Nazis as full Jews, were deported, most of them to their deaths, from the Netherlands than from any other Western European country. There were, however, those prepared to take risks themselves from Christian principles and a variety of other motives to help Jews. About 25,000 Dutch Jews, including half-Jews and those in mixed marriages who had a degree of protection from summary deportation, benefited from such help from individuals or rescue networks in evading capture and disappearing into a precarious underground illegal existence, though 8,000 of these were caught in hiding. Belgian networks for helping Jews to escape the clutches of the occupiers were more extensive, especially the illegal organizations of the Jews themselves. About 24,000 Jews were deported from Belgium to Auschwitz, but a further 30,000, the great majority of them recent immigrants living in Brussels and Antwerp, who had fled poverty and pogroms in Eastern Europe in the 1920s and from Germany during the 1930s, found some form of refuge and managed to survive the occupation. Hundreds of Jews, over half of the small Norwegian Jewish community, were helped to get away to neutral Sweden, though most of those who stayed eventually perished. In Denmark in 1943, non-Jews warned Jewish neighbors — Jews constituted a tiny proportion of the overall population and were well assimilated — of the imminent roundup planned by the German occupiers and helped them escape. As a result, the great majority of the Jews designated for deportation to their deaths were spirited away across the Sound to the safe haven of Sweden. Although Jews had much better chances of survival in Western than Eastern Europe, most still fell victim to the relentless German drive to complete the final solution of the Jewish question. The population of France, by far the biggest of the conquered countries of northwestern Europe, shared some of the experience of their northern neighbors. There were, however, significant differences. Some arose from the division of France into two zones: an occupied zone covering approximately two-thirds of the country, northern France, including Paris, and a strip down the whole of the Atlantic coastline, and an unoccupied, quasi-autonomous zone with its capital in the central French spa town of Vichy. What the war meant to people varied over the duration of the war, and according to geographical location. Not just Vichy or the occupied zone, but even region and locality, as well as ideological predisposition and personal experience. This time, there was no sense of the union sacrée that President Poincaré had successfully evoked in 1914. The catastrophe of defeat in the summer of 1940, which saw 3/4 of the panic-stricken population of northern towns fleeing southward from the oncoming German invasion, had left the French people divided and humiliated. Alongside the shock, however, the French right, which, whatever its divisions, was united at least in its detestation of the Third Republic, welcomed defeat as a chance to bring about national rebirth. There were collaborators of the first rank out of ideological conviction, such as the former socialist Marcel Déat, who became Minister of Labour, responsible for conscripting French workers to serve in Germany. And there was the fascist leader Jacques Doriot, who later joined 4,000 other French volunteers to fight in the crusade against Bolshevism on the Eastern Front. One of the most prominent faces of collaboration was that of Pierre Laval, vice premier in the Vichy regime, a skillful pragmatist and political manipulator who publicly declared his wish for a German victory, because otherwise Bolshevism would install itself everywhere. Such overt collaboration was not typical of the mass of the French people, but nor was active resistance, certainly not in the early years of the occupation. Most people, like those in the other occupied countries of Western Europe, had to find ways of accommodating, though seldom enthusiastically, to occupation, cooperating with the new rulers when unavoidable, generally keeping their distance, adopting a stance of wait and see, and displaying mounting detestation as the occupation became harsher and as the prospect of liberation loomed larger. As elsewhere in northwestern Europe, German occupation was at first relatively mild, but it became more draconian as Germany started to face adversity. The economic demands on France were heavy. 55% of French government revenue to cover occupation costs, 40% of France's total industrial output to go towards the German war effort, 15% of its agricultural produce to assist in keeping food on German tables, and, by 1943, 600,000 men drafted for work in Germany. Most French families in cities and towns, like those in other parts of northwestern Europe, experienced the war as a constant struggle to obtain food, often via the black market. French experience of severe privation and material hardship stretched over both zones. But the demarcation line between the zones did have real meaning. In the southern third of France, government was in French, not German, hands. Although bearing the scars of defeat materially and psychologically, the French largely controlled their own destiny in the non-occupied zone. Vichy provided yet another meaning to the war for millions of Frenchmen. Rejection of the Republic, which in many ways had become discredited as corrupt and decadent long before the military defeat of 1940, and a restoration of traditional French values of work, family, country. The French state, as the authoritarian Vichy regime headed by Marshal Pétain after the fall of France called itself, was widely popular at first, though its popularity ebbed sharply after the first year or so. About 1.2 million veterans rushed to join the Légion Française des Combattants, an organization with some resemblance to a fascist-style acclamatory body, swearing allegiance to the Marshal and forming the base of the flourishing personality cult built up around Pétain. As a representative of patriarchal authority and Christianity, the figurehead of the reaction against atheism, socialism, and secularization, Pétain also enjoyed the backing of the Catholic hierarchy. The octogenarian Marshal scarcely embodied the symbolism of youth common to fascist movements. Even so, his regime had fascist traits in its evocation of a mythologized past, its glorification of the countryside and return to the land, its idealization of an organic society, its emphasis on youth, motherhood, and natalist policies to renew the population, and, not least, in its persecution of internal enemies. Even in Vichy's early days, left-wing mayors had been ousted, Freemasons dismissed from all state employment, and trade union organizations dissolved. Dozens of internment camps for foreigners, political prisoners, social undesirables, Roma and Jews were set up. Vichy authorities extended the Aryanization program of the occupied zone to expropriate thousands of Jewish firms, bought for knockdown prices by French companies. The regime introduced anti-Jewish statutes to restrict Jewish employment. In 1942 and afterwards, Vichy bureaucrats and police collaborated avidly in the roundup and brutal deportation of foreign Jews, around a half of France's total Jewish population of 300,000, to add to the deportations from the occupied zone. Of the 75,721 Jews deported from France to the death camps in Poland, of whom only 2,567 survived, foreign Jews comprised 56,000. Non-Jews, too, had to contend with increasing repression. Already by the autumn of 1941, the first assassinations of German personnel resulted in up to 50 hostages executed in reprisal. Other mass reprisal shootings soon followed. The reprisals drastically intensified in number and scale after the Allied landings in June 1944. In the most famous action, carried out by the Waffen-SS, the entire village of Oradour-sur-Glane, northwest of Limoges, wrongly assumed to be concealing a cache of arms for the resistance, was laid waste. Its 642 inhabitants were shot or burnt to death. The French black-shirted paramilitary police, the Milice, established in the Vichy zone in 1943, were feared as much as the Gestapo as an agent of repressive terror. However, repression, as elsewhere, became increasingly counterproductive once it became obvious that the days of German rule were numbered. It went a long way towards creating unity where none had earlier been present, unity behind the goal of liberation. Active resistance, itself divided between communist, re-galvanized once Germany had invaded the Soviet Union, and conservative, gradually congealing under de Gaulle's leadership, became more, not less extensive, despite the dread of fearsome retribution if captured. Whereas most French people avoided active participation and still preferred a wait-and-see stance, the levels of support grew for those engaged in resistance. Like almost nothing else, the law introduced on the 16th of February 1943 by the Vichy regime and signed by Prime Minister Laval to enforce compulsory labor in Germany created a climate of popular disobedience that fed into the growth of active resistance. Large numbers of those conscripted simply disappeared, often into the mountains or remote countryside, where they were taken in and sheltered by locals, not infrequently joining the swelling resistance movement as liberation approached after the Allied landings in Normandy in June 1944. After the war, resistance came to symbolize more than anything else what the conflict had meant to the French. This was intended to, and did for long, draw a veil over the less palatable side of the French experience after defeat during the Black Years, especially in the unoccupied zone that they themselves had, at least at first, controlled. It would be many years before the French were ready to confront the Vichy syndrome. For the home front in Germany, the war acquired meanings not shared by the people of any other country. What the American journalist William Shirer, who experienced the war at first hand in Berlin from the outset until the start of hostilities with the USA in December 1941, somewhat cynically noted as the basic reaction to the brief campaign in Poland, had general application until major anxieties started to mount in the autumn of 1941. As long as the Germans are successful and don't have to pull in their belts too much, this won't be an unpopular war. By the winter of 1941-42, however, despite plundering much of Europe for food and other resources, privations at home had sharply increased, and belt-tightening among the civilian population became necessary as food rations were sharply cut. The popularity of the war and the regime that had taken Germany into it declined dramatically. The drastic deterioration in the military situation, symbolized more plainly than anything in February 1943 by the disastrous defeat at Stalingrad, brought the mounting realization among the domestic population that the war could well be lost. This necessitated, in turn, contemplating what a lost war would mean. Propaganda played upon the fears not just of military defeat, but of the entire destruction of Germany and of the German people, should the unholy coalition of the Reich's enemies, the Western Allies, and the dreaded Bolsheviks prevail. People were broadly aware, even if they consciously or subconsciously suppressed the knowledge in a conspiracy of silence, that Germans had perpetrated terrible crimes in the occupied East, especially against Jews. Although few knew details, there were numerous indications of extensive awareness of the fate of the Jews. Betraying the success of anti-Semitic propaganda, many expressed fear of Jewish revenge in the event of defeat. They also knew they could expect no mercy if the Red Army entered Germany. Dread of the consequences of defeat did much to sustain the readiness of the population to hold out, despite the rapidly worsening military situation. The last 2 years of the war saw the horror that the Nazis had inflicted on most of Europe rebound upon ordinary Germans themselves. For the German civilian population, the last phase of the conflict was their hell on earth. What characterized the trauma for millions was fear of Allied bombs. Goebbels called it terror bombing. In this case, propaganda didn't lie. The bombing was meant to terrorize the population, and did so, as people were left defenseless while their towns and cities were obliterated. More than 400,000 people were killed and 800,000 injured by bombing raids on towns and cities, attacks that were increasingly pointless from a military perspective. Around 1.8 million homes were destroyed, nearly 5 million people left homeless. The civilian population of Germany's eastern provinces, less exposed to the bombing, faced a different sort of terror. People had to flee from their homes in icy conditions, in temperatures of -20 degrees Celsius, to join the flood of refugees pouring westwards, in fear and dread, as the Red Army drove into the Reich. Close on 500,000 civilians, many women and children, died in the desperate flight from the doomed German East. For many German women in the path of the Red Army, the last phase of the war meant violence against their bodies, as an estimated 20% of them were raped by Soviet soldiers. More than 10,000 German soldiers were meanwhile being killed on average every day in the last months of the war. As the death toll of civilians as well as soldiers rose astronomically, the war acquired new meaning for Germans. They saw themselves as victims of the conflict. They blamed Hitler and the Nazi leadership for inflicting the catastrophe on Germany, the Allies for the devastation of their country, and, yet again, this among a minority core of recalcitrant anti-Semites, even the Jews, for bringing about the war. "We believe ourselves to have been fooled, led astray, misused," a former general put it soon after the war, expressing a common sentiment. In the search for scapegoats and the perception of themselves as victims, traumatized people often overlooked the fact that they had in their millions cheered Hitler's earlier successes and rejoiced in the victories of the Wehrmacht, even as countless Europeans suffered penury and slavery, death and destruction under the Nazi yoke. But if the full dimensions of the moral catastrophe would take years to gain recognition, at least this time, compared with 1918, the defeat was total, unmitigated, and final. Lasting meaning. For those who lived through this hell on earth, the immediacy of their experience in its varied manifestations shaped what the war meant to them. Later generations can see the lasting significance of the war somewhat more clearly, can see more plainly that it marked the decisive caesura in the history of the 20th century in Europe. The definitive ending of fascism as a major political force was one obvious consequence. Out of the First World War had emerged a triad of competing ideologies and constellations of power: liberal democracy, communism, and fascism. After the Second World War, only the first two were left as rival political systems. Total military defeat and the increasing revelation of fascism's unprecedented crimes against humanity now discredited that ideology completely, other than in the eyes of dwindling and politically largely impotent admirers. An overriding consequence of the Second World War was the recasting of Europe's geopolitical structure. The First World War had ended with Russia, soon to become the Soviet Union, convulsed by revolution, then civil war, and the United States distancing itself from Europe through its unwillingness to join the League of Nations and its shift to isolationism. The Second World War ended with the boundaries of Soviet influence largely decided at the Yalta Conference in February 1945, greatly extended throughout Eastern Europe, even into Germany itself. On the back of its military victory, the Soviet Union was now well on the way to becoming a superpower. The United States, which the war had already forged into a superpower on the basis of its mighty military-industrial complex, itself a product of the conflict, had established its own dominance throughout Western Europe and, unlike 1918, was destined to stay on the European continent in the long term. Whereas the First World War had broken empires and replaced them with crisis-ridden nation-states, the Second World War produced a Europe divided down the middle between the two blocs dominated by the USSR and the USA, in which national interests were swiftly becoming subordinated to the geopolitical concerns of the emerging superpowers. For the peoples of Eastern Europe, those who had suffered most in the 6-year conflagration, the war came to mean the replacement of one tyranny by another. The countries of the East, which had seen the Red Army as their savior from Nazi terror, now fell under decades-long Soviet oppression. Stalin wasn't going to give up his gains, made through the shedding of so much blood. That was plain. The Western Allies agreed to his new division of Europe, short of turning on their former ally and fighting another war which they were not military, economically, or psychologically capable of doing. They had little choice. For the peoples of Eastern Europe, that was cold comfort. For Western Europe, the war brought a new start, one that was difficult to discern peering through the ruins of 1945. Even as the bombs wrought their destruction, planning was underway for the rebuilding of Europe and avoiding the mistakes that had bedeviled the continent after 1918. While Eastern Europe battened down under Soviet domination and state-run socialist economies, the rebuilding of Western Europe reinvigorated capitalist enterprise. In economics as well as politics, the war had divided Europe. The reordering of Europe also saw the fundamental weakening of the three one-time great powers, Britain, France, and Germany, which had previously dominated the continent. Britain had been bankrupted by the war, its status as a great power massively eroded. Its empire had backed it in the war, but the peoples of the colonies, perceiving imperial weakness, increasingly looked to their independence. The already shaky foundations of colonial rule were now undermined more than ever. France had suffered an enormous blow to its national pride through the defeat of 1940, a blow by no means compensated by the much emblazoned courage of the resistance. French colonies, too, were eyeing independence, no longer prepared to contemplate an indefinite future of rule from Paris. Germany, defeated but not destroyed in 1918, and carrying simmering resentments that later paved the way for Hitler's rise to power, was this time utterly crushed. Divided into the 4 zones of occupation agreed at Yalta, British, American, Soviet, and, a late addition, French, Germany was a completely ruined country, economically as well as politically destroyed, its sovereignty as a nation eliminated. This marked the end of the German question that had preoccupied European politicians since the days of Bismarck. In the aftermath of defeat, the state of Prussia, the dominant force in the Reich, was dissolved. The German armed forces were disbanded, thus ending any threat of German militarism, and the industrial base that had provided the economic framework for Germany's dominance was placed under Allied control. The big landed estates in the eastern provinces of Germany, the homelands of so much of the German aristocracy that had played a major part in the army and the state for so long, were lost in perpetuity as the frontiers were shifted westward. Once internationally admired for its culture and learning, Germany was morally now reduced to pariah status, though the reckoning with the German leadership was still to come in the war crimes trials that the victorious Allies were soon to stage. It would take many years before the immensity of the collapse of civilization would come to be fully recognized, would take its due central place in the understanding of the Second World War's legacy. German genocidal policy had reshaped much of the ethnic pattern of settlement, especially in Eastern Europe. The destruction of the Jews, in particular, had wiped out centuries of a rich cultural presence. Ethnic cleansing actions by Germans and by their allies had also had a lasting impact, and sometimes left a legacy of grievance, as in Yugoslavia, that decades of communist rule wouldn't efface. The ethnic German presence, too, in Eastern Europe was eliminated both by Stalinist brutality and then by the savage cleansing actions by Poles, Czechs, Hungarians, and Romanians in the immediate post-war years. Above all, however, the collapse of civilization was denoted by the German attempt to destroy physically the Jews of Europe on grounds of race alone. That this vast war had a racial project, one of genocidal destruction, at its very heart, would come over time to be seen as its defining feature. The moral question of how this conflagration could have been possible, how Europe could have plunged into this bottomless pit of inhumanity, would preoccupy the continent for generations. The war had revealed more plainly than ever before the terrible crimes of which human beings are capable, when all legal constraints on behavior are removed or warped to serve inhumane purposes. The concentration camp came to symbolize more than anything else the nightmare of a world in which human existence counted for nothing, in which arbitrary will determined life or death. Increasingly, it became clear that in creating this hell on earth for so many of its citizens, Europe had come close to destroying itself. The realization that the continent had been on a suicidal path meant there was the need for an entirely new start. Although the European War ended with the German capitulation on the 8th of May 1945, VE Day, European troops were still fighting in the Far East for another 3 months, until the Japanese too surrendered unconditionally. The total defeat of the Japanese brought the world conflict to an end. This was hastened by the event that more than any other would shape Europe's future, and that of the rest of the world, in the coming decades. The dropping of the atom bomb on the Japanese city of Hiroshima on the 6th of August, followed 3 days later by a similar devastating attack on Nagasaki. The Americans had for 4 years been pouring huge resources, as well as employing the pioneering research of nuclear scientists, into producing the atom bomb. The Germans, mercifully, had lagged far behind in their own research. The dropping of the atom bomb at once dramatically changed the basis of political and military power, and refashioned the ways in which war could be conceived. It would be impossible in the future to fight a war through attritional mass slaughter, as at the Somme in the First World War, or as at Stalingrad in the Second. But a future war in Europe would mean destruction on a scale not remotely reached even in the Second World War. The atom bomb now gave its possessors a terrible weapon, one that, as nuclear weaponry became even more devastating, would have the power to destroy an entire country at the push of a button. The ultimate legacy of the war was to leave Europe and the rest of the world under the permanent threat of weapons of unprecedented destruction. From now on, Europeans would have to learn to live under the shadow of the bomb, to face the threat of nuclear annihilation. The bomb's mushroom cloud would be the symbol of a new age. It was the point when the world turned. Chapter 9. Quiet Transitions in the Dark Decades. Mark Sloker, Essays from the Nick of Time, Reflections and Refutations. History resists an ending as surely as nature abhors a vacuum. The narrative of our days is a run-on sentence, every full stop a comma in embryo. The 30 years in which Europe seemed bent on self-destruction were so disastrous and characterized by such massive ruptures that continuities of long-term socio-economic value systems and cultural trends of development seemed scarcely conceivable. Yet, beneath the surface of Europe's dark age, people's lives did continue to be shaped or reshaped in quiet transitions, unbroken if not untouched by the trauma. Beyond the impersonal long-term determinants of social and economic change lay the values and beliefs by which people led their lives, predominantly the preserved still of the Christian churches. A good deal of the most important political and social thought of the era nevertheless stood outside or even in opposition to the influence of the churches. How did Europe's intellectual elite respond to what they perceived to be a crisis of civilization? When work, reflection, and sometimes prayer were done, a fourth sphere was left: leisure and enjoyment to be had from the rapidly changing field of popular entertainment. Each of these four areas, economic and social change, the role of the Christian churches, the reaction of intellectuals, and the culture industry, reveals both continuities and transitions that would leave a significant mark on the post-war world. Economy and society. Dynamics of change. Throughout all the horrors that afflicted Europe between 1914 and 1945, the economies and societies of European countries were in fact growing somewhat more like each other. Of course, major differences, especially national, ethnic, regional, and, often interspersed with these, religious, remained. These were above all what shaped a sense of identity, even more so than social class. Opportunities for foreign travel, apart from for the upper classes and leaving aside service in the military, were extremely limited, enhancing the sense of national identity and the prejudices that often accompanied it. The fragmentation after the First World War into a continent even more dominated than before by nation-states, often driven by extreme nationalism, and the establishment, most notably in Russia, Italy, and Germany, of systems of rule with quite different and incompatible economic models, tended to drive countries apart rather than closer together. The two world wars, it goes without saying, produced their own distortions and divergences. Yet there were important underlying patterns of development that transcended, or at best were only temporarily interrupted by, political distinctiveness and division. The long-term impact of industrialization, affecting different parts of Europe in varying degrees and at dissimilar tempos, was the determining dynamic force. The ensuing changes affected practically the entire continent and weren't confined by national boundaries. Even the least developed countries were touched in some ways, importing, copying, or assimilating change that was already underway elsewhere. The gap between the wealthier, economically more advanced parts of Western and Northern Europe and the poorer South and East barely diminished over the first half of the 20th century. Even so, the trends in development, in demography, urbanization, industrialization, employment patterns, social security, literacy, and social mobility were broadly similar. Population. Despite 2 world wars, numerous civil conflicts, politically induced major famines, economic depression and large-scale ethnic cleansing, Europe's population continued to grow substantially during the first half of the 20th century, if less rapidly than during the preceding half-century. In 1913, almost 500 million people lived in Europe. By 1950, this figure had reached almost 600 million. The growth was, of course, not uniform. Political and military factors obviously exerted their influence in some parts of the continent. The Soviet population was 26 million smaller in 1946 than it had been in 1941. German population statistics also plainly show the damaging impact of both world wars and also of the Great Depression of the 1930s. In both countries, however, the drop in population proved temporary, even if for years women greatly outnumbered men. Economic backwardness also played its part in demographic patterns. The Irish population, for instance, dropped as large numbers of young people left their homeland for work, mainly in Britain. The general population trend was nevertheless upwards. The main cause was a steep decline in death rates, continuing a trend that had begun in the second half of the 19th century but accelerated sharply in the first half of the 20th. Birth rates were also declining, but at a far slower pace than death rates. In 1910, life expectancy at birth in northwestern Europe was around 55 years, in Russia about 37 years, and in Turkey under 35 years. 40 years later, most people across the continent could expect to live to the age of 65 or more. At the start of the century, the highest birth and mortality rates were to be found in Eastern and Southern Europe. By 1950, the gap with Northern and Western Europe had narrowed considerably. Even in Russia, despite the horrors the country was forced to endure, the mortality rate dropped remarkably, from 28 per thousand head of population under the Tsar to 11 per thousand in 1948. The fall in the mortality rate was largely the result of the greater emphasis attached to public hygiene, better housing, health education, and corresponding improvements in the health of mothers, which greatly assisted the decline in child mortality. Generally, if at different rates largely related to levels of economic advancement, European countries experienced greatly improved health over the first half of the 20th century. The big housing boom of the 1920s, referred to in Chapter 4, often sponsored by government spending, reduced some of the most squalid overcrowding and brought improvements in sewerage, water supplies, and personal hygiene, modestly increasing real income and better diet, as the ratio of meat to cereal consumed rose, also contributed to the fall in mortality. Awareness of the importance of public health spread from the relatively advanced countries of northwestern Europe to the east and south of the continent. But where little was done to overcome the backwardness of poor sanitation, deficient personal hygiene and lack of medical facilities, as in Albania, Macedonia, southern Italy and Turkey, mortality rates remained disproportionately high. Advances in medical knowledge and care contributed to falling mortality rates by greatly reducing the chances of premature death through infectious diseases. The medical advances were less in surgical techniques, though reconstructive surgery had made some headway in the First World War, than in treatment of wounds and development of medicines to combat killer diseases such as tuberculosis and influenza. The influenza epidemic at the end of the First World War had led to far more deaths than the military carnage itself. Infants had been especially prone to enteric diseases, and birth-related child mortality had remained high. But sulfonamides, started to be used increasingly to control infectious diseases. While immunization against tetanus and diphtheria, antimalarial drugs and penicillin, initially developed to prevent wound infection, became available, though only to the Western Allies, towards the end of the Second World War. But sulfonamides started to be used increasingly to control infectious diseases, as were immunization against tetanus and diphtheria and antimalarial drugs. Penicillin, initially developed to prevent wound infection, became available, though only to the Western Allies, towards the end of the Second World War. But even here, infectious diseases were coming under control. Cases of malaria, for instance, fell in Italy from 234,000 in 1922 to under 50,000 by 1945, and by 1950 the disease had been almost totally eliminated. The poorer, less developed parts of the continent also continued to flout the general trend towards declining fertility. In Russia, Spain, and Portugal, the decline only began in the 1920s. In southern Italy and Turkey, even after the Second World War. In Turkey, between the wars, the fertility level was over 5 births per mother. In most of Europe, it had fallen by then to about 2.5 births per mother, and in some countries to under 2, or less than the rate necessary to reproduce the population, short of immigration. This prompted great anxiety about falling birth rates and national decline, especially in France, where the low rate had set in early, the Scandinavian countries, and, not least, playing into fascist ideology in Italy and Germany. The spread of birth control and greater education in family planning, itself helped by increasing literacy, played a big part in the declining fertility. In Western Europe, around 90% of births fell within marriage. Illegitimacy still carried a social stigma, and marriage rates remained fairly stable, apart from a short-lived boom in the late 1930s. So the decisive factor was that couples were simply choosing to have fewer children, a trend encouraged by the greater numbers of younger women entering paid employment. Catholic regions of Europe and the poorer rural areas of Eastern and Southern Europe only gradually fell into line with the general pattern of declining fertility. In Western Europe, the relative size of the rural population of Ireland was an exception to the general trend, though the direction was the same and the speed of convergence tended to increase alongside greater levels of modernization of the economy. Significant social and economic shifts within Europe were intensified, where they weren't directly caused by war. The move from rural to industrializing regions, from South and East to Western Europe, was one characteristic, a long-term trend that the pressures of war hugely exacerbated. The massive displacement of population through war and ethnic cleansing was a more short-term consequence of political upheavals, though with long-term consequences. Before the First World War, emigration to the United States had offered one escape route from the grinding poverty of the poorest regions of Europe. But once the USA introduced strict immigration quotas in the early 1920s, the exodus fell to little more than a trickle. Most people looking for a better life or fleeing from persecution had to find new homes within Europe itself. For economic migrants, this meant in the main looking for employment in the burgeoning industrial areas. The flow of migrants from the countryside to the towns, a strong feature of the economic recovery during the 1920s, declined but didn't stop during the Depression of the 1930s. Everywhere, the population working on the land shrank. In 1910, agriculture had in Europe as a whole accounted for about 55% of production. By 1950, this had fallen to 40%. The biggest shift from the land to industry was in Russia, accounting for as much as half of the overall drop in the agricultural share. But in all countries, the size of the rural population was falling. Industrialized Bohemia drew in workers from rural Slovakia. Milan and Turin attracted migrants from southern Italy. Poles moved from the south and east of the country to the more rapidly industrializing western region. And large numbers from Eastern and Southern Europe found permanent work in the growing industries of Germany, France, and the Netherlands. France, with its stagnant population levels, which would in fact be ended during the Second World War when there was a sharp rise, saw the greatest need for foreign labor between the wars. By 1931, about 8% of the French population, some 3.3 million people, were recent immigrants. The long-term shifts, rural to urban areas, agriculture to industry, south and east to north and west, were sharply boosted by the Second World War. Germany, with full employment, had by 1939 close to 500,000 foreign workers, despite its xenophobic state ideology. Nearly 50% of them, including Poles, Italians, Yugoslavs, Hungarians, Bulgarians, and Dutch, worked often seasonally on the land, where there was an acute labor shortage, but industry too was swallowing up larger numbers of foreign workers, from Czechoslovakia especially. The increasingly desperate German demand for labor during the war brought a huge surge in the number of foreigners, about a third of them women, most of them conscripted for intensely cruel forced labor, especially from 1942 onwards. By mid-1944, the 7,651,970 foreigners, 1,930,087 of them prisoners of war, comprised more than a quarter of the German labor force. Germany was able to exploit a continent-wide empire for its labor needs, and did so in utterly ruthless fashion. But in all belligerent countries, war brought a massive increase in demand for labor. Much of the shortfall, as men were called to the front, was made up by women. This had happened in the First World War, but the change had then proved short-term. Women were soon removed from the labor market as men returned from military action. In the Second World War, the change became more enduring. Unemployment in Britain, which had seemed endemic between the wars, was wiped out. Women, housewives, and those previously not employed, or who had left domestic service, comprised more than 3/4 of the added labor force. In the Soviet Union, where women were already widely employed before the war, more than half the labor force was female by 1942. The most sudden and violent internal shifts in Europe's population in the first half of the 20th century were, of course, not simply a consequence of long-term trends in the labor market, even when boosted by the demands of wartime economies. Far more drastic were the population upheavals caused by political and military action. These were most dire in Eastern Europe, though the Spanish Civil War produced some 2 million refugees between 1936 and 1938. Nearly 8 million people were displaced in the eastern half of the continent, mostly through territorial losses, border shifts, and ethnic adjustments of emergent new states, during or immediately after the First World War. Up to 1 million Armenians were uprooted, and most of them subsequently died in the horrific deportations by the Turks in 1915. Nearly 1 million Greeks and Turks were forcibly removed under the post-war population exchange of 1923. In Russia, devastated by the civil war that followed immediately upon World War and Revolution, the numbers of dead and those forced to flee have been estimated at over 10 million. Millions more died or were displaced during the era of Stalinist collectivization, and purges in the 1930s. Then still further millions who fled eastwards from the path of the advancing German army in 1941. Stalin's wartime mass deportations of those deemed to pose a security threat brought yet further huge migrations, for example, through the forced removal of 400,000 Volga Germans to the Soviet wastes of Central Asia and Siberia in 1941, and later the mass deportations of the Crimean Tatars, together with the Kalmyks, Ingushi, Karachay, Balkars, and Chechens, about 1 million in all from the Caucasus. By late 1941, the murder of the European Jews was rapidly escalating. Hundreds of thousands of refugees from Nazi Germany, most of them Jews, had sought succor in other countries before the war, though these had been reluctant to accept them. About half of them had found their way abroad, mainly to the USA and Palestine. But the war closed off these avenues of escape. Around 5.5 million Jews perished in the subsequent German extermination policies. The border changes and expulsions after the end of the Second World War then led to further great population displacements. A third of the population of the new Federal Republic of Germany in 1950, for instance, hadn't been born within its territory. Its population influx would go on to make a vital contribution to West German post-war recovery. The bald statistics of population displacement, like all macroeconomic data, are wholly impersonal. They say nothing of the death, destruction, suffering, and misery involved. Even so, they are important in signifying change that in many ways altered the character of 20th century Europe. Equally impersonal are the data showing, on different criteria, that living standards actually rose across Europe during the catastrophic first half of the century, at least for the majority of those whose lives weren't lost or ruined by fighting, bombing, despoliation, or deliberately murderous policies. Alongside rising life expectancy, income per head increased by over 25%. There was greater purchasing power for the majority. Average individual height grew by 4 centimeters, an indicator of better diet as well as more income, and literacy was substantially extended. Although, of course, these trends conceal major variations caused by war and other privations, they were broadly general across the continent. The regions that had been least well developed before the First World War in southern and eastern Europe showed distinct signs of convergence with the more advanced western parts of the continent before the Second World War. War and the economy. Learning lessons. Each of the world wars was a catastrophic, though relatively short-lived, interruption to long-term economic development. Average growth rates in most European states were lower over the disastrous era of 1914 to 45 than before the First or after the Second World War. And it took the defeated countries in the First World War around a decade to recover, but they did recover, and growth, if slower than it had been before the war, continued. It has been estimated that had pre-war growth before 1914 continued unabated, the level reached in world production by 1929 would have been attained in foodstuffs by 1923, in industrial goods by 1924, and in raw materials by 1927. Whatever caveats may be attached to such extrapolations, which are for world, not just European production, they indicate a temporary break on growth through the hostilities, not a long-term reversal. The levels of globalization reached before 1914 were hampered and interrupted by war, then by protectionism and economic nationalism during the Great Depression of the 1930s. European economic output then fell again during the Second World War, and much of what was produced had, of course, to be geared to military hardware. This time, however, the rebound was swift. Following the Second World War, growth was rapid, much stronger than in the aftermath of the First World War, and with more lasting impact. Lessons had been learnt. There was a readiness to embrace international cooperation, so badly lacking between the wars, but now accepted as vital to recovery. New levels of state intervention were undertaken to restore stability and regulate the economy. The decisive factor was the complete economic dominance of the USA and its crucial export of ideas, technology, and capital. The basis for the unprecedented economic growth over the subsequent 3 decades was laid, however, within Europe itself and in the continent's darkest years. For in strictly economic terms, war, even on the scale of the conflicts of 1914-18 and 1939-45, didn't merely have a negative balance sheet of losses. It also had positive consequences of lasting importance. The conditions of war provided a marked stimulus to economic growth and technological advance. Even democratic states, let alone dictatorships, were forced to intervene massively in the economy to direct enormously expanded production for the war effort. This necessitated state investment in construction, capital equipment, and labor training, as the conflict created new demand, which often proved lasting. For instance, for aluminium needed in aircraft production during the Second World War. Mass production of armaments required, already in the First World War, more efficient methods of factory organization and management, and more intensive mechanization. Agriculture benefited from increased mechanization to maximize production from the land at a time when farms were drained of labor. Around 3,000 new tractors were made available to farmers in Britain during the first year of the Second World War, for example, and production of all types of agricultural machinery was increased. In Germany, on the other hand, where the increasingly frantic demand for tanks, guns, and planes left little productive capacity over for tractors, farmers had generally to make do with the efforts of family members, forced foreign labor, and prisoners of war. Here, as in other parts of the continent where the modernization of farming methods made little headway during the war itself, the mechanization of agriculture and intensification of production largely had to await the era of post-war reconstruction, since there was no way of reversing the relentless long-term decline in availability of rural labor during the period of the conflict. Technological and scientific innovation was striking in both wars, quite especially in the second, and with lasting effect. It wasn't necessarily the case that war produced entirely new discoveries, yet even where a breakthrough had been made in peacetime, the urgency of wartime production often brought rapid advances. Aircraft technology had improved massively during the First World War, since aerial warfare was viewed as decisive in any future conflict, and the innovations fed into the expansion of passenger aviation during the 1920s and 1930s. The jet engine, simultaneously invented and developed in the 1930s by the British Royal Air Force engineer Frank Whittle and the German engineer Hans von Ohain, though first mass-produced in Germany in 1944 for the Me-262 fighter, would revolutionize air travel after the Second World War. Later, space exploration would build upon the rocket technology that Wernher von Braun and other German scientists had developed to launch the V-2 missile. The abilities of Braun, a Nazi Party member and honorary SS officer, were swiftly recognized by the Americans and transported to a new environment in the USA. He would play a major role in the development of the American space program. The discovery of nuclear fission on the eve of the war, which led to the wartime program in the USA to produce an atomic bomb, opened the way to the post-war peaceful usage of nuclear energy. Many more wartime innovations or rapid advances on existing technology, for example, radio transmission, radar, production of synthetic materials, electronic computers, were to have a massive impact on the post-war era. Without the war, these advances, many of which built on pre-war pioneers, would doubtless have come about anyway. Most likely, however, their development would have been slower. The Second World War was to a far greater extent than the First a total war, not just for societies under dictatorial rule. The leaders of states learned important lessons from the earlier war in running their wartime economies. They were far more effective than their predecessors had been, for instance, in controlling inflation, which was never allowed to gain destructive momentum as in some belligerent countries during the First World War. In Britain, taxation was raised to far higher levels than it had been in the earlier conflict, reducing the need for short-term borrowing, and it enabled the government to continue to borrow long-term at relatively low rates of interest. In Germany, where the paranoia about any new descent into hyperinflation was never far from the surface, taxation could be kept much lower than in Britain because the soaring costs of war were paid in large measure by the occupied territories. Germany and Britain were at opposite ends of the spectrum, too, in state control of the food supply to their populations. The unstoppable momentum of rising disaffection in Germany during the First World War, as living standards fell drastically and food shortages became acute, was deeply embedded in the political consciousness of Nazi leaders. Their ruthless exploitation of the continent's food and other resources prevented any recurrence during the Second World War. The first significant cuts in rations, made following the winter crisis of 1941-42, were highly unpopular. But drastic reductions didn't occur until the final phase of the war. Occupied countries in much of Europe paid the price, with mounting severe food shortages reaching famine proportions in Ukraine and Greece, and near famine in the hunger winter of 1944-45 in Holland. Although food prices were officially controlled and allocations rationed, the black market was rampant everywhere. In Britain, state subsidies and stringent rationing were used to ensure that food prices rose more slowly than farm incomes. The rationing of all staple foods except potatoes and bread inevitably gave rise to grumbling, but it was nevertheless widely accepted by the population and helped to sustain social harmony. It actually improved the health of many at the same time, though at the cost of dietary monotony. During the Second World War, leading figures from business and industry were brought in to help shape government policy, even more than in the First World War. Industrialists were preoccupied not just with war production, but with planning for the post-war world. Even in Germany, where the Nazi regime tightened its grip on the economy, as on everything else, and where Allied bombs wrought ever greater destruction on the country, industrialists married their intense wartime collaboration with secret plans for reconstruction. Anxious not to be dragged into the futile self-immolation of the Nazi regime in its death throes during the last months of the war, they worked alongside the Reich Minister for Armaments and Production, Albert Speer, to block the senseless destruction of industrial installations under Hitler's scorched earth orders of March 1945. In fact, in Germany, the destruction of industry was nowhere near as great as the general level of devastation caused by the war, and industrialists were able to continue, in their own interest, their close involvement in measures to stimulate recovery. Much the same was true in other major economies. Mobilization for the war had unleashed enormous economic capacity, which was often badly damaged but not destroyed, while huge labor resources were available to be used for peacetime reconstruction instead of armaments. The potential for reconstruction lay dormant among the ruins. Recovery, like wartime economic mobilization, needed the state. The sheer level of material destruction in Europe made any retreat by the state from economic management impossible. Any belief that economies could repair themselves through market forces had been undermined by the economic nationalism of the interwar period. Only the state, French and British planners agreed, could provide the levels of investment necessary for the massive infrastructural projects to rebuild the economy. American leaders, though favoring the free market, could scarcely demur at this juncture, while rigid state control was of course long established in the Soviet Union. Huge house-building programs had to be organized. Food scarcity also demanded continued state controls and allocation. In Britain, rationing continued well into the 1950s. In the immediate years after the Second World War, the economy of Europe was accordingly shaped by levels of state expenditure and control in ways never contemplated in the 1920s and 1930s. Under American influence, however, Western Germany wouldn't come to follow the model of far greater dirigisme adopted in Britain and France, although in Eastern Germany under Soviet control, the development was of course entirely different. Experience of heavy state controls during the 12 years of Nazism would encourage the removal of constraints on the free market, the drastic reduction of bureaucratization, and the abolition of industrial cartels. Indeed, the initially high level of state intervention and direction would soon start to be pared back in most countries, though by then recovery was well underway. The social impact of total war. By the time the Second World War was over, expectations that governments should do more to improve living conditions for their societies also compelled state intervention. Of course, expectations had been raised during the First World War too, even if these had for the most part afterwards been sorely disappointed. In one crucial area, however, notable progress had been made. Under pressure from workers' parties, most of the economically more advanced countries in Europe had between the wars extended the limited social security provisions that some of them, notably Germany and Britain, had already introduced before 1914. There were still great variations in provision and coverage, while the systems themselves were far from uniform, but there was a common trend. Now, following a second Great War, there could be no retreat from the building of a fully fledged welfare state. Expectations were even higher, and states had no choice but to address them. Politicians of all colors, liberals and conservatives, as well as leaders of labor movements, pressed, if with different agendas, for a wider welfare net. Even under the regimentation of fascist regimes, mass mobilization had increased expectations of a better future, including state welfare. Promises of improved living standards, new housing, comprehensive social insurance, extended leisure facilities, and a car for every family, the people's car, or Volkswagen, were part of Nazism's appeal, and much the same was true of fascism in Mussolini's Italy. The promises remained largely unfulfilled before the descent into catastrophic war. But the expectation that the state would provide the framework for such material prosperity and improvements in welfare survived the demise of fascism and were taken up by post-war governments. In Britain, the feeling was universal that the sacrifices made by the people in the total war had this time to be honoured by the state in ensuring that the full employment that the conflict had brought would be sustained, that social welfare and medical care would be available for all, and that the poverty and deprivation of the 1930s could never return. In 1944, the British government committed itself to a programme of full employment, necessary for the success of the social insurance measures proposed by William Beveridge in his report 2 years earlier. Social policy would obviously be high on the agenda of the post-war government. It would be as well, however, not to exaggerate the extent of social change in Europe during the first half of the 20th century. The position of women in society underlines the point. Before the First World War, feminist movements had been relatively strong, especially in pressing for the vote for women in Scandinavia and Britain, where the campaigns of the suffragettes had done much to draw the issue to wider public attention. But the movements for women's rights had been far weaker in Catholic parts of Europe, notably in the east and south of the continent, where liberal forms of constitutional government were little developed. In German-speaking Central Europe, feminist movements had won support mainly among middle-class women. Their progress had been limited, however, since they were largely squeezed between the male domains of reactionary conservatism and socialism, which saw the quest for women's emancipation as a subordinate strand in the wider struggle for social and economic transformation. The First World War had brought about the breakthrough, at least on the issue of women's votes in many countries. The recognition of the vital contribution by women in the war effort had led to a change in the attitude towards women's suffrage, and after the war, women had been given the vote in most of Europe. But France extended the franchise to women only in 1944, Italy in 1946, Romania and Yugoslavia the same year, Belgium in 1948. Greece followed even later, in 1952, after the country's civil war. In neutral Switzerland, women gained the vote at the federal level only in 1971, in individual cantons at various times from 1958, and in tiny Liechtenstein as late as 1984. Beyond voting rights, women's status at home and in the workplace was little changed. Society was still completely male-dominated. In Britain, the Beveridge report left the wife dependent on her husband's social insurance contributions and benefits, while the French Constitution of 1946 still emphasized a woman's fulfillment of her role as mother. Women remained largely discriminated against in the labour market. This was particularly the case with married women, who continued to be regarded mainly as housewives and childbearers. The high ranks of the professions remained largely close to them. Paid employment was, for the most part, still in what were seen as women's jobs: nursing, welfare, primary school teaching, secretarial work or shop assistance. In education, too, women continued to be grossly disadvantaged. Certainly there was an upward trend across Europe between 1900 and 1940 in the numbers of women studying at universities. This was part of more than a doubling of still small student numbers over that period, but women played only a minor part in that growth. Before the Second World War, the proportion of women among students was below a fifth across Western Europe, at its highest with nearly a third in Finland and more than a quarter in France, Britain and Ireland, but dropping to only 7 to 8% in Spain and Greece. With so many young men called up to the armed services, the numbers of women in universities increased during the Second World War. But the big changes here, as in the position of women more generally, would only come about decades later. the extent of social mobility was also far smaller than might be imagined. Certainly the immense destruction, colossal disruption to the world economy, and political upheavals that stretched across the era of two world wars, interspersed with the Great Depression, inevitably made great inroads, especially into the wealth of the landed elite. Expropriation of property was, of course, a hallmark of the Bolshevik Revolution. Despite much resistance from landowners, a substantial redistribution of land also took place, for instance, in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Bulgaria. The entire era that spanned the wars was a massive interruption to long-term trends of capital accumulation and growth of wealth. Nevertheless, those with wealth and social standing on the eve of the war tended still to retain them when the conflict was over, except those parts of Eastern Europe that now fell under Soviet domination. In Britain, which hadn't experienced enemy occupation, institutional and social continuities were more plainly evident than in most of Europe. Social elites indeed suffered significant inroads into their wealth through higher taxation, the requisitioning of their property for the armed services, or the loss of much of their estate to pay death duties. In particular, the wealth of the landed aristocracy, the country gentry, and other private owners of large-scale capital was often drastically reduced. And, as they frequently bemoaned, domestic servants were hard to find. Young women were no longer entering the long-term drudgery of domestic service in the homes of the upper classes. The patrician lifestyle of the pre-war years had largely vanished. But there was little loss of status. While in England and Wales a mere 1% of the adult population still owned half of the total capital holdings in 1946 to 47. In France, there were some shifts in political and economic elites. New men, women of course only exceptionally, who had gained prestige from their role in the resistance, replaced the pre-war, often discredited leaders of the Third Republic and the Vichy collaborators. At the local level, however, once the worst of the collaborators had been purged, there was much continuity. In Italy, too, when the immediate post-war purges of committed fascists came to an end, and the communists were forced out of the new government, the political class was left not radically altered. In the economy, once the dust started to settle, the families that had controlled Italy's business before the war and in the south owned the big latifundia, the great landed estates, were largely the same as before. As in France and elsewhere, however, a new, more technocratic and entrepreneurial class soon started to gain ground in Italian industry, while in big concerns such as Pirelli and Fiat, powerful trade unions were the guarantors of a new climate in the workplace. It's easy, too, to underestimate the extent of the changes that took place in the state bureaucracy and judicial system, in the central government and in the provinces after the fall of fascism, especially where, as in much of the north, control of towns and cities was in the hands of the left. Members of the German upper class had been prominent in the plot to kill Hitler in July 1944. However, the upper class had also presided over some terrible atrocities. It had been overrepresented in the army leadership, and also in the top ranks of the SS. Many business leaders were closely involved in expropriation of property, ruthless exploitation of the occupied countries, slave labor, and the economics of genocide. Some of the worst cases would eventually be punished in post-war Allied trials, but levels of continuity in the elites in Western Germany remained surprisingly high, even across the devastation of 1945, except where they had lost their lands to war and occupation, as had estate owners in the eastern provinces. Overall, The political and economic elites had tended to reproduce themselves throughout the first half of the 20th century. More significant changes would come during the second half. Upward mobility into the elites remained uncommon. A partial exception among the major belligerent powers was Germany, where the Nazi Party and its many affiliations had facilitated some social climbing. Something similar could be seen in fascist Italy, but the extent of this is easy to exaggerate. A greater degree of change came later. Even the claim sometimes made that bombs knew no social differences and fell on rich and poor alike wasn't true. The poorer parts of the population, huddled in the crowded tenements and slums of industrial towns and cities, were far more likely to experience the worst of the bombing. More salubrious middle-class suburbs and the stately homes on landed estates had much better chances of escaping unscathed. What a later era would come to call the cycle of deprivation still prevailed for the most part. Soldiers returning home from the Second World War generally went back to the sort of occupation that they had left when they joined up. Their social class was usually unchanged. So were the milieux that shaped their lives. The long-term trend from the countryside to the towns meant a bigger industrial working class, usually accommodated in poor quality housing close to town centres, with little chance of upward mobility into the middle or professional classes. Possibilities of moving into less elevated, white-collar clerical or administrative work were, however, widening as the service sector expanded throughout Europe, though at different rates of growth. Educational opportunities were still minimal for those born without social advantages. In rural areas, the drop in population, the presence of fewer young people in the villages, and the diminution in available farm labourers were indicators of long-term change, intensified by the demands of the war economy. On farms, in the more remote parts of Europe, physically untouched by war, where mechanization and modern transport had hardly penetrated, the daily routines would have been familiar to a generation 50 years earlier. Much the same was true of the daily life of the factory worker, less grinding to be sure than it had been before the First World War and with shorter hours, but still recognizable to an earlier generation of workers. In the areas of Europe most devastated by the Second World War, mainly stretching from Germany across Eastern and Southern Europe to the western regions of the Soviet Union, there was little or no pre-war normality to return to. Huge tracts of Ukraine, Belarus, and Poland had been laid waste, both during the ravages of the fighting and genocidal killing, worse here than anywhere else in Europe, and by scorched earth destruction as the Germans retreated. In Germany itself, where the refusal to capitulate inflicted colossal destruction on the country as defeat loomed, 2/3 of the population were displaced in one way or another as the war ended. Millions of soldiers were in captivity. Most of those, almost 3 million, who had surrendered to the Western Allies were gradually released by 1948, but the last of a further 3 million in Soviet hands only in 1955. The civilian population, swollen by the huge influx of refugees from the eastern provinces, shoehorned into overcrowded accommodation, 50% of housing in the big cities had been destroyed, and cowed by total defeat, faced an uncertain future. They were glad, however, if they had managed to find their part of the country as war ended occupied by the Western Allies and not by the feared and detested Soviets. For not just the immense loss of life and the devastation of the economy, but the character of political power mattered more than anything else. The contours of their lives in the divided Germany in the immediate post-war years would be determined largely by the interests of the occupiers, in the West by the Americans, British, and French, in the East by the Soviets. For the Soviet population, the sense of triumph at the great victory and, no doubt, relief at having survived was one side of the coin. The other was the mourning for millions of lost loved ones, or the attempt to rebuild lives when their towns and villages had been obliterated by the enemy. The end of the war saw the continuation of a little-changed Stalinist system, now in fact strengthened and legitimized by wartime glory. It was still characterized by expropriations, heavy impositions of delivery or productivity quotas, exposure to the arbitrariness of the police state, and the inhumane treatment of millions of prisoners of war, those deemed unreliable, and conscripts deployed in the rebuilding of roads and railways. This system was now imposed on most of Eastern Europe, which had comprised the poorest parts of the continent even before the First World War. Now, on top of the immense suffering and devastation suffered in the Second, those countries were to be sealed off from the economic impetus that would soon breathe new life into Western Europe. Prospects of economic recovery. In the international economy, the Second World War accentuated the long-term trend that had already been marked following the First, of Europe's declining share of world production and trade. It also marked the definitive subordination of Britain to the USA as the dominant economic power in the world. Again, a development already pronounced since the First World War, but now completely confirmed by the demands of war financing in the Second. As British debts soared to meet the war effort, economic dependency on America, which had emerged from the conflict as the world's industrial giant, became overwhelming. By the end of the war, Britain was financially on its knees, the USA economically booming, the outright winner of the Second World War. Industrial production there had been greater during the war than at any earlier period of its history. Output had increased by 15% a year, compared with 7% during the First World War, and the productive capacity of the economy is estimated to have grown by 50%. By 1944, no less than 40% of the world's armaments were produced in America. As British exports dwindled, American exports soared, 2/3 higher in 1944 than they had been in 1939. The strength of its economy enabled the USA to go a long way towards financing the Allied war effort through the scheme of Lend-Lease, a brainwave of President Roosevelt that Congress agreed to back in the spring of 1941. This allowed the USA to supply its allies with loans of equipment rather than demand payment from overstretched, grossly indebted countries. By the end of the war, the total value of American Lend-Lease exports had reached over $32 billion, of which nearly $14 billion went to Britain and an invaluable $9 billion to the Soviet Union, which was provided with foodstuffs, machine tools, lorries, tanks, aircraft, railway, track, and locomotives. America was the paymaster of the war. It would soon become the paymaster of the peace. Its economic supremacy gave the USA the determining hand before the war was over in shaping the institutional arrangements for the post-war economy for the half of Europe that didn't fall under Soviet rule after 1945, though the full impact of these decisions was only felt in later decades. During most of July 1944, a month after Allied troops had landed in Normandy, more than 700 delegates from the 44 Allied countries that constituted the United Nations met for a conference in an American hotel in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, somewhat uncomfortably since the hotel was too small and in a poor state of repair. They tried to work out the principles of a global economic order for the post-war world that would permanently overcome the disasters which had given rise to economic nationalism, the Great Depression, and the triumph of fascism during the 1930s. The most important delegations were the British and the American. But it was obvious which now ruled the roost. Some of the key ideas behind the agreement reached on the last day of the conference had been put forward by the head of the British delegation, John Maynard Keynes, who had come to understand the dangers of the economic orthodoxy that had prevailed during the Depression, and whose counter-cyclical theories advocating state intervention and deficit spending to overcome mass unemployment had gained significant influence during the war. But where the British and Americans diverged in their views, the interests of the United States, voiced by the head of the U.S. delegation, Harry Dexter White, prevailed. The Bretton Woods Conference established a new monetary order, largely Keynes's inspiration, of freely convertible currencies, their exchange rates pegged to the U.S. dollar, to replace the earlier discredited gold standard. The first big test of convertibility would, however, fail miserably in summer 1947, when Britain was forced to revoke the convertibility of sterling in the midst of financial crisis and heavy demands for exchange of sterling into dollars, seriously depleting dollar holdings. Two proposals by White would eventually take shape as significant post-war institutions: an international stabilization fund, which became the International Monetary Fund, aimed at correcting budgetary problems of individual states while retaining stability within the system, and an international bank for reconstruction and development, which turned into the World Bank, to provide necessary capital for post-war reconstruction, though its initial provisions were in fact small relative to what was needed. Conference participants also recognized the need for a further institution to establish rules for liberalized global trade. This, however, never came to fruition, and international trade relations were eventually regulated under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, reached in 1947 and initially signed by 23 nations. Whatever the insurmountable political obstacles that prevented the initial success of Bretton Woods, the conference marked a determination that there could be no return to the disasters of the interwar era. It was an indicator of the acceptance that the basis of the capitalist economy itself had to be reformed if a repeat of the breakdown of international trade and finance that had spawned the catastrophe were to be avoided. The US dollar, it was plain, had to take over from the weakened pound sterling as the pivot of international finance. The Americans were more than happy with that, as they were with the agreed liberalization of trade. Europeans, too, accepted this as a basic premise of the post-war economic order. But there was a different emphasis. For the British and the French, state intervention on a scale unimaginable before the war had become essential, not simply for reconstruction, but to combat the vagaries of unconstrained capitalist economics and to prevent any return of mass unemployment. The resulting compromise, not applicable to the Soviet bloc, of course, was an emerging mixed economy of liberal free trade and state direction. Capitalism was everywhere reformed to some extent, though not radically changed or fundamentally challenged, apart from by the rapidly dwindling numbers of adherents of communist parties, struggling to retain support as the Cold War took shape. Although it was hard to foresee in the devastation of 1945 the mixture of economic liberalism and social democracy, what the Germans came to call social market economy, soziale Marktwirtschaft, would come to provide untold prosperity and serve Western Europe well politically for the next 30 years. An important precondition for the success of this combination after 1945 hadn't existed following the First World War. No attempt was made by the Western Allies to impose heavy reparation payments. In Germany's eastern zone it was a different matter, as had been done in 1919, with such baleful consequences for Germany and for other defeated nations. For a short time in 1944, the Morgenthau Plan, which proposed reducing post-war Germany to the status of a pre-industrial economy, thereby handing a propaganda gift to the Nazi regime, was given serious consideration. Although Roosevelt and Churchill agreed on notable restrictions to future levels of German industrial output, the futility of permanently impoverishing 70 million people and crippling the economic key to European recovery was swiftly recognized, all the more so once the Cold War set in. The Iron Curtain would itself come to be an indirect advantage to the western half of the continent, while condemning the eastern part to an unenviable fate. This was a vast human tragedy for the peoples trapped behind it. No price can be placed on the deprivation of freedom that would last for more than 4 decades. But the loss to the heavy hand of Soviet oppression of those parts of Europe that after the First World War had been racked by ethnic conflict, nationalist violence and border disputes, benefited the already wealthier parts of Europe in the West. These countries, unlike those of the emerging Soviet bloc, were able to take advantage of American support in rebuilding their ruined economies. The Europeans had seemed bent on destroying their own economic foundations between 1914 and 1945. That the next 30 years, in astonishing contrast, would bring for many in the West continued and unprecedented prosperity was utterly unimaginable in the ruins of 1945. Sustained prosperity would transform living standards in Western Europe. But even in the very different conditions of Eastern Europe, too, living standards would rise, and for the mass of the population far outstrip what they had been during the troubled interwar years. The European nations would have been incapable of bringing this transformation about themselves. In the separate halves of the continent, they were heavily dependent upon the 2 new superpowers, the USA and USSR, for the reconstruction, in diametrically opposed ways, of their economic substance. Economically as well as politically, the 2 halves of Europe were set after 1945 to go their separate ways. Christian churches, challenge and continuity. How people framed their lives beyond the precarious task of securing a livelihood was still overwhelmingly influenced by the morality and values of the Christian churches. Europe remained in the first half of the 20th century a Christian continent, lying west of the officially atheistic Soviet Union and northwest of Turkey, a secular state with a Muslim population. The churches still wielded enormous social and ideological power, especially among the peasantry and the middle classes, and they used it, as the Christian churches were everywhere swept into the political convulsions that rocked Europe after the First World War. Friedrich Nietzsche, the German philosopher, had famously announced already in 1882 that God is dead. It was a premature obituary. During the first half of the 20th century, the Christian churches certainly felt themselves to be on the defensive against the threat posed by modern society, above all, atheistic Bolshevism. Indeed, as people turned to the state, to political movements, or to other public institutions to answer their needs, the churches, in the eyes of increasing numbers, had nothing to offer. Nationalism is the new religion. People don't go to church. They go to nationalist meetings. said Count Hoynitzky, one of the characters in Joseph Roth's gloomy view of modernity in his evocative 1932 novel The Radetzky March. Max Weber's disenchantment of the world meant that mystical beliefs in sacramental ritual, salvation, redemption, and eternal happiness in an afterlife were losing their appeal. And as war and genocide ravaged Europe, Nietzsche's attack on belief in rationality and truth, his denial of morality rooted in religious belief, came to seem anything but misplaced. The churches couldn't come out of this era untarnished. Yet neither the loss of belief nor fall in the numbers of followers of the main Christian denominations should be exaggerated or predated. After 2 world wars that influence remained profound, for all their travails, the Christian churches survived the catastrophic first half of the 20th century remarkably intact. Their main problems would come later. The start of the First World War had given Christianity a boost. God was, it seemed, on everyone's side as war broke out. At any rate, the Christian churches in every belligerent power claimed God's support for their cause. God with us, Gott mit uns, said the Germans. God is on our side. Dieu est de notre côté, claimed the French, as they declared a sacred union, union sacrée, to defend their country. Other countries were equally quick to blend patriotism with Christianity. The clergy readily saw the war as a national crusade, a holy war for civilization against barbarism, for good against evil. There were some pacifists, to be sure, but the majority of the clergy overwhelmingly backed their country's war. They blessed the troops going into battle and the arms with which they fought. They prayed for the success of imminent offensives. Nationalism everywhere swallowed the basic tenets of Christianity. For purported men of peace, the belligerency of the clergy could be resounding. In an Advent sermon in 1915, the Anglican Bishop of London, Arthur Winnington Ingram, exhorted British soldiers to kill the good as well as the bad, to kill the young men as well as the old, though his Prime Minister, Herbert Asquith, thought this was the rant of a singularly stupid bishop. One church leader at least consistently proclaimed his neutrality and exhorted the nations to conclude a just peace. In 1917, Pope Benedict XV, elected in September 1914, put forward a peace plan that advocated international arbitration, evacuation of occupied territories, renunciation of war indemnities, and reduction in armaments. For his pains, the Pope was decried as a secret partisan, a hypocrite who wouldn't admit his preferences. The French called him the Boche Pope, the Germans the French Pope. For the clergy, the war brought the prospects of Christian revival, borne out by what observers labelled a return to the altars. In England, it isn't clear that there was more than a fleeting growth in church attendance, which was in fact lower in 1916 than it had been before the war, not helped by so many men away at the front. However, belief in the efficacy of spiritualism, supposedly enabling the living to commune with the dead, sharply increased as the numbers of bereaved at home mounted. At a time of great anxiety, it was unsurprising that people might turn to prayer. Soldiers often prayed before battle, and those who survived gave thanks afterwards for coming through unscathed. Religion mingled with superstition. Many carried religious symbols with them to the front. A cross, a set of rosary beads, or a pocket Bible served as a talisman. Should the worst happen, field chaplains were on hand to remind the dead soldiers' comrades of the Christian symbolism of death as sacrifice, reinforced by the spread of temporary wooden crosses placed on the graves of the fallen. There must have been those who asked how belief was still possible after the battles of Verdun and the Somme. How many soldiers lost their Christian belief amid the slaughter is impossible to know. One German pastoral report adjudged that the seeming lack of success of prayers, the long duration and the terrible brutality of the war have caused many soldiers to doubt God's justice and omniscience, so that they don't bother about religion anymore. Most soldiers, however, like their families back home, retained at least a nominal allegiance to one or other form of Christianity when they returned to a changed world at the end of the war. Even where people didn't attend church services, they generally still turned to the church for baptism, marriage, and burial. And there was little expression of militant or radical anti-religious feeling, though in some parts of southern Europe, especially, a good deal of vehement anti-clericalism. Where, however, religious ties had already weakened, most evidently in the urban population, they weren't lastingly strengthened through the war. The long-term trend, more prominent among men than women, away from Christian belief and allegiance to the churches, continued. Protestantism fared worse than Catholicism. In Switzerland, the Baltic countries, Scandinavia, and the Netherlands, there was a trend of decline in adherence to the Protestant churches in the early decades of the 20th century, though this was accompanied by continued vitality within the churches themselves. The number of Easter communicants in the Church of England steadily dropped from the early 1920s to the 1950s. In Germany, the numbers of those taking communion fell by 11% between 1920 and 1930, and confirmations by as much as 45% over the same period. The Catholic Church showed itself more adept at holding on to its congregations. It continued the revitalization of Catholic faith that had begun in the mid-19th century. It succeeded in broadening its popular appeal at the same time as it presented itself through doctrinal rigidity and organizational centralization, both embodied in the person of the Pope, as a bulwark against the threats posed by the modern world, particularly those of liberalism and socialism. The revived cult of the Virgin Mary, which followed Pope Pius IX's pronouncement in 1854 of her Immaculate Conception, had stirred popular piety. This was boosted by alleged Marian apparitions at Lourdes in the Pyrenees in 1858, a site already attracting more than 1 million pilgrims a year before the First World War, Knock in Western Ireland in 1879, and Fatima in Portugal in 1917. New levels of devotion to popular saints were encouraged. Less than 2 years after the end of the First World War, which had brought such immeasurable suffering to the people of France, the timing was deemed right to canonize the national heroine Joan of Arc, even though the Church had actually excommunicated her on trumped-up charges from which she was later exonerated, and had her burnt for heresy 5 centuries earlier. The canonization sought to bolster the faith in a country whose state promoted secular values and where anti-clericalism was strong. Further significant canonizations followed, of the young French Carmelite nun Thérèse of Lisieux, the Little Flower, portrayed as a model of Catholic spiritual life in 1925, and of Bernadette Soubirous, the cult figure of Lourdes, in 1933. A further boost to popular piety followed Pope Pius XI's proclamation in 1925 of the Feast of Christ the King, intended as a response to nationalism and secularism, which appealed to Catholics to place Christian morality at the center of political and social life. Social and charitable organizations that incorporated lay Catholics also helped to bind the population to the Church. Catholic Action, originally founded in the mid-19th century, attempted with some success to galvanize lay involvement in Catholic life and to instill Christian values into worker and peasant movements. In some parts of Brittany, priests ran popular local newspapers and organized farming cooperatives where peasants could buy fertilizers. In Lower Austria and rural areas of northern Spain, too, active involvement in credit banks and other ways of aiding peasants and tenant farmers helped to cement support for the Church and strengthen the hold of the clergy. The Catholic Church prospered especially where it could blend allegiance into a strong sense of national identity, or where it represented a disadvantaged minority. Both in Poland and in the Irish Free State, new states that emerged from the First World War, Catholicism became effectively an expression of national identity. As political and social tension grew in Poland during the 1930s, the Church associated itself closely with a conservative drive for national unity, and with a nationalism that emphasized the differences between Catholic Poles and the country's Ukrainian, Belarusian, German, and, not least, Jewish minorities. In largely Protestant Northern Ireland, Catholics forged an identity out of discrimination in housing, jobs, and practically all walks of social and political life, and a separate subculture bound up with nationalist aspirations for unity with the larger Catholic, now independent southern part of Ireland. In Britain, too, age-old prejudice encouraged a strong sense of Catholic identity and loyalty to the Church, not least among Irish immigrants who had moved to northwest Britain in great numbers following the famine of 1845. The close-knit Irish Catholic communities faced a great deal of animosity and discrimination from the Protestant majority, reflected even in sport. No Catholic was allowed to play for Glasgow Rangers Football Club, no Protestant for their neighbouring rival Celtic. In the Netherlands, a minority subculture also provided a base for thriving Catholicism, while in the Basque lands the Church could become identified with sustaining a disadvantaged language community. In Germany, too, a strong subculture had arisen out of Bismarck's attacks on the Catholic Church, representing nearly a third of the Reich's population in the 1870s. Catholic institutions and beliefs flourished until Hitler's takeover of power. At that point, like the Protestant Church in Germany, Catholics faced a radically new challenge. Both the Protestant Church, in its varied forms, and the more unified Catholic Church saw the struggle against Bolshevism especially, but against the political left more generally, as crucial to the defense of Christianity in the modern world. Modernity, in all its forms, was viewed as a threat to be warded off. Both major denominations stood, therefore, axiomatically on the political right, favouring conservative bastions of the state and the social power they wielded as a bulwark against the left. Inevitably, therefore, the churches and their followers became inextricably embroiled in the bitter conflicts of interwar Europe. This didn't necessarily make them anti-democratic. The Catholic Centre Party had been among the major political forces that had formed the Weimar Republic in Germany in 1919 and remained a mainstay of the new democracy in Germany during the 1920s. The Partito Popolare Italiano, Popular Party, founded in 1919, gave a specifically Catholic political voice to its mainly rural clientele in the Italian pluralist political system, before it was banned by Mussolini in 1926. In democratic Britain, where the political system was unthreatened, the Anglican Church was a pillar of the establishment, the Conservative Party at Prayer, as it was often dubbed. By contrast, the various nonconformist Christian churches which retained significant support in Britain, tended to be more radical critics of the government, but not of democracy. Where a significant threat from the left posed itself, however, the churches of both major denominations invariably backed the authority of the state, and the more extreme they perceived the threat to be, the more extreme was the reaction they were prepared to support. Nowhere was the reaction more extreme than in Germany. Here, the Protestant Church, actually divided doctrinally and reasonally, but in its various forms nominally embracing more than 2/3 of the German population, had, since Martin Luther's time, seen itself as closely aligned with state authority. The revolution of 1918, the removal of the Kaiser, and the new democracy that replaced the monarchy brought widespread dismay in church circles. The perceived crisis of faith, Glaubenskrise, promoted hopes of a restoration of the monarchy or a new form of state leadership that would overcome Germany's moral as well as political and economic plight. A true leader was needed in the eyes of many members of the Protestant clergy. He would be, in the words of one Protestant theologian writing in 1932, a true statesman, as opposed to the mere politicians of the Weimar Republic, who holds war and peace in his hand and communes with God. In line with such thinking, Hitler's takeover of power in 1933 was widely seen by Protestant clergy as a start of a national reawakening that would inspire a revival of faith. There was even a Nazified wing of the Protestant Church. The German Christians rejected the Old Testament as Jewish and took pride in being the stormtroopers of Jesus Christ. Such extremes, the preserve of a minority of the clergy, though with substantial support in some areas, were rejected, however, by most Protestants, whose ideas of a revival of faith were for the most part both doctrinally and organizationally conservative. At first, the German Christians looked as if they would triumph, but a reaction to their demands quickly formed. The initial Nazi aim of unifying the 28 autonomous regional churches into a single Reich church stirred enormous rancor and had eventually to be abandoned. Meeting at Barmen in 1934, a section of the clergy that outrightly rejected the heresy of the German Christians and the political interference aimed at forcing the centralization of the church, publicly opposed any subordination of the church to the state as false doctrine. The Barmen Declaration restricted itself, however, to issues of doctrinal purity, under the influence of the Swiss theologian Karl Barth, and refrained from political opposition. In any case, the confessing church, as those behind the declaration called themselves, represented only a minority of Protestant pastors. Most clergy continued to give Hitler's regime their backing. Some Protestant theologians provided what they saw as doctrinal reasons for anti-Semitism, racial ideals, and Nazi rule. The Protestant Church raised no public protest at the treatment of Jews, the pogroms of November 1938, or the later deportation to the death camps, and there were few Protestants who objected to a nationally assertive foreign policy, conquest in war, or the attempt to destroy the detested Bolshevik regime in Soviet Russia. The political stance of the Catholic Church was largely determined by its rejection of socialism and the anathema of its most extreme variant, communism. In his encyclical Quadragesimo Anno, 40th year of 1931, Pope Pius XI criticized the inequities of capitalism and international finance, but his condemnation of communism was unequivocal, and he decreed the materialist tenets of socialism to be incompatible with the teachings of the Catholic Church. The advocacy of a social order resting on solidarity, not conflict, and of industrial relations based upon the collaboration of industry, labour and government, lent itself without difficulty to adoption of the corporate state by Italian fascism and by quasi-fascist regimes in Austria, Portugal and Spain. Solidarity here was imposed by the state, favoured industry, and was upheld by coercion. The Catholic Church in Italy formed a somewhat uneasy truce with Mussolini, which was sealed in the Lateran Treaty of 1929. In return for the foundation of the Vatican State, the Papal States had earlier ceased to exist on completion of Italian unification in 1870, and for recognition of Catholicism as Italy's only state religion, the Church committed itself in effect to political passivity and tolerance, at least, of fascist rule in Italy. The Church kept quiet about the violence of fascist thugs, then later welcomed the triumph in Ethiopia and raised no objections to the introduction of racial laws. However awkward a bedfellow Italian fascism was, in the Church's eyes, in any case infinitely preferable to communism. In matters relating to the Church, however, the papacy put up sturdy and effective defence, vehemently resisting the total claim of the state on all spheres of society. From the Church's point of view, the policy was successful. There was a moderate revival of religious activity. There were increases in the numbers of clergy, of church marriages, and of pupils attending church schools. Pope Pius XI was especially protective of education and Catholic action. He had to accept limitations on the latter's activities, but the state's attempt to abolish Catholic action was abandoned. In France, the Catholic Church had long viewed the Third Republic with hostility. After all, it had fostered anti-clericalism and promoted the secular values of a modern society, particularly in breaking the Church's hold over education. Between the wars, the Church lent its considerable support to the reactionary and sometimes extreme right, and later warmly welcomed Pétain's Vichy regime. In Spain, the intense anti-socialism that underpinned the Church's enthusiastic support for Franco in the Civil War had been long established. As early as 1916, the most widely read religious periodical in Spain had sounded the alarm against the audacities of socialism and contagions of modernism. Spain, the periodical repeatedly avowed, had been great when it was truly Catholic, and national decline had followed religious decline. It was soon calling for a crusade to make Spain fully Catholic again. Unsurprisingly, given such views, the Catholic Church served on the Iberian Peninsula as a bulwark against the ungodly doctrine of Marxism, providing the ideological backbone after the Civil War for Franco's rule in Spain, and for the Salazar regime in Portugal. The German Catholic bishops, who had warned against the anti-Christian content of the Nazi movement before 1933, performed a volte-face a few weeks after Hitler had become Chancellor, and promised to uphold the rights and institutions of the Church, encouraging Catholics to support the new state. A Reich Concordat with the papacy, one of 40 concordats that the Vatican concluded with various states during the interwar years, was ratified, despite indications from the very outset of the Nazi regime's hostility towards Catholic observances, organizations, and institutions. From the beginning, the Concordat was a dead letter. It was a one-sided arrangement that was advantageous to the image of Hitler's regime as it established itself, but it did nothing in practice to protect the Catholic Church in Germany. Attacks on the institutions of the Church began even before the Concordat was ratified. The Centre Party was swiftly dissolved. The large Catholic youth movement was soon banned. Church publications were suppressed. Priests were harassed and arrested. Restrictions were imposed on church processions. There was constant chicanery. The Vatican protested on over 70 occasions between 1933 and 1937 over violations of the Concordat, though in vain. The key area of education became the center of an attritional battle between church and state, gradually won by the Nazi regime through heavy-handed pressure in the teeth of widespread resentment and some open protest. The Catholic hierarchy's stance towards Nazism was in principle hostile. It viewed the anti-Christian essence of the regime's ideology and total claim on its citizens as completely incompatible with Catholic belief. In practice, however, vigorous defense against attacks on the Church accompanied general compliance in other spheres of government policy to avoid even worse exposure to an all-out assault on the Church. The regime could be sure of the Church's support for its anti-Bolshevism and approval of its national assertiveness in foreign policy. The Catholic Church in Germany offered no official condemnation of the mounting persecution of the Jews, even following the pogroms of the 9th to the 10th of November 1938. As early as April 1933, the Archbishop of Munich-Freising, the redoubtable Cardinal Michael Faulhaber, had explained to the Papal Secretary of State and former nuncio in Germany, Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli, later to become Pope Pius XII, why the Catholic hierarchy does not step in on behalf of the Jews. This is not possible at the moment because the fight against the Jews would also become a fight against the Catholics, he stated. It was an explanation that went to the heart of the Catholic Church's passivity towards the fate of the Jews in Nazi Germany. Pius XI, it's true, in his 1937 encyclical Mit brennender Sorge, with burning concern, outrightly condemned racism. But the encyclical, initially drafted by Cardinal Faulhaber, then refined by Pacelli, was less forthright than an earlier denunciation that the Vatican had prepared but then not issued, avoided explicit condemnation of Nazism, and didn't directly refer to the persecution of the Jews. Moreover, it was late in coming, and, though it met with Nazi fury and increased harassment of Catholic clergy, had only muted impact within Germany. And when the Holy Office prepared a new statement during the summer and autumn of 1937, aimed at presenting concrete facts to condemn Nazi theories, including anti-Semitism, Cardinal Faulhaber advised against publication because of the danger to the Church in Germany. The path was thereby laid for the continued inaction of the German hierarchy as the pressure on the Church intensified. During the war, the deportation and extermination of the Jews prompted no public denunciation by Germany's Catholic bishops, in contrast to the courageous stance taken against the euthanasia action by Bishop Galen of Münster in 1941. Meanwhile, German Catholic soldiers, like their Protestant compatriots, had gone to war with the full backing of their church, and in the belief, supported by the clergy, that in conducting a barbarous invasion of the Soviet Union, they were fighting a crusade against atheistic Bolshevism for the defense of Christian values. In Germany's satellite states, the Christian churches had at best a checkered record when it came to offering support for Jews and other victims of brutal racist policy. In Catholic Croatia, the sickening sadism of the Ustasha towards Serbs and Roma, as well as Jews, met with no public condemnation by the Vatican. Ante Pavelic, the unspeakable head of state in Croatia, was even granted an audience with the Pope. Franciscan friars were involved in some of the worst Ustasha atrocities. While remaining loyal to the Croatian state, the Primate of Croatia, Archbishop Alojzije Stepinac, did, however, intervene on 34 occasions on behalf of Jews or Serbs, unequivocally denounced racism, and appealed successfully to prevent the arrest and deportation of Jewish spouses and children of mixed marriages. Nearly all the bishops in Slovakia, whose president, Monsignor Josef Tiso, was himself a serving Catholic priest, backed the government's anti-Jewish policy, though there were some courageous exceptions. Remarkably, the Vatican chose not to remove Tiso's clerical status, probably because of his popularity in his own country, nor that of 16 other priests who served in the state council at Bratislava. Even Monsignor Domenico Tardini, assistant to the Vatican's Secretary of State, seemed puzzled, commenting in July 1942, "Everyone knows that the Holy See can't bring Hitler to heel, but who will understand that we can't even control a priest?" The Catholic hierarchy in Hungary was strongly supportive of Admiral Horthy's government and raised no objections to its anti-Jewish policy until 1944. But the papal nuncio and the head of the Hungarian Church then intervened to try to prevent the deportation only of baptized Jews. The deportations, however, went ahead anyway. Only belatedly, after nearly 500,000 Jews had been sent to Auschwitz in 1944, did the bishops offer a weak protest of the deportations in a watered-down pastoral letter. The rabid anti-Semitism in Romania, which led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Jews under the country's leader, Marshal Antonescu, met at best with indifference, if not approval, on the part of the Orthodox hierarchy. Possibly an appeal by the papal nuncio at Bucharest contributed to the regime's growing resistance to German pressure in 1942 to deport a further 300,000 Jews. However, given the course the war had taken, Antonescu had already been dragging his feet for months over the deportations, and, as the position of the Axis forces inexorably worsened, his reluctance to deport Romania's remaining Jews was by 1944 part of his attempt to leave the door open to negotiations with the Allies. In Bulgaria, where the Jews were a fairly small minority of the population, and anti-Semitism was relatively moderate, the stance of the Orthodox hierarchy differed notably from that in Romania. Here, the Orthodox Church directly opposed the planned deportation of the Jews. The halting of the deportations from Bulgaria itself, though the deportation of Jews from recently acquired Macedonia and Thrace had gone ahead, had, however, nothing to do with any protest by the Church, towards which the king was unsympathetic. It was based on opportunism, not principle. It simply reflected the Bulgarian government's recognition of the lack of wisdom in ordering the deportations when Germany looked likely to lose the war. In the German-occupied countries of Europe, the position of the churches and their reaction to the persecution of the Jews varied greatly. In the Baltic and the Ukraine, the clergy mainly shared the extreme nationalism, anti-Semitism, and anti-Soviet feelings of the population, and remained silent, when not directly supportive of the murderous assault on the Jews. In Poland, Catholic priests and members of religious orders provided help, at great personal risk, to thousands of Jews, though there were also overt expressions of anti-Semitism among clergy that matched the extensive hostility to Jews among the population. In the Netherlands, both Protestant and Catholic churches protested in July 1942 in favor of the Jews and demanded that they should not be deported. The Catholic hierarchy had received the prior sanction of the papacy. A strong telegram that had been sent to the Reich Kommissar, Arthur Seyss-Inquart, protesting against the deportations, was read out in all churches on the 26th of July 1942. The protest was, however, to no avail. As retaliation for the public protest, unlike the private appeal by the Protestant church leadership and the uncompromising stance adopted by the Archbishop of Utrecht, Joachim de Jong, several hundred Jews who had been baptized into the Catholic Church were within a fortnight deported to their deaths in Auschwitz. Although the clergy in Holland and in neighbouring Belgium played their part in rescue networks for Jews, there was no further public denunciation of the deportations. For the French Catholic episcopate, which had greeted Marshal Pétain so warmly as the restorer of religious values and herald of moral revival, the Jews were largely an irrelevance. French bishops accepted without demur the anti-Jewish legislation between 1940 and 1942. Their position changed with the commencement of deportations in the summer of 1942. There was some fear that a public protest might provoke retaliation against the Church. Some bishops nevertheless did speak out in strong and forthright terms against the deportations in public statements and pastoral letters. The Vichy government was worried by the protests, but they died down as quickly as they had arisen. The government played on the episcopate's loyalty to Pétain, sweetening this with tax concessions and other subsidies for religious associations. When the deportations recommenced in early 1943, there was no renewal of the protests of the previous year. Individual members of the clergy and laypersons, Catholic and Protestant, as well as religious houses, helped in hiding hundreds of Jews, many of them children, one of whom was the later renowned historian of the Holocaust, Saul Friedlander. The Catholic Church's leaders, however, resigned themselves largely to a fatalistic stance, accepting what they recognized they couldn't change. Pope Pius XII had meanwhile made no open, public, and unequivocal condemnation of the genocidal slaughter, the reality of which, if not its full dimensions or precise details, was plain to the Vatican by 1942 at the latest. The motives of this most enigmatic of pontiffs will probably never be plainly established, even if full access is granted to the closed Vatican archives of the period. Imputations that he was Hitler's pope, heartless towards the fate of the Jews, or failed to act because of ingrained anti-Semitism are, however, wide of the mark. Pius, who had secretly encouraged the German resistance to Hitler in 1939, leaked information to the Western Allies on the date of the Western offensive the following year, arranged food supplies to the starving Greeks, and established a relief agency to aid refugees, was far from inactive with regard to the persecution of the Jews. But the paramount concern, in his eyes, was the protection of the Catholic Church. Seeing himself, like Pope Benedict XV in the First World War, as a peacemaker and defender of Catholicism, above all from atheistic communism, he tried to operate through quiet diplomacy behind the scenes. Pius had a well-formed view that speaking out would make things worse, not just for the Catholic Church and Catholics, for whom he had a direct responsibility, but more widely for the victims of German atrocities. The German bishops had backed away from open confrontation with the Nazi regime already in the 1930s, fearing that this would make the position of the Church even worse. Polish bishops advised the Vatican in 1940 to refrain from outspoken denunciation of atrocities for fear of prompting horrific reprisals. "The only reason we don't speak," the Pope told the Italian ambassador, "is the knowledge that it would make the lot of the Polish people still harder." He appears to have taken the same view about the fate of the Jews. By the autumn of 1942, the genocidal intent of Hitler's regime had become unmistakably clear. A public denunciation of German policy at this stage could hardly have made the plight of the Jews worse. Aware that he was helpless to deflect Hitler's regime from its unrelenting drive to destroy Europe's Jews, Pius was nevertheless unwilling to attempt a new strategy. His overriding concern remained to protect the Catholic Church. In September 1942, the American chargé d'affaires at the Vatican was told by Vatican officials that the Pope wouldn't publicly condemn the extermination of the Jews because he wanted to avoid making the situation of Catholics worse in Germany and in the occupied territories. In his Christmas message broadcast to the world on the 24th of December 1942, the Pope did allude to the genocide, but only briefly and elliptically, speaking of hundreds of thousands who, without any fault of their own, sometimes only by reason of their nationality or race, are marked down for death or gradual extinction. These 27 words were in a text of 26 pages. He claimed the message was short, but it was well understood. Whether or not that was the case, it amounted to his only public protest. In a letter to the Bishop of Berlin, Monsignor Konrad Graf von Preysing, in April the following year, Pius returned to the question of his reticence, remarking that the danger of reprisals and pressures counsel reserve. He expressed his solicitude for all non-Arian Catholics, not mentioning non-Arians who were not Catholics, but added that, unhappily, in the present state of affairs, we can bring them no help other than our prayers. The Pope did intervene personally to protest the Slovakian and Hungarian governments about the deportations, though once more he refrained from any public denunciation. In October 1943, he was confronted with the deportation of Jews before his very eyes. About a week before Rome's Jews were rounded up for deportation, the Vatican had been told about the imminent danger by the German ambassador to the Holy See, Ernst von Weizsäcker, but the Pope didn't pass on the information to Jewish leaders. When the Jews were then seized, the Vatican protested officially to the German ambassador. Again, there was no public protest, following a warning that this would only result in the deportations being carried out more vigorously. Perhaps, too, so it has been speculated, the Pope feared the destruction of the Vatican City through bombing or military action if he incurred Berlin's displeasure, not an unlikely response. Whether or not this was a motive, the Church nonetheless did take practical steps to help Rome's Jews, hiding some 5,000 fugitives in convents and monasteries. No written order of the Pope to provide this life-saving measure has been found, but it is improbable that the simultaneous efforts to hide Jews in church buildings arose spontaneously. One eyewitness, a Jesuit, Father Robert Leiber, later stated that Pius had personally ordered superiors of church properties to open their doors to the Jews. Some 500 were given refuge in the Pope's own summer residence at Castel Gandolfo. The public silence of Pius XII has irredeemably harmed his reputation. His Christmas message of 1942 was a missed opportunity, not least since only a week earlier the Allied powers had publicly condemned the bestial policy of cold-blooded extermination of the Jews. Having decided to refer to the genocide, Pius ought to have followed this by condemnation that was loud, plain, and unequivocal. As it was, the opaque language used ensured that his message had little impact. By this time, even so, however unequivocal, no public protest or condemnation by the Pope would, in all probability, have done anything to stop the German obsession with completing the final solution of the Jewish question. How much did this matter to ordinary churchgoers? The answer probably is not much. Throughout most of Europe, the Jews had been a small and usually disliked minority. The war had engulfed millions in a fight for their own survival, in which the fate of the Jews was most likely on relatively few minds. Where there wasn't hostility to them, there was widespread indifference. People had other concerns. The failings of both major denominations, as the Jews of Europe were being destroyed, had little effect on the behavior of the church-going population or their loyalty to the churches once the war ended. In fact, even apart from their checkered response to the persecution of the Jews, the problems faced by the churches in the interwar years, and then during the Second World War itself, did little to impair their standing, or greatly affect the behavior of churchgoers in the immediate post-war era. This, of course, didn't apply to areas that fell under Soviet domination. The Catholic Church even underwent something of a revival. Church attendance had grown in most countries during the war. It continued afterwards to remain strong, probably reflecting a sense of security that Catholicism seemed to offer believers after the violent traumas of the conflict. Political parties, some of them new, in West Germany, the Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, France, and Austria, fostered Catholic principles. In Germany and Austria, the Church successfully portrayed itself as the victim of Nazism, subjected to attack and persecution. In retrospectively turning the Church into a vehicle of resistance against Nazism, a veil was drawn over the pre-existing spheres of approval and collaboration. The post-war Italian constitution confirmed Mussolini's Lateran Treaty of 1929 with the Church, which continued to shape education and determine public morality. In Salazar's Portugal and Franco's Spain, national identity was closely bound up with the Church, which gave ideological legitimacy to the rooted anti-socialism of both dictatorships. In Spain, the Church gained exemption from taxation, freedom from state interference, and censorship rights in return for its unquestioning support for the regime, and its stewardship of a one-sided memory of the Civil War. In mainly Catholic Ireland, the Church also flourished as never before, enjoying great popularity. It was the only country where the majority of the population were regular churchgoers, and huge political influence. In the Vatican, the pontificate of Pope Pius XII continued unchanged, its prestige even enhanced, a bastion of reaction against the perceived evils of the modern world, most prominent among them atheistic communism. The apogee of the papal monarchy was reached when the Pope used his ex cathedra authority to declare infallibly in 1950 that the Virgin Mary had been bodily assumed into heaven. But in an increasingly secular, skeptical, and democratic age, this absolutist monarchy was living on borrowed time. The Protestant Church, divided doctrinally and organizationally, and split nationally, couldn't draw on the international strength and solidarity of Catholicism. In most of northwestern Europe, the long-term erosion of Protestantism continued. The population in Britain and the Scandinavian countries remained overwhelmingly Christian in a nominal sense, but the decline in church attendance was at best only marginally halted by the war. In neutral Sweden, the decline was continuous, more marked as everywhere in the towns than in the villages. In Norway and Denmark, the Church's association with national resistance temporarily put the brakes on the earlier decline. In Holland, the Netherlands Reformed Church was also able to build upon its record of opposition during the German occupation to reinvigorate Protestantism during the immediate post-war years. In Switzerland, too, home of Karl Barth, the most important theologian of his age, headquarters to a number of international Protestant organizations, and where the Protestant Church had played a part in refugee relief, there was continued vitality following the war, defying for some time the general trend towards secularism. British Protestantism also revived in the post-war years, reaching a peak of membership in the 1950s before entering a period of steep decline. The Protestant Church in Germany had, of course, to confront its stance during the Third Reich. The continuity of the clergy from the Nazi era alone meant that this would remain for a generation or more incomplete and often apologetic in tone, as the role of the Church in resistance to the regime was emphasized and the high levels of support for Nazism were downplayed. At least, in contrast to their Catholic counterparts, Protestant Church leaders were prepared, in a general sense, publicly to admit to grave failings during the Nazi era. However, the Church's declaration of its guilt, though refraining from specifics at Stuttgart in October 1945, proved more divisive than unifying. It went some way towards assuaging clerical consciences, though it was seen by many Germans as inadequate, while others rejected the implication of collective guilt for Nazi crimes. Nevertheless, the Church did much soon after the war to reorganize and revitalize itself, and played an important role in the care of refugees. In line with the general pattern throughout northwestern Europe, nominal adherence to the Church continued alongside declining attendance at services, particularly in towns and cities. In the eastern, almost wholly Protestant Soviet zone of occupation, the Church and its organizations were subjected to great pressure from the state. The Church continued to exist, but increasingly as a niche institution, while church-going declined to become the preserve of a small minority, seeking to uphold belief within an officially godless society. There was no Indian summer of Protestantism in Europe to match that of Catholicism. In both faiths, however, continuities prevailed in the immediate post-war world. Significant change would only come about in the 1960s. For the less committed and the more reflective, the horrors of the war and the revelation soon after its end of the magnitude of atrocities perpetrated during the Great Conflagration raised questions both about the Church's behavior and about a God who could let such evil prevail. Those doubts, too, would only grow, not diminish, as the Second World War receded further into history. Intellectuals and Europe's crisis. During almost the whole of the first half of the 20th century, Europe's intellectuals, its leading thinkers and writers in a variety of disciplines, were preoccupied with a society in crisis. The calamity of the First World War greatly intensified the sense of an irrational world, a notion already present in social thought since the 1890s. Society, it seemed, had descended into madness. Civilization was revealed as utterly fragile, to many morbid and diseased, on the knife edge of further disaster. This feeling even helped to promote the cultural vibrancy of the 1920s, and for a brief few years during that decade, it did appear that disaster might be avoided. But with the Depression, an unprecedentedly severe crisis of capitalism, ushering in the widening appeal of fascism, the perception among intellectuals of a cataclysmic crisis of civilization sharpened markedly. The liberal bourgeois values that had produced this deformed civilization lay open to attack on all sides. Already in the 1920s, intellectuals were coming to realize that lofty detachment in an ivory tower was no longer an option. Hitler's triumph in Germany confirmed it. The burning of the books in May 1933 of writers deemed unacceptable to Germany's new masters, forcing the emigration of many of the most outstanding figures in the German literary and artistic world, the majority of them Jewish, was a shock of the first order. The sense of civilization in crisis was pervasive. Liberal democracy had ever fewer adherents among intellectuals. Most doubted that the fundamental change needed to resolve the crisis could come from a system that in their eyes had produced it. The immense disillusionment with bourgeois society and loss of faith in the political system that represented it polarized intellectual reaction. Most common was a move to the left, towards some variant of Marxism. A minority, however, looked to the fascist right. Common to both types of reaction, though in very different ways, was the feeling that the old must be swept away and replaced by a new society based on utopian ideals of social renewal. Intellectuals seldom turned towards the social democratic left, whose relative moderation appeared to be out of tune with the extremes that were confronting each other and to have no real answer to the gravity of the crisis. Britain, largely untouched by the political extremes that were besetting most of the European continent and Scandinavia, where a consensus had emerged around social democratic reforms, remained relatively aloof from the general trend. Many looked instead to communism for salvation, and frequently saw the Soviet Union as the one ray of light in the gathering darkness. Amid the deep gloom about the present, the promise of a communist world revolution offered great hope for the future. The Marxist tenets of classless equality, internationalism, and abolition of the chains of capitalism were enormously appealing to intellectual idealists. Marxist political theorists, among them Antonio Gramsci, whose major writings were composed during his long imprisonment in fascist Italy, the German August Thalheimer, the exiled Leon Trotsky, the Austrian Otto Bauer, and the Hungarian Georg Lukács, produced sophisticated analyses of the crisis of capitalism outside the straitjacket of Stalinist orthodoxy. Outside their ranks, however, intellectuals between the wars were generally motivated less by a close reading of Marxist theoretical writing than by an emotional commitment to Marxism, though not always to the political form the doctrine had taken in the Soviet Union, as the framework for a new social order based on freedom, justice, and equality. Among many others were Henri Barbusse, Romain Rolland, André Gide, and André Malraux from France, Bertolt Brecht and Anna Zegers from Germany, Alexander Watt from Poland, Manes Weber, the French domiciled exile from Poland, the Hungarian Arthur Koestler, and John Strachey, Stephen Spender, W. H. Auden, and George Orwell from Britain. Most important of all was anti-fascism. Communism represented the complete rejection of the racism, hyper-nationalism, and militarism of Nazism's blatantly brutal creed. Intellectuals were overwhelmingly repelled by Nazism's outright offensive against progressive values and cultural freedom. But what appalled them to the core was its assault on the very essence of humanistic beliefs, its open advocacy of violence against those it saw as political and racial enemies, most obviously demonstrated in its merciless treatment of Jews, made it axiomatic for many intellectuals to make the only choice they felt was open to them, to support Soviet-backed communism, the most fervently committed force of anti-fascism. As Eric Hobsbawm, long after the Second World War a world-famous historian and prominent intellectual of the left, explained, the choice he made while still a teenager in Berlin, witnessing the death throes of the Weimar Republic, formed the basis of his lifelong commitment to communism and to the Soviet Union. It was a commitment that survived in his case not only revelations about Stalinist crimes, but also the invasions of Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968 that would drive away many intellectuals. For someone like myself, there was really only one choice, Hobsbawm recalled. What was there left but the communists, especially for a boy who arrived in Germany already emotionally drawn to the left? Illusions about Soviet communism held many intellectuals in thrall long after knowledge of the horrors of Stalinism became irrefutable. Some were simply uncritically blinded by Soviet propaganda about the glorious new society in the process of creation. Two of the leading lights of the British Labour Party, Sidney and Beatrice Webb, published an embarrassing paean of praise to Stalinism in 1935 entitled Soviet Russia, A New Civilization. They were so certain of their judgment that when the book was reprinted 2 years later, at the height of the purges, the question mark was left out of the title. Others, like the great German playwright Bertolt Brecht, simply closed their eyes permanently to the inhumane reality of communist dictatorship, while holding fast to the humane vision of the utopian communist society. Intellectuals were often simply in denial about the Soviet Union. They couldn't let the dream die. They were often psychologically incapable of abandoning their faith in communism as the one hope of mankind's ability to create a better world, even when there was plain evidence that Stalinism defied all parody of that belief. Others held the enormity of the Stalinist bloodletting to be a regrettable side effect in the building of the utopia. If some innocents had to suffer as collateral damage, most of those killed, it was claimed, had been genuine enemies of the revolution. The extremity of the violence simply reflected the power of the revolution's internal enemies. It was an unfortunate necessity. An alternative apologia was the frequently expressed conviction that Stalin marked not the continuation of the revolution, but its negation, a complete distortion of its ideals, a deviation from the true path of Lenin, the founding father of the Soviet Union. The Polish poet Antoni Słaniński, for instance, consistently refused to blame Marxism or the revolution for the oppression of the Stalinist years. His compatriot, Alexander Watt, an avant-garde poet and editor of a Marxist newspaper who suffered grievously at the hands of the Soviet regime during the Second World War, later explained that he regarded Stalin as terrible, someone doing horrible things, but he wouldn't criticize the Soviet Union, the homeland of the proletariat. The English philosopher Bertrand Russell was one of the few to visit Russia, which he did as early as 1920, full of enthusiasm for the revolution, only to come away repelled by the use of terror and the ruthless elimination of political opponents. He was well aware, however, that to say anything against Bolshevism at that time prompted accusations of supporting the reactionaries. The distinguished French writer André Gide was another who had sympathized with the aims of the revolution, only to change his mind after visiting the Soviet Union in the mid-1930s. The publication of his criticism of communism in 1936 brought him much personal abuse and the loss of former friends on the left. Manes Beber, a Polish Jewish writer living in exile and working in Paris, a destination for numerous Jewish émigrés, once Hitler's takeover of power had forced him out of Germany, had growing doubts about Soviet communism as early as 1931, following a visit to Moscow. But he shrank from knowledge that would cause me both political and emotional difficulties, and remained a party member, motivated primarily by the fight against fascism, until the absurdities of the Stalinist show trials forced him to make his exit in 1937. Arthur Koestler, also Jewish, a Budapest-born prolific author and journalist, joined the German Communist Party in 1931, but began to be disillusioned with Soviet reality after he had witnessed forced collectivization and famine in Ukraine. The break didn't, however, come abruptly or quickly. The Spanish Civil War shaped it. Like numerous other intellectuals on the left, he had gone to Spain to fight fascism. But seeing communist policy there dictated solely by the interests of the Soviet Union, and hearing of obviously faked charges in the show trials against loyal communists, he inwardly abandoned Stalinism while languishing in one of Franco's jails, for a while under a death sentence. Even then, for the sake of upholding anti-fascist unity, he kept silent about it for months, until he finally broke with communism in 1938. His brilliant novel, Darkness at Noon, 1940, was a bleak reconstruction of the psychological pressure inflicted on those accused of any perceived deviation from orthodoxy in order to produce the absurd confessions of former Soviet stalwarts in the Stalinist show trials. Kessler was directly confronting the crucial dilemma that faced many left-wing intellectuals in the 1930s. How to stay loyal to the only force capable of withstanding and defeating the menace of fascism, while recognizing that the Soviet Union had become a grotesque caricature of the deeply held ideals that had motivated them. For a sizable minority among intellectuals, the ideals of the left, let alone the levels of violence that had accompanied the Russian Revolution, the subsequent civil war and the Stalinist dictatorship, were anathema. These looked to the right for salvation from Europe's crisis. Some became direct advocates of fascism. What they had in common was belief in the need for spiritual renewal to overcome the descent into barbarism and nihilism of degenerate mankind. Fascism in the 1920s and 1930s, its full expression of inhumanity in the genocidal horror of the Second World War still lay in the future, offered them an alternative utopia, one that blended a largely mythical elevation of past cultural values with a vision of a modern, homogeneous and united nation that incorporated those values. Fascism's appeal wasn't as such atavistic. The hopes, for instance, of Filippo Marinetti and the Futurists, who glorified the revolutionary violence of the modern machine age and lauded Mussolini, lay not in a resort to the past, but in the vision of a utopian modern society. An expressionist poet like Gottfried Benn could be drawn to Nazism as a revolutionary force that would create a new, modern aesthetics, though he was rapidly to become disillusioned. The influential modernist poet and critic Ezra Pound was born in the USA, but based in London before the First World War. Disgusted by what he saw as the responsibility of international capitalism for the war, and despising liberal democracy, he moved to Paris, then to Italy, where he lauded Mussolini and saw Italian fascism as the harbinger of a new civilization. In contrast to Benn and others, Pound never became disillusioned. At any rate, he never recanted his belief in fascism. Faith in the new man, in the renewal of true, cultured national rebirth, often resulted in mystical expression that defied intellectual rigor. For the French political writer and novelist Pierre Drieux La Rochelle, obsessed as he was with national and cultural decadence, fascism, and the Nazi occupation of France, amounted to the great revolution of the 20th century, a revolution of the soul. Another pro-fascist French writer, Robert Brasiliac, saw fascism as the very poetry of the 20th century, the spirit of national comradeship. The belief in spiritual renewal through national rebirth accounts in good measure for fascism's appeal to intellectuals. As many as 250 Italian intellectuals signed the Manifesto of Fascist Intellectuals in 1925, praising fascism as the faith of all Italians who disdained the past and longed for renewal. The manifesto had been composed by Giovanni Gentile, a distinguished professor of philosophy of the University of Rome. Gentile looked to Italian fascism to create an ethical state that would supersede the moral will of the individual and overcome the decadence of bourgeois liberalism. He spoke in the mid-1920s of the soul of the new Italy, which slowly but surely will prevail over the old. He was even ready to boast of fascist barbarity as the expression of the healthy energies which shatter false and baleful idols, and restore the health of the nation within the power of a state conscious of its sovereign rights, which are its duties. More remarkable still was the commitment to the Nazi movement of Germany's leading philosopher Martin Heidegger. The philosophy of this highly complex and sophisticated thinker, whose international renown had been established through his Sein und Zeit, Being and Time, published in 1927, predisposed him towards ideals that he saw represented by the Nazi movement. Crucial was a belief in the spiritual decay of his age, in the erosion of what Heidegger called authentic being, and his accompanying belief in the special destiny of the German people to bring about cultural renewal. Despite his brilliant mind, much of this came close to romantic mysticism. He saw Germany as centrally located between the great pincer grip formed by Russia on the one hand and America on the other, which together produced the same desolate frenzy of unbounded technology and unlimited organization of the average human being. Europe's road to annihilation, he wrote in 1935, could only be blocked by the unfolding of new historically spiritual forces from the center. By this time, Heidegger had long since committed himself to Hitler's Nazi movement, joining the party on the 1st of May, 1933. 3 weeks later, he had delivered an encomium of praise to the new regime in his address as the newly appointed rector of Freiburg University, had glorified Hitler, speaking of him as a German reality, present and future, and its law, and had brought about the dismissal from the university of non-Aryan colleagues, including his former teacher and mentor, Edmund Husserl. Belief in the need for cultural or spiritual revolution went hand in hand with a fundamental rejection of liberal democracy. Both tendencies were particularly strong in Germany, though they were far from confined to that country. The German cultural historian Arthur Müller van den Broek blamed the whole political misery of Germany on political parties. His book, Das Dritte Reich, the Third Reich, published in 1923, offered a chiastic vision of German perfection that had to be striven after, even though it could never be fulfilled. Broek didn't live to see his slogan adopted by the Nazi state, and, like other German neo-conservative radicals who advocated a conservative revolution, he might well have been disillusioned by experience of the reality of Hitler's regime. Another neo-conservative, Edgar Jung, who had foreseen the construction of an organic German nation as the way to national resurgence and spiritual renewal, swiftly became disenchanted with the reality of Nazi rule, leading to his murder by Hitler's henchmen during the infamous Night of the Long Knives in June 1934. The German theorist of constitutional law, Carl Schmitt, proved more easily capable of adjusting to the realities of the new order in Germany. Schmitt, who had already gained prominence during the 1920s, rejected parliamentary institutions as the true expression of democracy. He argued for a strong sovereign state, and a leader who represented the unity of the rulers and the ruled, and was capable of exercising decisive power, if need be, freed from any legal restraints in order to serve the public interest. Law, in this sense, didn't bind rulers and ruled. Rather, it derived from the decisionism of the sovereign power whose responsibility it was to preserve order. Schmidt, who joined the Nazi Party in May 1933, later helped to legitimate the notion of the leader state. After Hitler had ordered the murder of his stormtrooper leadership in the Night of the Long Knives, it was no aberration that Schmidt published an article entitled "The Führer Protects the Law." The complexity and variety of intellectual life in interwar Europe can't, of course, simply be straitjacketed into the polarized opposites of left and right, of communism and fascism. Some intellectual trends were, in fact, as good as completely detached from politics. Logical positivism, the branch of philosophy particularly associated with Ludwig of Wittgenstein, which argued that only propositions that could be empirically verified had any meaning at all, provides an example. Nor was economic and political thought inevitably drawn to the extremes. After all, among the most important intellectuals of the era was a British liberal, John Maynard Keynes, who loathed both communism and fascism. As Europe looked increasingly to models of society based on either Marxist state socialism or fascist authoritarianism, Keynes gave capitalist liberal democracy a lifeline by offering a way to a reformed capitalism in a reformed democracy. The most brilliant economist of his day, Keynes's work would make an indispensable contribution to the shaping of economic policy after the Second World War. His General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, published in 1936, rejected classical economics orthodoxy, which looked to sound finance, balanced budgets, and to the market to create its own equilibrium. Instead, Keynes provided the theoretical basis for government intervention through increased state expenditure to stimulate the market, create full employment, and thus provide the demand that would underpin economic growth. But Keynes, too, was driven by the sense of comprehensive crisis, even if his upper-class English background and the relative solidity of British political structures meant that he sought solutions through economic policy within the framework of liberal democracy. Probably only in Britain, where the upper class continued to enjoy not just social status, but also almost unique levels of political stability, was the sort of bizarre judgment articulated by the novelist Evelyn Waugh possible. Waugh, a social snob, political reactionary, and ardent convert to Tridentine Catholicism, who was entranced by the English aristocracy and contemptuous of the rest of society, was dismissive of politics altogether, absurdly stating that chances of happiness were not much affected by the political and economic conditions in which people lived, and that no form of government was better than any other. Such eccentric views were remote from the preoccupation with crisis of most European intellectuals. The later 1930s brought mounting despair for those on the left. Many who went to Spain to join the fight against fascism returned disillusioned. Then came the profound dismay at the betrayal of Czechoslovakia in 1938. Franco's final victory the following year and the Hitler-Stalin Pact, establishing friendship between the regime that they saw as the epitome of political evil and the country which so many had admired, were further extremely bitter pills to swallow. Meanwhile, the pluralism and openness on which intellectual life depends had been crushed in Germany, Italy, the Soviet Union, and much of the rest of Europe. Soon afterwards, normal intellectual life in Europe practically went into hibernation for the 6 long years of the war. Many of the most powerful anti-fascist intellectual voices were now those of German exiles. Among them were members of the influential Frankfurt School, relocated to New York of eminent Marxist, though not Leninist, philosophers and social scientists, led by Max Horkheimer and Theodor Adorno, and writers of different political persuasion. These included Thomas Mann, his brother Heinrich, Alfred Döblin, Erich Maria Remarque, Leon Furtwängler, and Anna Zegers. As Hitler's empire engulfed nearly all the European continent, Stefan Zweig, exiled in Brazil, despaired of Europe, its culture, and the future of mankind itself. In February 1942, he and his wife took an overdose of sleeping tablets, held hands, and waited for death to come. As vitality started to return to Europe's intellectual life after 1945, both pessimism and optimism about the future were evident. The very depths to which civilization had sunk evoked, especially within the Christian revival that was much influenced by the theology of Karl Barth, a sense of hope for the future if society could return to the values and beliefs of Christianity. There was also renewed hope, though it really gathered pace only in the 1950s, in liberal democracy, which had eventually triumphed over the Nazi menace. Raymond Aron, the distinguished French political philosopher and ardent anti-Marxist, thought that we can close the age of hyperbolic wars without again falling beneath the yoke. The lessons of the two wars had been learned. The unleashing of violence settles nothing. The West's mission of liberty, he thought, had good chances of success. For yet others, optimism rested precisely in the opposite direction, in their renewed hopes for the ultimate victory of communism. The Soviet Union had been victorious over Nazism. Communists had played a disproportionate role in resistance movements that had courageously fought Nazi occupation. However, in Western Europe, belief in the Soviet Union was dwindling. As a wartime alliance with the USSR dissolved into the early Cold War, as Eastern Europe fell under the Soviet yoke, and as the horrors of Stalinism became more widely recognized, hope in the Soviet model of communism gave way to a new climate of hostility. Probably no literary works were more important in the immediate post-war era in shaping the stance towards the Soviet Union in the emerging Cold War than the two dystopian novels of George Orwell, Animal Farm and 1984. Orwell had been profoundly alienated by what he had seen in Spain during the Civil War of Stalinist intolerance of any deviation from the rigid party line. His anti-communism had been intensified by the Hitler-Stalin Pact of 1939. And when Stalin became Britain's ally after the German invasion in 1941, Orwell was appalled that this disgusting murderer is temporarily on our side, and so the purges, etc., are suddenly forgotten. Because of the wartime alliance with the USSR, publishers rejected his bitter satire of the emergence of Stalin's dictatorship, Animal Farm, on its completion in 1944. It finally appeared to great acclaim the following year, after the war in Europe had ended, both influencing and reflecting the new atmosphere of the Cold War. Even more influential was Orwell's frightening futuristic vision of what such a dictatorship would mean for individual freedom and political tolerance in his novel 1984. The title was an inversion of the date of completion, 1948, which was published in 1949 at a time when Eastern Europe had fallen under the grip of Soviet domination. A striking transition in the post-war intellectual climate was a new way in which the emerging criticism of Soviet communism was linked to structural analysis of Nazism. The two systems were seen as separate manifestations of essentially the same phenomenon, and the evils of the dead Nazi regime were transposed to the perceived live threat from the Soviet Union. The concept of totalitarianism, though in existence since the 1920s, was now deployed in changed and devastating fashion to bracket together the gross inhumanity of both regimes. By the mid-1950s, in the climate of the Cold War, the publications of the American political scientist of German origin, Karl Joachim Friedrich, would become central to this shift in usage. But already before then, the crucial work, highly influential throughout the Western world, was that of Hannah Arendt, a German Jewish exile to the USA, ironically a former lover of Hitler's philosopher king Martin Heidegger, meanwhile a distinguished political theorist herself. By 1949, she was completing her outstanding analysis, The Origins of Totalitarianism, which appeared 2 years later. The book was actually in the main an explanation of the rise to power of Nazism and focused in its first 2 sections on anti-Semitism and imperialism, themes with little relevance to the nature of Soviet power. The damning comparison with the Soviet Union came in the third part, totalitarianism, much of which appeared only in a later, much revised edition. This comparative section painted the bleakest picture of a radical evil, an entirely new political phenomenon whose essence is total terror, which destroys all basis of law, breaks down all standards that we know, and produces a system resting on factories of annihilation in which all men have become equally superfluous. It was a searing assessment of the collapse of civilization. In the eyes of many intellectuals, the path that Europe had taken since the Enlightenment of the 18th century towards a civilized society based on principles of rationality and progress lay in ruins. The very foundations of modern society itself had been undermined. The era of the Enlightenment, Horkheimer and Adorno, had already concluded in 1944, had perversely culminated in the self-destruction of reason. But the critique of Horkheimer and Adorno wasn't confined to Nazism and Stalinism. It extended to capitalist modern mass culture. And soon, this culture industry, as they called it, would come to envelop the whole of Western Europe. On with the show, the business of popular entertainment. Few among Europe's mainly poorly educated masses were concerned with the tortured attempts of intellectuals to understand the crisis they were living through, and religion was losing its grip slowly but surely. The more literate and educated the population, the higher the level of urbanization, the more advanced the industrial economy, the more the Catholic and Protestant churches had to struggle to hold on to people's adherence. They had to compete not just with philosophies that rejected Christianity and offered alternative secular religions, but with the myriad everyday distractions of modern life in towns and cities, though less so in the countryside. The churches might be emptying, but bars, football grounds, dance halls and cinemas were bursting at the seams. Amid the hecatombs of the 2 wars, separated by the misery of the Depression, people still looked for what made life worth living. They wanted fun. However humdrum most people's lives were, they were shaped not only by economics or the moral strictures of the churches, but by what made their existence more enjoyable. Flashes of colour in the grey, diversions from the dreariness, relief from the unpalatable. What people overwhelmingly wanted was entertainment, not priestly sermons, intellectual ruminations, or the edification of high culture. The spread of mass entertainment had already made enormous headway during the 1920s, but it wasn't yet the big business it was soon to become. Technological improvements were chiefly behind its stratospheric takeoff during the following decade, even amid the deep pall of economic gloom. Where entertainment had once been dependent on live performance, which could reach at best only a few hundred people on each occasion, the mass production of affordable radios and gramophones, often combined in the radiogram, meant that millions at precisely the same moment across an entire country and from the privacy of their own front rooms could listen to their favorite entertainers. Most of the impulses and innovations came from the United States. America represented all that was new, vibrant, and exciting for millions, especially young people in Western Europe. Popular music and film were the most dynamic forces. Britain, sharing the same language and with strong cultural ties to the USA, was more open than anywhere else to American influence, though barriers were erected in the 1930s to prevent British musicians being put out of work by imported American talent. Young people rushed to embrace it. The establishment was less enthusiastic. The founding Director-General of the BBC, the austere and puritanical Sir John Reith, tried to stop what he saw as a cultural pollution of British radio through American influence. But his Canute-like efforts were doomed to failure. A burgeoning consumerism meant an insatiable demand for what the new cultural media had to offer, a demand avidly promoted by the rapidly growing entertainment business and the armies of those who made money from it, show business entrepreneurs, publishers of songs, artists' agents, record producers, and many others. The unstoppable advance of popular music went hand in hand with that of radio, which made overnight stars of its leading performers. The phonograph had been invented by Thomas Edison, along with the microphone, as long ago as the 1870s. But even in the 1920s, sound recording remained fairly primitive. Hardly any of the popular songs of that era or preceding decades lasted to be heard by succeeding generations. That was soon to change. A decade or so later, microphones and recording techniques had improved massively. With better amplification, singers no longer needed powerful voices. They could hug the microphone instead of having to project their voice into it from some distance, and produced a far better sound than only a few years earlier. A new breed of crooners who could ooze out schmaltzy lyrics in more intimate fashion emerged to gain huge popularity. Bing Crosby was the first of the crooning superstars, whose massive popularity quickly crossed the Atlantic from the USA in the 1930s. Frank Sinatra did the same a few years later. Their records sold not in thousands, but in millions. Over 50 million records of Crosby's syrupy White Christmas, composed by Irving Berlin, have been sold since he first performed it in 1941. Even decades later, the song is hard to avoid in the piped music of department stores and supermarkets as Christmas approaches. European crooners also attained enormous popularity. This was often largely restricted to their own country, but some, like the British crooner Al Bowley, actually born in Mozambique, whose The Very Thought of You was a big hit, had a level of success in the USA. European female singers, too, became household names in their own countries and sometimes beyond. Edith Piaf, the Little Sparrow, started out on her road to stardom in the mid-1930s, becoming within a few years France's most popular entertainer, and in later years an international celebrity. In England, Gracie Fields, a Lancashire mill girl whose singing and acting had already propelled her to national fame in the 1920s, reached the height of her popularity in the Depression era with a repertoire of comedy and sentimental songs. The war and radio entertainment for the troops produced its own female stars. Vera Lynn, already well known through radio and records by the later 1930s as a singer with some of the best-known British dance bands, was soon labelled the Forces' sweetheart. There was hardly a British soldier who didn't know her big hit, perfectly attuned to the times, We'll Meet Again. Lala Andersen's Lily Marleen, though not liked by Nazi officialdom, became a favourite in the Wehrmacht and, remarkably, crossed the lines to become a hit also with Allied troops in its English version, sung by Marlene Dietrich. The leading popular singers of the 1930s and 1940s were products of the transformation and commercialization of the music itself. The early small hot jazz and blues bands of black musicians whose musical roots lay in African-American slave and country music were by the later 1920s being supplanted by white-dominated big bands. Each was named after its leader, paraded its star vocalist, and featured a smoother, more orchestrated sound and more sentimental appeal, tailored to radio's broader audiences. The new sound of the big bands had also begun in America, with the success of the Paul Whiteman Orchestra in the 1920s, giving Crosby his first major singing opportunity. There had, it's true, been some major big bands led by black musicians, such as Fletcher Henderson, but black musicians still faced discrimination in the commercial music market. Some of the top jazz players, such as the great trumpeter Louis Armstrong, who had come to fame with his Hot 5 and Hot 7 bands in the 1920s, acclimatized to the changing trend and became stars in the emerging big bands before going on to lead their own. In the 1930s, where his success in his own country, though notable, was still limited through racial prejudice that kept black performers out of the most lucrative contracts, Armstrong's greatest popular acclaim was achieved in Europe. When his band toured Europe in 1932, he found the most wildly enthusiastic acceptance that any American performer had ever experienced. Duke Ellington, the most complex and innovative of all the early kings of jazz, experienced much the same when his band opened at the London Palladium in 1933. The applause was so terrifying, it was applause beyond applause, as he put it. 6 years later, his second European tour reached a rapturous climax in Stockholm in April 1939, with huge celebrations from his Swedish fans for his 40th birthday. Even Armstrong and Ellington were losing ground, however, to the new trends of popular music in which swing became the new vogue. The chief exponent and beneficiary of the transition to swing was Benny Goodman, whose father had fled to America from anti-Semitic terror in Russia. Goodman, dubbed the King of Swing, was a superb clarinetist whose band played an authentic version of jazz, profiting from the arrangements of Fletcher Henderson, who, like a number of other former leading black musicians, fell on hard times during the Depression. But Goodman had many imitators who were less innovatory and less gifted. They mainly converted swing to popular dance music, which was directed at exploiting the dance craze that crossed much of Europe during the 1930s. Dance halls, even more than during the 1920s, were the thriving hub of live popular entertainment for young people, though the frantic rhythms of the Charleston gave way to the more sedate foxtrot, quickstep, and waltz before American troops brought the jitterbug, or jive, to Europe during the war. The most popular dance band leaders were major celebrities. Jack Hilton, the leader of Britain's most successful dance band, could command a weekly salary of £10,000 at a time when the pay for a week's grind in a factory was £2 to £3. In 1938, Hilton took his band, several of whose members were Jewish, to Berlin, where it played for a month to hugely enthusiastic dancers in a hall backed by an enormous swastika banner. Swing music in Nazi Germany, like jazz generally, was, however, decried as Negro music. During the war, young people deliberately aping British clothing styles and mannerisms even turned their devotion to swing into a form of youthful protest against the Nazi regime's regimentation, and were duly persecuted for their actions. But Hitler's Germany couldn't turn its back on the trend entirely, and, in fact, had its own official swing band, Charlie's Orchestra, which, despite the war, also had a radio following in Britain. Meanwhile, however, politically incorrect young SS officers in Paris continued to frequent jazz clubs. Even Nazism couldn't prevent the appeal of popular music. What the Nazi regime could do, however, was to eliminate popular entertainers who didn't fit its criteria for racial purity. Among them were the popular Jewish cabaret artist Fritz Grunbaum, who tried to flee from Austria immediately after the Anschluss in 1938, but was turned back at the Czech border. He was sent to Buchenwald, then Dachau, concentration camps, and died in Dachau in 1941. Fritz Lerner Bader, also Jewish, originally from Bohemia, a well-known lyricist who had worked on light musicals and operettas, with Franz Lehar, among others, was arrested in Vienna after the Anschluss, sent to Dachau, then Buchenwald, and finally deported in 1942 to Auschwitz. He was beaten to death in the attached industrial complex, Monowitz. And Ralph Erwin, born in Silesia, a Jewish songwriter particularly known for composing the hit song Ich küsse Ihre Hand, Madame, I Kiss Your Hand, Madame, made famous by the tenor Richard Tauber, fled Germany at the Nazi takeover in 1933. Erwin was captured during the German occupation of France and died in a French internment camp in 1943. In popular entertainment, as in other avenues of cultural life, the Nazis grotesquely impoverished Germany through their absurd as well as evil racial policies. The heyday of swing and of big band dance hall music was meanwhile passing. Dance halls obviously faced difficulties with so many young people away on military service. Bands were often forced to discontinue when their members were called up. Some carried on playing while in uniform. Others could no longer do so. Some were killed in action. Glenn Miller, the renowned leader of the 48-strong American band of the Allied Expeditionary Force, went missing over the English Channel when the plane carrying him disappeared in December 1944, en route to entertain American troops in France. His death symbolically marked the beginning of the end for the big bands. They entered a lengthy period of terminal decline, replaced by smaller bands that were cheaper to run and to employ. However, the commercialization of music was at best interrupted by war, but never broken. It would expand dramatically in the post-war years. Nowhere was the boom in the entertainment business more evident than in cinema. And in no sphere of entertainment was technological innovation more important than in film. A massive growth in cinema audiences had already taken place in the 1920s to watch silent films. But the breakthrough from silent film to sound movies saw the arrival of cinema's glory days. The first full-length feature film to include sound, actually no more than about 10 minutes in an otherwise silent movie, The Jazz Singer, a sentimental musical featuring Al Jolson in blackface makeup, had been an instant triumph in the USA in 1927. Within 2 years, most of Hollywood's films used sound. The rapid spread of talkies and increased production of feature films in color, though these were expensive to make and still a small proportion of total output, was accompanied by the huge expansion of the film industry and Hollywood's enormous cultural influence. A small number of vast corporations, MGM, Warner Brothers, Paramount, RKO Pictures, and 20th Century Fox, soon effectively divided up production, cinema ownership, and control of the market. By the mid-1940s, at their high point, Hollywood studios were turning out around 400 films a year, many of them comedies, musicals, westerns, and Walt Disney's cartoons. Much of the vast outpouring quickly crossed the Atlantic. By the mid-1930s, Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck were as well known in Europe as in the United States, while Disney's first full-length cartoon film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, was a European as well as an American sensation following its release in 1937. Despite restrictions on the import of foreign films and an official aversion to what were viewed as the products of Jewish-dominated American cultural debasement, even Hitler liked Disney's cartoons. He was delighted when his propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, gave him 18 Mickey Mouse films as a Christmas present in 1937. The once highly creative German film industry was by that time firmly in the grip of the Nazis. Among the products of the last faltering years of democracy before Hitler came to power had been the first talkie in German, Der Blaue Engel, also made in an English-language version, The Blue Angel, released in 1930, a film that had catapulted Marlene Dietrich to overnight international stardom. But soon, film producers, actors and directors were forced to emigrate, mainly to the USA. Thousands of non-Aryans who remained in Germany were dismissed from their jobs. The creative talent left was now put to work for the regime. The young and glamorous Leni Riefenstahl displayed her artistic gifts as a film director in propaganda films, notably Triumph des Willens, Triumph of the Will, 1935, and Olympia, 1938, which glorified Hitler and the regime. But as Germans flocked to the cinema in unprecedented numbers, around 1 billion a year, entertainment, not propaganda, was what audiences wanted. Even Goebbels, the Nazis' master propagandist, recognized this. Most of the films produced in Nazi Germany weren't, at least not explicitly, propaganda, but light entertainment. Romances and musicals like Wunschkonzert, Request Concert, 1941, or Die große Liebe, The Great Love, 1942, offered brief escapism from the grim reality of war. A sign of the importance Goebbels attached to escapist entertainment and to sustaining morale through the medium was the lavish funding he provided for the production of the color film Munchausen, a comedy fantasia about the adventures of Baron von Munchausen, which in 1943 delighted and distracted German audiences as they reeled from the disaster at Stalingrad. In fascist Italy, too, the film industry suffered badly from regime control and censorship. As in Germany, the import of foreign films was restricted. Most Italian films were laced in some way with fascist propaganda and glorification of war, though many were light comedies and romance dramas. Little or nothing had stood the test of time. Two legacies for the film industry did, however, endure. In 1937, Mussolini opened Italy's first film studio, endowed with technically advanced production facilities, at Cinecittà, Cine City, outside Rome. 5 years earlier, the Venice Film Festival had been established in 1932, at which Mussolini Cups were awarded to the best Italian and best foreign film, nearly always German, each year. Creativity was also almost completely stifled in the Soviet Union in the 1930s, as Stalinist controls over all spheres of civilian life tightened immeasurably. Film production became heavily bureaucratized. Largely as a consequence of this and highly intrusive censorship, only half as many films were released each year as had been the case in the previous decade. The import of foreign films was halted, more or less completely, and the experimentation of the avant-garde cinema that had been prominent in the 1920s was replaced by the dreary uniformity of socialist realism, though, given the chance, Soviet film audiences were mainly attracted, as elsewhere, by comedies and light musicals, even if still heavily overlain with regime values. Outside the constraints of authoritarian regimes, film production in Europe had greater chances to flourish. Nowhere, however, could compete with the financial muscle, glamour, and ambition of Hollywood's giant corporations. This was a particular difficulty where language posed a barrier to penetration of the English-speaking market. In France, the birth country of cinema, and where film had been a prominent part of the artistic avant-garde during the 1920s, the advent of sound film not only turned the cinema from an intellectual art form into a major medium of mass entertainment, but caused problems in financing what was a heavily national market. The number of feature films produced grew sharply in the early 1930s, but a fragmented industry had trouble in funding production. 3/4 of the films released in 1934 were foreign, leading to protests at the threat to French artistic production, expressions of disdain for the American invasion of French cinema, and demands for protection. French filmmakers struggled to compete. There was no chance of funding through big private corporations as in the USA. The state had to step in, as it did when a report commissioned under the Popular Front recommended state financing, which was implemented shortly before the fall of the Third Republic and continued under the Vichy regime. Finance alongside competition from the USA was also a problem for the British film industry. Attempts to boost British production and restrict foreign, that is, mainly American, imports simply led to a greater number of poor films. As elsewhere, the output of films was remarkable. In 1936 alone, nearly 200 films were released, a high point for the British film industry. Meanwhile, however, production companies were struggling to survive. By 1937, there were only 20 survivors among film production companies from over 600 that had existed over the previous decade. Even major producers with large budgets, such as the Hungarian émigré Alexander Korda, faced difficulties. Capital concentration was inevitable. By the later 1930s, a small number of big organizations, prominent among them the Rank Organization, founded in 1937 by J. Arthur Rank, controlled much of the film production, cinema ownership, and distribution business in Britain. Rank soon owned the big cinema chains, the Gaumonts and Odeons, that by now occupied prominent sites in nearly every British town centre. These dream palaces were often resplendent Art Deco buildings with lavish interiors, frequently able to seat audiences of over 1,000. The majority of cinemas, however, were less than palaces, sometimes, in fact, downright seedy flea pits. These were the smaller independents, reliant on the major distributors for their films and only able to show them after they had appeared in the main cinemas. By 1939, Britain had some 5,000 cinemas, most of them thriving as the popularity of the cinema reached new heights. A visit to the cinema was far cheaper than the theatre. The owners of many provincial theatres had in fact seen the way the wind was blowing and converted them into more profitable cinemas. Even in the Depression, cinema seats had been affordable and offered a couple of hours of warmth and escapism out of the cold economic winds. Tickets at reduced prices in the 1930s enabled 80% of the unemployed to visit the cinema regularly. In all, 23 million people went to the pictures each week. Annual cinema ticket sales totaled by then close to 1 billion. Cinemas were the new temples of worship, film stars the new deities. European countries produced their own stars, though their appeal for the most part didn't cross national boundaries. One British actor who did establish an international reputation was the suave Robert Donat, who became well known for his roles in The Ghost Goes West, 1935, Alfred Hitchcock's The 39 Steps, also 1935, and Goodbye, Mr. Chips, 1939. Outside the English-language sphere, it was even more difficult for stars to gain an international following. Although a household name in Germany, Hans Albers found little recognition abroad. For that, it was necessary to go to America. Marlene Dietrich and Peter Lorre, of Austrian Jewish descent, left for the USA and became international stars. Emil Jannings and the Swedish actress Sara Leander, on the other hand, both turned their back on Hollywood and limited their celebrity largely to German-speaking countries. Given the near-hegemonic influence of Hollywood, most international stars were inevitably American. As war descended on Europe, Clark Gable, in the biggest of contemporary Hollywood blockbusters, Gone with the Wind, 1939, scaled new heights of international popularity, soon to be followed by John Wayne, Humphrey Bogart, Lauren Bacall, Orson Welles, and others. The way was open for the continued American dominance of European popular culture, at least in the western half of the continent, once the war was over. Beyond the continuities and silent transformations in the socio-economic framework, the patterns of belief and institutional position of the Christian churches, the shifting intellectual currents, and the pervasiveness of an increasingly US-dominated consumerist leisure industry lay the inescapable reality. Europe had nearly torn itself apart in the catastrophic, almost suicidal first half of the century. In a war-ravaged continent, the overwhelming question for the future was whether and how, out of the ruins, a new Europe, capable of overcoming the suicidal tendencies of the old, could begin to take shape. Ideas of a united Europe weren't new, but in the throes of Europe's catastrophe, they were resurfacing as a way of transcending the nationalism that had taken the continent close to complete destruction. Already, after the First World War, the Austrian aristocrat Richard von Coudenhofer-Kalagi, son of an Austro-Hungarian diplomat and a Japanese mother, had pleaded for a European customs and currency area stretching from Portugal to Poland to be constructed. He saw the overcoming of mutual hatred between the French and Germans as the essential basis of a new Europe. The French Foreign Minister Aristide Briand had a few years later, in 1929, floated the idea of a federation of European nations, resting upon political and economic cooperation. Briand's fellow countryman, Jean Monnet, later the inspiration of what would emerge as the first moves towards European integration, declared, while as part of the Free French government in waiting in Algiers in 1943, that there could be no peace in Europe until European states reconstituted themselves as part of a federation. Elsewhere, too, similar ideas were stirring, also in anti-Nazi circles in Germany. Even in the darkest days of the war, those who, with enormous courage, had joined the German resistance against Hitler and later often paid with their lives, were contemplating a better Europe, built on cooperation, not conflict, between nations. The theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer, when he met Bishop George Bell of Chichester in Stockholm in 1942, spoke of the readiness of a German government, once Hitler had been removed, to give active support to an interlocking economy of European nations and the construction of a European army. In elaborating their ideas for a new Europe after the war, members of the Kreisau Circle resistance group were adamant in 1943 that the free and peaceful development of national culture can no longer be made consonant with the maintenance of an individual state's absolute sovereignty. Another memorandum the same year, composed by the conservative Karl Goerdeler, spoke of the creation of a European federation to safeguard Europe against any further war, with a permanent European Economic Council, removal of customs borders and common political organizations, European ministries of economics and foreign affairs, and European armed forces. Such thoughts came to nothing at the time. Those who mooted them in Germany were soon silenced forever. But the idealism that they voiced, and even some of the concrete suggestions that they made, would, once the wreckage of the continent started to be cleared away, gain currency. Their aims seemed prescient. A new Europe, on entirely different principles, could then begin to rise from the ashes of the old. Chapter 10. Out of the Ashes. Albert Camus, The Plague. On this earth there are pestilences and there are victims, and as far as possible one must refuse to be on the side of the pestilence. Europe in 1945 was a continent living under the shadow of death and devastation. Here is a burial ground. Here is death, was how Warsaw, unrecognizable in its ruins, looked to the Polish writer Janina Broniewska, returning to the city immediately after its liberation. Arriving back in Germany after more than 12 years of enforced exile, Alfred Döblin, the celebrated author of Berlin Alexanderplatz, published in 1929, was shocked at seeing towns of which little more than the names exist. In continental Europe, railway networks, canals, bridges and roads have been wrecked by bombing or destroyed by retreating troops. In many areas there was no gas, electricity or water. Food, medicine and, as 1945 drew on and winter approached, fuel for heating were in desperately short supply. Agricultural production had been nearly halved. Malnutrition was widespread. Everywhere there was piercing hunger, accompanied by the diseases it fostered. Housing was an overwhelming problem. Where people had a home at all, it often had to be shared with others, frequently strangers. But homelessness, in the wake of the vast destruction, was on a catastrophic scale. In the western parts of the Soviet Union, ravaged by German occupiers, 25 million people were without shelter. In Germany, about 40% of pre-war housing had gone, some 10 million dwellings in all. Altogether, more than 50 million people were left without homes at the end of the war, desperate for food and shelter as they scratched around in the ruins of towns and cities. Many more millions were in other ways without homes, displaced persons, former forced laborers, refugees, or prisoners of war. The Red Cross worked tirelessly to organize relief. The United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRWA for short, had been established by the USA in 1943, 2 years before the actual founding of the United Nations organization. Backed by over 40 countries, with its headquarters in Washington, D.C., it provided humanitarian workers who did what they could, and that was a great deal, to provide for and, where possible, repatriate 6.5 million displaced persons, many of them traumatized by their experiences. Most would eventually, though often after further harrowing travails, find their way back to their families. It wasn't always to the welcome they might have wished. Married couples had sometimes not seen each other for years and had meanwhile become estranged. Unsurprisingly, divorce rates shot up. For many, there would be no return. They would die far away from home, in displaced persons camps or in captivity, especially in harsh conditions in the Soviet Union, where over 1 million prisoners of war died. Some didn't want to return home. Russians and Ukrainians were among those rightfully fearful of what awaited them if they went back. Up to 2 million people, including tens of thousands of Cossacks who had fought on the Axis side, were repatriated to the Soviet Union by the Western Allies in accordance with agreements made with Stalin towards the end of the war. Often their fate, where it wasn't immediate execution, was to be sent to the Gulag or to distant exile for many years. Few Jews, their relatives murdered, their communities destroyed, had any home to go back to at all. Still others, some political refugees, others war criminals, would be forced to look for new countries, sometimes to invent new identities. The scale of physical devastation of the European continent far outstretched that of 1918, and human losses were at least 4 times higher than the military dead of the First World War. Yet that war had left a legacy of chronic political and economic turmoil, sowing the seeds of renewed conflict. An even worse catastrophe this time eventually led, in contrast, to a remarkable period of unpredicted stability and, certainly in the western half of the continent, unparalleled prosperity. How was that possible? It certainly wasn't possible to imagine in the ruins of 1945. Nobody at that time could foresee the extraordinary changes that would come about in Europe within such a short time. Indeed, the immediate years after the war gave little inkling of the transformation to come. These were years of political uncertainty, economic disorder, social misery, and further terrible inhumanity. Only by 1949 would the contours of a new Europe, by this time a continent divided politically, ideologically, and economically, have taken clear shape. Catharsis, of a sort. Before any beginnings of recovery from Europe's self-immolation could be made, there had to be a reckoning with those responsible for the horror of the immediate past. Europe wasn't just a devastated continent as the war ended. It was a wild continent. Chaos and disorder were widespread. Occupying forces were only gradually able to impose their rule. Local administration had frequently broken down. Conditions were often close to anarchic. Public authority, where it existed at all, was in no position to prevent, even where it didn't outrightly encourage, the brutal settling of scores. Revenge offered some form of catharsis, however inadequate, for atrocities suffered, grotesque maltreatment, unbearable pain, and boundless misery that people had been forced to endure. For countless Europeans, the thirst for vengeance outweighed all else, even the joy of liberation, as soon as the war was over. The violence of the once vanquished against their former tormentors was at first widespread and often unconstrained. Concentration camp prisoners were sometimes encouraged to seek revenge, or at least not held back by troops of the Western Allies, shocked at what they had come across at Dachau, Buchenwald, Narzweiler Struthof, Bergen-Belsen, and other places of unimaginable horror. In some cases, former prisoners turned on their guards in a murderous frenzy. Bands of displaced persons and former slave laborers looted shops, pounced on any alcohol they could find, and beat or killed German civilians. Within Germany itself, such wild atrocities were relatively quickly brought under control by the occupying forces. Elsewhere, Germans were far more exposed. In Eastern Europe, the ethnic German communities scattered across a swathe of countries reaped the whirlwind of the hatred their compatriots had sown. In Yugoslavia, The immediate post-war violence, on a scale probably unparalleled anywhere else in Europe, was actually not directed at Germans who had left the country, fighting their way westwards during April 1945. Instead, it was directed towards the hated Croat Ustasha and collaborationist Slovenes. And it was carried out not by rampant, uncontrolled mobs, but by organized bands of the victorious partisan forces, mainly Serbian communists. Numerous massacres took place. There were mass shootings and horrific savagery. Much of the killing was ethnically driven revenge for earlier atrocities. The most reliable estimates suggest that the victims, civilians as well as collaborationist troops, numbered around 70,000. Relative to the size of the population, that was 10 times worse than the scale of the vengeance killings in Italy, 20 times as bad as in France. In Western Europe, even so, there were wild reprisals for what the population had endured. The worst occurred in Italy, where those slaughtered during the final phase of the conflict are estimated to have been around 12,000, most of them former fascists. For weeks at the end of the war, partisans in some northern towns and cities carried out arbitrary executions of fascist grandees, functionaries, collaborators, and informers. Mobs broke into jails in some towns and lynched the fascists who had been interned there. In France, 9,000 or so former prominent supporters of the Vichy regime were killed, mainly around the time of the liberation in August 1944. But in neither Holland nor Belgium did the prophesied day of the axes, when the mob would take the law into their own hands, fully materialize. In the two countries taken together, there were under 400 victims. Even so, there were brutal acts of revenge, as around 100 collaborators, mainly small fry, were summarily executed following Belgium's liberation in the autumn of 1944, with a second wave of executions in May 1945. Not all were singled out for political crimes. Among those arbitrarily executed were victims of personal enmities or business rivalry. Women condemned as horizontal collaborators, seen as guilty of sleeping with the enemy, often became scapegoats of the pent-up anger of entire communities in Western Europe. In France, Italy, Denmark, Holland, and the Channel Islands, such women were turned into social outcasts and ritually humiliated in public by having their hair shorn, being stripped naked, and sometimes having their bodies daubed with excrement. In France alone, about 20,000 women were subjected to degradation in front of large crowds, overwhelmingly male, from their local population. Remarkable in retrospect is not that such violence took place, but how short-lived it was. Even in one-time Vichy France or in the former German satellite states of Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and Croatia. Apart from Greece, where conditions conducive to civil war had been brewing during the war, and would soon give way to a prolonged internecine conflict with great losses, occupying forces or newly installed civilian governments gained a good measure of control astonishingly quickly. The wild violence was increasingly held in check, except where the public authorities themselves continued to encourage retaliatory actions, as they did with the expulsions of ethnic Germans from many parts of formerly occupied Central and Eastern Europe. The Allies had given their blessing when leaders of the exiled Polish and Czech governments had stated their intention of expelling all Germans from their countries at the end of the war. Expulsions, euphemistically called population transfers, were far from confined to ethnic Germans. Mass deportations of Poles and Ukrainians, as well as Germans, followed the border alterations agreed at Yalta and Potsdam, pushing the Soviet-Ukrainian borders westwards to incorporate parts of former Poland and Polish borders westwards at the expense of former German territory. At least 1.2 million Poles and close to 500,000 Ukrainians were evicted from their homes, often amid great violence and brutality, and packed off to distant destinations. Another 50,000 Ukrainians left Czechoslovakia, while over 40,000 Czechs and Slovaks went in the opposite direction, many from Carpathian Ruthenia, between the wars a province of Czechoslovakia but ceded to Ukraine in 1945. About 100,000 Hungarians were expelled from Romania, and nearly as many were deported from Slovakia to the Sudetenland, while 70,000 Slovaks entered Czechoslovakia from Hungary. Astonishingly, the torment of the Jews who had survived the Nazi onslaught wasn't yet over. They too would form part of the flotsam and jetsam floating on post-war Europe's tide of inhumanity. About 220,000 Jews still existed in post-war Poland, perhaps 250,000 in Hungary. But outbursts of anti-Jewish violence in several Polish, Hungarian and Slovakian towns, the worst of them the pogroms in Kielce in Poland in July 1946, and a few weeks later in Miskolc in Hungary, left hundreds of Jews dead and forced many others to leave. In Kielce, anti-Jewish violence erupted on the 4th of July 1946, after the father of a boy who had returned home after being missing for 2 days accused Jews of having kidnapped him. The rumor quickly spread that Jews had killed a Christian boy. Ritual murder allegations, the old calumny yet again revived, apparently found ready belief. The police and military authorities did nothing to dispel the crowds that gathered, baying for blood. In all, 41 Jews were murdered in the pogrom. Although the worst incident, Kielce, was part of a wider pattern of anti-Semitic violence that took the lives of 351 Jews in Poland. Lethal anti-Jewish prejudice had evidently persisted despite the war, occupation, and the Holocaust. The Nazi assault on Polish Jewry had in fact allowed many Poles to benefit from the despoliation of Jewish property. Implicit in the post-war violence was the sense that Jews still posed a threat to a social order which had partly been built on their exclusion and the expropriation of their possessions. Survivors from the death camps could find on returning to their old homes, in other parts of Eastern Europe as well as Poland, a hostile reception from those they had once taken to be friends, who were now far from glad to see those whose houses and possessions they had taken. Around 70,000 Polish Jews sought a new home in Palestine within 3 months of the riots in Kielce. Others followed in great numbers from Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and Czechoslovakia. They had finally concluded that they had no future in Europe. For the peoples of Eastern Europe, there could be no catharsis as long as Germans lived among them. Ethnic Germans, many in towns and villages where German communities had existed for centuries, were most exposed of all to immense brutality. The Allies had stipulated orderly and humane transfers. The reality was far from that. No one had any interest in trying to protect those seen as responsible for the horror of the previous years. With the German defeat, the understandable hatred that had mounted during the years of war and occupation boiled over into unbounded and at first uncontrolled acts of revenge. By the end of July, between 50 and 750,000 Germans, robbed, raped, beaten, deprived of food or medical treatment, had been driven out of the new parts of Poland. Atrocities were commonplace. The Polish authorities did little or nothing to prevent them. Germans were effectively seen as wild beasts or vermin, to be hunted down or killed at will. Even the Soviets were shocked by the ferocity of Polish retribution for the suffering the Germans had inflicted. There are more and more frequent cases of unprovoked murders of German inhabitants, unfounded arrests, long prison confinements with purposeful humiliation, according to a Red Army report to Moscow on the 30th of August 1945. In Czechoslovakia, Sudeten Germans, whether or not they had been Nazi sympathizers, were regarded as traitors. The Czechoslovak president, Edvard Beneš, spoke on the radio on the 12th of May 1945 of the need to liquidate the German problem definitively, immediately prompting the eviction at a moment's notice of more than 20,000 men, women and children from Brno, some of whom didn't survive the forced march to the Austrian border. The Christian commandment to love thy neighbor didn't apply to Germans, declared a Catholic priest. They were evil, and the time had come to settle accounts with them. Terrible violence predictably ensued from such expressions of hatred. Germans were driven from their homes and their property was plundered. They were brutally maltreated in internment camps, where living conditions were extremely harsh. Margareta Schell, born in Prague and once a well-known actress, kept a diary of her experiences in one such camp. She recounted how the men were assaulted with whips during the evening roll call, and some of them forced to go around the parade ground on their haunches until they collapsed, before being whipped again. She herself, among other abuse and humiliation, suffered a thrashing by the camp commandant for sending out a letter without permission. Outside the camps, Czech militia, communist action groups, and other armed bands assaulted, humiliated, and killed Germans at will. In one of the worst atrocities at Ústí nad Labem, Austich, on the 31st of July 1945, hundreds of Germans were massacred. Many Germans took their own lives, 5,558 in 1946 alone, according to Czech statistics. About 3 million Germans were driven from Czechoslovakia by the autumn of 1947. A minimum of between 19,000 and 30,000 Sudeten Germans were killed. The overall figure is likely to have been much higher, however, if one includes the attendant disease, malnutrition, and exposure that accompanied the brutal expulsions. After several weeks of wild ejections and atrocities, the deportations, though still brutally carried out, became more closely regulated, since not just the Czech government, but also the Allies had an interest in halting the uncontrolled violence. In all, at least 12 million Germans were deported from Central and Eastern Europe into the occupied zones of Germany, which, in the dire situation after the war, were massively ill-equipped to receive them. The welcome within Germany itself for the German expellees was anything but warm. We are starving and greatly suffering. Lord God, send the rabble home. Send them back to Czechoslovakia, Lord God, free us from the rabble. Some people prayed in rural Württemberg in 1946 to 47. In opinion surveys taken in 1949, around 60% of the home population and 96% of expellees described relations as bad. Resident Germans thought the new arrivals were arrogant, backward, and unreliable. The incomers thought their hosts self-serving, unfeeling, and mean. We know we aren't wanted here, and people don't want to see us, ran one plaintive appeal to a local mayor in 1948. But we too, you can believe us, would rather be in our homeland and a burden to nobody. We aren't refugees. Contrary to all moral law, we have been evicted from our houses, driven from our homeland, robbed of all we had, and brought here unwillingly and without being asked, at any rate, not of our free will. The best estimates indicate that at least 500,000 Germans lost their lives in one way or another during the brutal expulsions. The fate of a further 1.5 million is unknown. Others, from long-standing German communities in Romania, Hungary, and Yugoslavia, formed part of living reparations, deported to an unenviable fate in Soviet prison camps. By 1950, there were far fewer minority populations of any size left in Eastern Europe. Ethnic minorities hadn't altogether been eliminated. The Baltic states and Ukraine had sizable Russian minorities, though they weren't disadvantaged. The Soviet Union was, after all, dominated by ethnic Russians, and Yugoslavia, to be sure, was left with most of its pre-war patchwork quilt of ethnicities still in existence. But the population in Eastern European countries had been left far more ethnically homogeneous than before the war. Old multi-ethnic Eastern Europe was largely gone. The drastic expulsions and terrible ethnic cleansing had done their ghastly work. After the explosion of elemental hatred that gave vent to such extreme and unconstrained violence in the early weeks after the German capitulation, the demands for justice were diverted more into state-controlled channels. This occurred more swiftly where there was some level of trust in the readiness of newly formed governments to bring about root-and-branch reforms, to purge the administration of earlier collaborators, to arrest and put these on trial, and to punish the guilty ones severely. The presence of respected former members of the national resistance in new governments helped to expedite the process. So did quick purges of the police, as occurred in Norway, Denmark, and France, which contributed to some measure of restored confidence in the state. In much of Europe, too, the population, worn out by years of fighting, too anxious for a return to whatever could be called normality, to want to perpetrate the violence and conflict, was ready to comply with authority. Where trust in public authority had slowly to be re-established, however, as in much of southern and eastern Europe, the decline in unrestrained violence was more protracted. Often caches of arms remained in the hands of militias, vigilantes, and former partisans, who were reluctant to give them up. Amnesties for revenge killings persuaded some to surrender their weapons, but people had to believe that governments would take tough action against war criminals and collaborators before gradually the violence subsided or was suppressed by state authorities. In countries now under the aegis of the Soviet Union, the official purge of fascists and supporters of collaborationist regimes was drastic, but soon became increasingly a fairly arbitrary vehicle for determining loyalty towards the new rulers. Those seen as the worst offenders were put on trial and executed, sometimes in public. A huge crowd, though surely not the 100,000 some claimed, watched as 7 Germans were hanged in Riga in 1946. Obvious former collaborators were usually shot out of hand when the Soviets reoccupied lost territory, such as the 1,700 executed in Lithuania in July and August 1944. The most common form of punishment, however, was deportation to exile in hard labor camps, in inhospitable parts of the Soviet Union, from where there was usually no return. At least 500,000 people are estimated to have been deported from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania in the period from 1944 to 1949. Between 140,000 and 200,000 were arrested in Hungary and deported to the Soviet Union, most of them to the Gulag. Large numbers of those suspected of fascist sympathies or anti-communist activity, usually seen as synonymous, were imprisoned. In Romania, the number of political prisoners rose to 250,000 by 1948, as much as 2% of the entire population. By then, the lines between actual collaboration and actions deemed counter-revolutionary by designated class enemies had long since become blurred. In one Hungarian town during the autumn of 1945, Father Sales Kish, a Franciscan friar, and around 60 young men, many of them members of a youth group that he ran, were arrested and accused of belonging to a fascist conspiracy that had carried out murders of Soviet soldiers. Confessions were extracted by torture. Kish and 3 teenagers were executed. Others were sent to jail or deported to the Soviet Union. The fact that Marxist theory and communist practice held fascism to be the most extreme form of reaction meant, however, that judicial purging in Eastern Europe faced difficulties in carrying out systematic, targeted purges, since much of the non-communist population was potentially implicated. Instead, purges became, as in Romania, Bulgaria, or Hungary, arbitrary, ways of ensuring political subservience. A completely innocent individual could, through personal malice, be denounced as a fascist for betraying some minor manifestation of political nonconformism. The official purges in Western Europe were less draconian than in countries under communist rule, and less, too, than the population generally wanted. Arch collaborators, Vidkun Quisling in Norway, Anton Mussert in the Netherlands, Pierre Laval in France, were executed. At 87 years of age, Marshal Pétain had his sentence commuted to life imprisonment. Purges were certainly taken seriously, especially immediately after the war. Across Western Europe, hundreds of thousands of individuals were arrested and faced trials for treason, war crimes, or collaboration. 40,000 in Denmark, 93,000 in Norway, 120,000 in the Netherlands, as many as 405,000 in Belgium. But most of those convicted had been guilty of comparatively minor offences and were given light sentences. Many of them were released early or amnestied within a short time. There were relatively few death sentences or even very long prison sentences. More than 80% of those arrested in Belgium, for instance, escaped prosecution altogether. 241 were executed, and most of the others convicted received short sentences. In the Netherlands, there were 40 executions and 585 lengthy jail sentences out of 44,000 convictions, mainly for fairly trivial offences. Yet civil servants and the police, deeply involved in labour roundups, Jewish deportations and reprisals for resistance, got off lightly. The purge in France was, on the other hand, relatively severe. Some 300,000 cases were pursued, resulting in 125,000 prosecutions. Nearly 7,000 death sentences were pronounced, though most in absentia. Even so, there were about 1,500 executions and 39,000, mainly short, prison sentences. Most punishments were overturned by an amnesty in 1947. Only about 1,500 of the worst war criminals were still in prison by 1951. About 500,000 Austrians, 14% of the adult population, had been members of the Nazi Party, and Austria had produced some of the worst Nazi war criminals. However, the country was allowed to portray itself as the first victim of German aggression. Austria, it has been aptly deemed, was one of the safest places in Europe for collaborators. Only 30 death sentences for wartime crimes were carried out there. In the neighbouring Czech lands, the equivalent figure was 686. Many in the Austrian police and legal profession were purged. Of the 270,000 Nazis employed in Austria in 1945, half were dismissed by mid-1946, though many were soon amnestied and re-employed. Courts meted out 13,600 prison sentences, mostly for short periods. In 1948, an amnesty reintegrated 90% of the minor offenders. Amnesties for the more serious Nazis followed in the mid-1950s. Courts became generally more lenient as the immediacy of the war receded. Everywhere, rebuilding a functioning state took priority over punishment and retaliation for wartime behavior, other than in the direst cases. In all countries of occupied Europe, there had been enthusiastic collaborators, but they had seldom, if ever, commanded the support of most of the population, and were by this time almost universally hated in their countries. In Germany, however, Hitler had for long enjoyed massive popularity, and his regime widespread support for the militaristic nationalism that had trampled on Europe's peace. Millions of Germans had been members of the Nazi Party and its affiliates. Many had backed the persecution of the Jews and other measures of dire inhumanity at home, while those in the forces of occupation, often with tacit support from people back in Germany, had often been complicit in actions of gross barbarity in occupied Europe. Alfred Döblin's early impressions on returning to his native land were that Germans themselves had a strangely distant relationship to the events of their own epoch, unable to comprehend the catastrophe that had befallen them, concentrating on nothing but daily routine. How and whether Germany could ever again play a positive role in Europe were questions that few could answer with confidence in 1945. Purging the country of its former Nazis was an obvious first step in the process of rebuilding Germany as a democracy, as the Allies had stipulated at the Potsdam Conference in the summer of 1945. But it was more easily said than done. Some leading Nazis had escaped their fate by committing suicide, either as a Third Reich collapsed into ruins or shortly afterwards in Allied captivity. They included Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister, Martin Bormann, Hitler's right-hand man, whose remains were found decades later not far from Hitler's Berlin bunker, Robert Ley, the fanatical boss of the Labour Front, and Heinrich Himmler, the feared head of the SS and German police. Some, like Rudolf Höss, the former commandant of Auschwitz, or Artur Greiser, the cruel overlord of the Warthegau in western Poland, were handed over to the Poles, whom they had so barbarically persecuted, and were executed. Still others, most notoriously Adolf Eichmann, the manager of the final solution of the Jewish question, were spirited away through Spain to South America, often, amazingly enough, through help from channels within the Vatican. But the Allies did capture 21 leading figures in the Nazi regime. Among them were Hermann Goering, once Hitler's designated successor, Joachim von Ribbentrop, the one-time foreign minister, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, chief of the security police, Hans Frank, governor-general in Poland, and Rudolf Hess, deputy head of the Nazi Party until his bizarre flight to Scotland in 1941. Military leaders, Wilhelm Keitel, head of the High Command of the Wehrmacht, Alfred Jodl, chief of operations staff, Erich Raeder, commander-in-chief of the Navy until 1943, and Karl Dönitz, who succeeded him as head of the Navy and after Hitler's suicide was briefly Reich president, were also included among the major war criminals soon to be put on trial. Putting captured Nazi leaders on trial for their crimes was the straightforward part. This in itself was a legal minefield, however, since there was neither precedent nor established jurisdiction for the International Military Tribunal, with a judiciary and prosecutors from the four occupying powers that sat at Nuremberg for a year in 1945 to 46. Churchill had proposed shooting major criminals as soon as they were caught, Stalin preferred them to be tried first and then shot. Popular opinion across Europe favored summary justice. But American pressure to build a genuine legal case against those arraigned in order to demonstrate their guilt, not least to the German population, rather than simply presume it, carried the day. 12 of those indicted, including Goering, Ribbentrop, Frank, Bormann in absentia, Keitel and Jodl, were sentenced to death by hanging. Goering committed suicide before his sentence could be carried out. Most of the remainder, including Albert Speer, who was particularly fortunate to avoid the hangman's rope, were given long jail sentences. The Nazi Party, the SS and the Gestapo were declared criminal organizations. 12 further trials, carried out only by the Americans, followed at Nuremberg between 1946 and 1949. Leading figures, 185 in all, from government ministries, the military, industry, the medical and legal professions, and from the murderous Einsatzgruppen task forces of the security police, were indicted for complicity in heinous crimes during the war. The trials resulted in 24 death sentences, while 20 of the accused were sentenced to life imprisonment and 98 to shorter prison terms. There were many at the time, and there have been many since, who decried the Nuremberg trials as victor's justice. They claimed that the trials were little more than a farce, since the Soviets had themselves perpetrated immense war crimes, while the Allied bombing of Dresden, Hamburg, and other cities was also a war crime. Certainly, by Western judicial standards, the trials were far from perfect. But not putting Nazi war criminals on trial would have been a grotesque omission in the eyes of the civilized world. In Germany itself, opinion surveys conducted at the time in fact showed a huge approval for the fairness of the trials and the verdicts. Big majorities favored the indictment of whole organizations such as the SA, SS, and Gestapo. Some 70% thought guilt for war crimes extended beyond those in the dock at Nuremberg. Other Nazi Party members and lesser leaders, it was widely felt, should also be charged. But there the problems began. Who were these people? How great was their guilt? How were they to be singled out? How were the occupying powers to distinguish not just between the guilty and the innocent, in their eyes, but between degrees of guilt, when over 8 million Germans, about 10% of the population, had been Nazi Party members, and tens of millions more had been members of one or other party affiliation? The task of denazifying German society, it was soon recognized, wasn't just daunting, it was completely impracticable. In the 3 Western zones, the Americans were, certainly in the early stages, the most determined to pursue it. The Western Allies rapidly saw that it was administratively impossible for the small numbers of often untrained personnel from the occupying forces to cope with the millions of questionnaires that Germans had to fill in about their involvement with Nazi organizations during the Third Reich. The questionnaires were often scarcely worth the paper they were written on. Remarkable to relate, not everyone told the truth in their entries. By the end of 1945, internment camps were bulging. Thousands of state employees had been dismissed, but thorough denazification of German society was proving impossible. In the American zone alone, only 1.6 million questionnaires had been processed, while 3.5 million known Nazis still awaited classification, and the Americans were intending to withdraw from Germany in 1947. The British and French were coping no better. The British had tried and executed some of those responsible for the horrific atrocities at Bergen-Belsen that had so shocked the public when the camp had been liberated by British troops in the spring of 1945. They also dismissed about 200,000 Germans, many from the civil service, including teachers, the police, and leading posts in industry, though also people working on food production, on the railways, and in the postal service. But the cost of the occupation was exorbitant for a bankrupt Britain. Denazification started to take a distant second place to the urgent need to rebuild Germany. And that had to be done by Germans. Many of these had extremely murky pasts. Nonetheless, the Germans would have to run their country themselves. The French, like the British, were rapidly compelled to turn to pragmatism. Early vengeful purging had to give way to practical needs. 3/4 of the German teachers in the French zone were dismissed in the first weeks of the occupation. But when the schools reopened in September 1945, they were all re-employed. The French only managed to process in all around 500,000 questionnaires, and they were surprisingly lenient. Only 18,000 individuals incurred automatic penalties. Major offenders numbered 13 in the French zone, compared with 1,654 in the American zone. In early 1946, acknowledging their failure, the Western Allies made the Germans responsible for their own denazification. Hundreds of district tribunals were set up, staffed by Germans under overall Allied control. Questionnaires in a modified form continued, so did various categories of guilt, running from major offenders to those completely exonerated. Nearly every person brought before a tribunal seemed capable of finding someone of seemingly unimpeachable credentials to vouch for the accused's good behavior during the Nazi era. Not for nothing were the testimonials dubbed Persil certificates, washing whiter, as advertisements for the widely used cleansing detergent had it. The entire denazification process gradually descended into little more than farce. More than 6 million cases were nominally heard. 2/3 were promptly amnestied. Of those who came before the tribunals, at least 9/10 were judged to have been no more than minor offenders. Most were classed as mere fellow travellers or exonerated altogether. The tribunals, aptly dubbed a fellow travellers' factory, had both lost credibility and become widely hated by the population long before they were finally brought to an end in 1951 by laws passed by the West German government that amnestied hundreds of thousands of all but the worst offenders. Meanwhile, most of the civil servants who had earlier been dismissed were reinstated. The failure of denazification reflected not only the growing unpopularity of the procedures, the widespread rejection of presumptions of collective guilt for Nazi crimes, and the pragmatic adjustments to administrative needs in a rapidly changing political situation. It also mirrored the popular feeling about National Socialism, registered in numerous opinion surveys, that it had been a good idea, badly carried out, and was, in any case, preferable to communism. Denazification in the Soviet zone had followed a different, more draconian path to that taken by the Western Allies. Tens of thousands perished in camps, including former Nazi concentration camps, and prisons run by the Soviet secret police. Many more were dispatched to labor camps in the Soviet Union itself. Over 500,000 Germans in the Eastern Zone were dismissed from their posts by the end of 1945. Huge purges of judges and lawyers, public officials, university and school teachers were carried out. More than 40,000 new teachers were, in fact, already in post by the autumn of 1946. Between 1945 and 1950, 2/3 of judges and 3/4 of elementary school teachers would be replaced. New teachers and bureaucrats were given minimal training, with predictable consequences for quality. But even in the Soviet zone, practical considerations couldn't be ignored. Doctors, even with Nazi credentials, were for the most part left in place. They were less easily replaceable than teachers and bureaucrats. Ideology could also be overlooked when it served a purpose to do so. The Americans had spirited away hundreds of Nazi scientists for work on their rocket programs. The Russians did much the same with former Nazis in the Eastern Zone. Moreover, the Soviet Zone too couldn't simply be run into the ground, though the Soviets were doing their best to promote that end with a drastic dismantling of German industry. Eventually, lesser Nazis were encouraged to prove that they had seen the error of their ways, that they had inwardly converted to the teachings of Marxism-Leninism, and that they recognized the way forward to a radically different society driven by the dictates of state socialism. Red was the new brown. Could the purges have been differently implemented? Neither in Eastern nor Western Europe is it easy to see how alternative paths could have been taken. In the emerging Soviet bloc, the purges were unquestionably ruthless, and a fairly blunt instrument for imposing political compliance. The swift, drastic purges aimed at eradicating reaction, subversive elements, and anti-Soviet tendencies, as well as genuine war criminals and collaborators, delivered their message. The majority of the population wasn't communist, let alone pro-Soviet, and unlikely to vote for communists in free elections. But the purges gave plain intent for the ruthlessness of the new rulers. People were browbeaten into submission. Brutal though it was, the radical break with the past worked. In Western Europe, the purges satisfied few. For many, they were too lenient, for others too harsh. But rebuilding societies on a basis of consensus required integration, not the divisiveness of protracted recrimination and revenge. The understandable thirst for punishment of those responsible had to be quenched, not left to poison the long-term efforts for social as well as political reconstruction. High passions had to be contained. Natural justice had to be subordinated to politics. Looking to the future had to take precedence over a more thorough cleansing of the past. Collective amnesia was the way forward. Many with more than dubious pasts were able to live into old age and die in their beds, accorded a leniency they never showed their victims. The West's relative leniency towards former fascist sympathizers and the speed with which they were reintegrated into society played into the hands of Soviet propaganda. But the Soviet Union itself harbored many in the Red Army who had perpetrated grave atrocities, though there they were naturally seen to have acted in a just cause. As the Cold War set in, political considerations East and West determined that the time of purges was over, that a line be drawn under the past in favor of socialist unity in the East, increasingly strident anti-communism in the West. In the eyes of victims of inhumanity, it wasn't remotely the case that due punishment had been meted out, that the poison had been fully drained. Nothing could possibly compensate for what they had suffered. No full catharsis was imaginable. Decades later, as an indication of the inevitably incomplete rendering of account, war criminals guilty of heinous crimes would still be pursued, uncovered, and brought to trial. Europe, for the remainder of the 20th century, would never be fully rid of the stench of the grotesque inhumanity of the war years. Politics reawakens. Divisions and uncertainties. New forms of pluralist politics were remarkably quick to reassert themselves after the war. German conquest had broken continuity in all but a few countries. Politics had to take a new shape. But the bases of political pluralism were still there. They had for long been suppressed, but could extraordinarily quickly be reactivated. Beneath the surface of prohibition and persecution, the parties of the left especially had not only held on to much of their earlier base of support, but often extended it, buoyed by their record in resistance. For former liberal and conservative parties, the discontinuities were greater. Even here, however, what is striking is how swiftly the former political bases, though behind parties with new names, could be reconstructed. Nevertheless, the future political landscape had entirely uncertain contours. Fascism had been pulverized at enormous cost, and a reversion to a fascist-style authoritarianism could be ruled out, though worries about a Nazi revival in Germany weren't immediately extinguished, while Spain and Portugal remained in a time warp. The prestige of Soviet communism had, in contrast, risen with its military triumph. It enjoyed much support on a left that had been revitalized and united in anti-fascism. Many still, or again, looked to Moscow for inspiration and hope. But most on the left either expressly wanted a pluralist political system, or at least accepted that pluralist democracy was for the time being necessary. And beyond the left lay large sectors of society everywhere, particularly outside the big urban conurbations, that remained anti-socialist, conservative, and often strongly under the influence of the churches. In each country, the precise nature of the political system and the constellation of its popular base only gradually became resolved. In the immediate aftermath of the war, it looked as if the hour of the left, demoralized, divided, and defeated during the Depression, terrorized by fascists and driven into perilous opposition, had finally struck. The popular fronts of the 1930s, though short-lived, had gained their unity through common opposition to fascism. In 1945, flush with victory following the crushing of the mortal enemy, anti-fascism was again the cement that bonded the left together. The communists in particular benefited from their record of resolute resistance. The left, communist and socialist, looked to have the wind in its sails. Pluralist politics reborn in Western Europe. In the first post-war elections in most countries, communist parties more than doubled their strength compared with their pre-war levels of support. The highest communist votes in 1945 to 46 were in France, over 26%, Finland, 23.5%, Iceland, 19.5%, and Italy, almost 19%. Support of between 10 and 13% was gained in Belgium, Denmark, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Norway, and Sweden, and up to 14% in some German regional elections. National elections in West Germany didn't take place before 1949. There was only 5 to 6% support for the communists in Austria and Switzerland, however, and a paltry 0.4% in Britain. Support for socialist parties generally, however, outstripped that for the communists, reaching over 40% in the first post-war elections in Austria, Sweden, Norway, and in some regional elections in West Germany, over 30% in Belgium and Denmark, just below that level in the Netherlands. In France and Italy, the total left-wing vote was sizable, 47% in France and 39% in Italy, but fairly evenly split between communists and socialists. Added to the essentially negative bond of anti-fascism and the deep-seated rejection of conservative establishments that had once consorted with the extreme right, was the desire for sweeping social and economic change of the kind, it was widely felt, that only the left could bring about. In the Scandinavian countries, where the war had been less destructive, though Norway had lost 20% of its economic infrastructure, the Social Democratic left was able to consolidate the basis of power it had built before the conflict and introduce major lasting changes in social welfare. Denmark's Social Democrats, initially somewhat damaged by their involvement in wartime collaborative government, soon regained the losses they had temporarily suffered at the hands of the communists. Social democracy was strengthened in Norway, bolstered by its involvement in resistance, and remained strong in Sweden. In tiny Iceland, one of the few European countries to have prospered in the war and which had established its independence from Denmark in 1944, the Social Democrats continued to lag behind the Communist People's Unity Party. But both joined the Conservative Independence Party in a coalition which, remarkably, had few fundamental disagreements in modernizing the country and improving living standards through support for the fishing fleet. In Scandinavia, the war interrupted, but didn't break either the political structures or the policies of economic and social reform. Social democracy also proved to be a major force in Finland, though this outcome didn't look obvious in 1945. At that time, it looked more likely that Finland would end up as part of the Soviet bloc. In 1945, the Finnish communists, calling themselves the People's Democrats, were able to contest elections for the first time since 1929. They won 23.5% of votes, coming only marginally behind the Social Democrats' 25%, far down from what they had won before the war. These two parties, together with the Agrarian Party at 21%, formed a coalition government whose left-wing program included nationalization, tax and welfare reforms, and extensive state control of the economy, treading a careful line to preserve independence while cultivating good relations with their Soviet neighbors. Communists were given the Ministry of the Interior and 4 other ministries. A communist, Mauno Pekkala, even became Prime Minister in 1946. It looked as if greater communist infiltration of power networks, as was happening in the parts of Eastern Europe under Soviet control, might also be Finland's fate. But Finnish communists, themselves not united, faced fierce opposition from the Social Democrats and Agrarians, and lost ground to both in the 1948 elections. Anti-communism had been growing in the meantime, and the communist takeover in Czechoslovakia in February 1948 concentrated minds. Finnish political leaders played their hand cleverly, not least in negotiations over a military alliance with the Soviet Union only a month later, which resulted in a less constraining agreement, a defensive friendship, cooperation, and mutual assistance treaty. But most crucially, Stalin was ready, for his own pragmatic reasons, perhaps the negative international reaction to the Czech coup played a part, to leave Finland as an independent neighbor and not force it into the satellite status of other countries in the Soviet sphere of influence. As it was, the Social Democrats, though heavily attacked in Moscow, were able to play a substantial part in shaping Finland's politics and economy for some years after 1948. The British Labour Party also triumphed at the end of the war. The party stood, in essence, for a version of social democracy, though its development had from its foundation differed markedly from that of continental social democratic parties. Most importantly, it had never faced any serious challenge from communism. So there was no split, no internecine strife on the left in Britain. And of course the left hadn't had to face a fascist regime, persecution, or Nazi occupation. The wartime national government had seen conventional party politics suspended. But when they recommenced in 1945, the old structures were still there. The Conservative Party, which had only been out of government for a total of about 3 of the previous 30 years, was forced into opposition and to a rethink of its political program and its internal organization. But it was recognizably the same party, and in Churchill it had a leader of world renown. Decisive in the election of 1945 were the memories of the depression that had seared public consciousness in Britain. There could be no return to those dismal years. Demand for major social and economic reform to prevent a recurrence of such misery had unseated Winston Churchill and swept Labour to power in elections in July 1945, with over 60% of parliamentary seats. The new government under Clement Attlee, the entirely uncharismatic but highly effective new Prime Minister, set out to build Jerusalem here and now in England's green and pleasant land, as William Blake's early 19th century poem had expressed it. Attlee was supported by a number of highly experienced and competent ministers. Among the most prominent was Ernest Bevin, who in the interwar years had been the most powerful trade union leader in Britain. Bevin was a massive presence as Minister for Labour in the wartime government, and now, in one of Attlee's masterstrokes, he was made Foreign Secretary. Another key figure was his near namesake, Aneurin Bevan. A former miner and powerful orator, Bevan was deeply marked by the deprivation and hardship suffered by Welsh mining communities, and under Attlee he became Health Minister. The ascetic Sir Stafford Cripps, a former left-wing rebel in the party whose earlier enthusiasm for Stalin had worn off during his wartime stay in Moscow as British ambassador, and given way to a new liking for management, efficiency and New Deal-style planning within a mixed economy, was especially influential in directing Britain's post-war economy. Nothing less than a social and economic revolution through democratic means was the aim of the new Labour government. Coal mining, the railways, gas and electricity, and the Bank of England were nationalised. Under the Education Act, introduced by the wartime coalition government in 1944, wider access to secondary schools became available. Workers' rights were improved. An extensive housing programme was undertaken. Above all, the welfare state, a term that has been aptly described as the talisman of a better post-war Britain, and the crowning achievement of the Attlee government, was established. Family allowances, paid directly to mothers, were a universal provision, and a raft of welfare legislation implementing much of Lord Beveridge's scheme for social security, laid out in 1942, started to reduce the worst of pre-war deprivation. The greatest achievement in most people's eyes, then and in later decades, was the foundation in 1948 of a National Health Service, chiefly the work of the inspirational Aneurin Bevan, and hotly opposed by the medical profession, which provided treatment without the patient having to pay directly, beyond, of course, the contribution through taxation. The result was a substantial improvement in health provision for the poorer sections of society, and a reduction in deaths from pneumonia, diphtheria, and tuberculosis. These were major and enduring advances. For those who lived through the immediate post-war years in Britain, however, there was another side to the coin: austerity. Britain was victorious but poor. It had huge debts to pay off. Its defence costs were still those of a big imperial power, and the much-needed and greatly welcomed social reforms meant higher state expenditure on welfare. For Britain to pay its way, exports had to be increased, imports drastically reduced. The result was a long continuation of wartime constraints on consumer spending. Welfare reforms eliminated the worst deprivation. Even so, for the great mass of the population, daily life was hard, drab, and lacking in material comforts. Most staple foodstuffs were still rationed. The war had been fought and won without bread being rationed, but in 1946 bread rations were imposed and lasted for 2 years. I sometimes wonder who did win this war, the comment of a housewife in northern England in 1946 probably reflected a widespread sentiment. Many commodities were unavailable. Whenever and wherever supplies of some sort were said to have arrived, queues formed. Women especially had to find time to queue, sometimes for hours and often without success. My Auntie Gladys joined a long queue in Oldham, hearing that nylon stockings were available. Finally, nearing the front, she learnt that there were no nylons after all. People were queuing for tripe. "Well, I'm not queuing so long for nothing. I'll have some tripe then," she said. Food rationing only ended in 1954, long after rationing had been terminated in other parts of Western Europe. Only then could children obtain sweets without ration coupons. And only once petrol rationing ended could those with cars find enough petrol to drive them any distance. Tolerance for the austerity, widely present at first, gradually wore thin. By 1950, some of its former voters were ready to desert Labour. The Conservatives were on the verge of regaining power. Whatever the party political divisions, however, the welfare reforms introduced by Labour were broadly supported by all parties, in contrast to economic changes, nationalisation of industries and other policies. The Conservatives recognised that there could be no return to the politics of the 1930s. They accepted the need for change and adapted well to it, thereby introducing a period of remarkable consensus on the essentials of social policy that would last for more than 2 decades. Labour's reforming momentum sagged after 1948, and its hold on power lasted only a total of 5 years. But it indelibly changed the country during that time. Britain's path had continued under Labour to diverge from that of continental Europe. The country's pronounced sense of separateness from a Europe that had twice within living memory drawn it into world war, and its identification of interests with the Commonwealth and its wartime ally, the United States of America, would continue to exert a powerful hold on British political culture for years to come. In most of Western Europe, the hour of the left quickly passed. One reason for this was that its own divisions were again soon laid bare. Anti-fascism alone was insufficient to hold the left together. The old fissures inevitably opened up anew, between, on the one hand, socialist parties committed to change within a pluralist democratic framework and ready to work with a reformed and controlled capitalism, and on the other, communist parties wedded to Moscow, working for the destruction of capitalism altogether and an exclusive hold on power in the state. A second reason was the emergence of the most important new political force after the war, Christian democracy. This revitalized conservatism was wholly supportive of pluralist democracy. It proved able to widen the electoral base of the old confessional parties, integrating previously splintered social and political interests not just negatively through anti-communism, but positively through its backing for substantial social reforms. Conservative elites before the war had generally tried to block change and had often obstructed democracy, which they had seen as a threat to their interests. Following the war, a new political elite untarnished by fascist associations took a different approach. It saw the need to incorporate social change and to welcome parliamentary democracy, which it sought to bend to its own interests. As a consequence, large swathes of each country where socialism or communism had barely, if at all, penetrated, lay open to the appeal of conservative but reformist politics that embraced social change within the framework of Christian principles. The third, and overriding reason, underlying both the weakening of communism and growing division of the left, as well as the emerging strength of Christian democracy and other forms of conservatism, was the deepening split between Eastern and Western Europe that soon hardened into the Cold War. This proved the most important factor of all. The more the unsavory aspects of extended communist power in Eastern Europe became apparent, the easier it was for West European conservative parties to play upon long-standing antipathies towards the Soviet Union and fears of communism at home. Political allegiance in much of Western Europe, in essence, split rapidly in three ways, between socialism, communism, and Christian democracy. As antagonism between the Western Allies and the Soviet Union deepened, divisions on the left hardened, support for communism declined, and the Christian Democrats gained ground. The left found itself increasingly unable to shape the political agenda. This, with variations, was the trend in Belgium, Luxembourg, Austria, Italy, France, and West Germany. In the Netherlands, the Catholic People's Party retained a more narrow confessional basis than the new Christian Democrats in other countries. The distinctive political and cultural pillars that had marked Dutch society before the war, socialist, Catholic and Protestant, with a looser liberal conservative grouping, largely reconstituted themselves in only slightly differing form. The political framework in Belgium, too, was a case of modified restoration. The dominant forces were conservative, as the middle class and rural population proved the main beneficiaries of a reformed capitalist economy, while the radical left lost appeal among the industrial working class. In Austria, under four-power occupation but treated as a liberated country, the Communist Party was a negligible force from the outset. Though it was allowed to join a grand coalition government, dominated by the new-style Christian Democratic Austrian People's Party and the Social Democrats. The outright priority was to establish national unity rather than renew pre-war divisions. Italy's future seemed in 1945 likely to be determined by the revolutionary left. But amid continuing grave economic problems, before the end of the year, the Christian Democrats, headed by Alcide de Gasperi, a former prominent member of the Catholic Popolari, were emerging as the most important new force in Italian politics. Italian Christian democracy blended a highly conservative wing with leftist sectors that included Catholic trade unionists. But De Gasperi proved a master of manipulating both wings of the party to retain control. He was helped in the early stages by the willingness of the communist leader Palmiro Togliatti, who had spent the war years in Moscow, to take the communists into government. De Gasperi's government, a seemingly unlikely coalition of Christian Democrats, communists and socialists, effectively ended the purges, replaced many of the recently appointed police chiefs and regional prefects with long-standing experienced officials, took big firms out of the hands of the commissars who had been running them and put them back in private ownership, and began the restoration of public order. The coalition was confirmed in office in elections on the 2nd of June 1946, at the same time that the electorate rejected the badly tarnished monarchy and turned Italy into a republic. The three-way split in Italian politics was set to continue. Together, the socialists and communists formed the largest sector of popular support. But they were divided in policy objectives as well as in their base of support. Moreover, the left's support was heavily confined to the industrialized regions of northern Italy. The more rural parts of the country mostly backed the Christian Democrats, the clear winners with over a third of the total vote. In May 1947, the incipient Cold War led to tensions within the government that proved insuperable and led to the expulsion of the communists, In the parliamentary elections of April 1948, held under the shadow of a red threat, the combined vote of the Communists and Socialists fell from 40% in 1946 to 31%. Pope Pius XII had told Italians that anyone supporting an anti-Christian party was a traitor. American anti-communist propaganda also proved highly effective. The Christian Democrats were able to increase their vote from 35 to 48.5%, and with that attain a majority in the Chamber of Deputies. The transformation from the revolutionary violence of the partisans to a governmental majority of conservative Christian democracy had been remarkable. The split on the left meant that the Christian Democrats could manage, despite their own internal divisions, to retain control of an unstable political system for years to come. France was the only country in Western Europe where the Communists, with 26%, attained a higher vote than the Socialists, 24%, at the first post-war elections. The new political force, however, was the Mouvement Républicain Populaire, Popular Republican Movement, or MRP, the French variant of Christian democracy, which won 25% of the legislative elections on the 21st of October 1945. Following the election, the MRP, together with the Socialists and Communists, the main forces of the resistance, formed part of a tripartite alliance. A provisional government with a mandate to devise a constitution for a fourth republic. Charles de Gaulle, who had already formed a provisional government at the Liberation on the 25th of August 1944, continued as the head of this government. The MRP could profit from the part played in the resistance by some of its leaders, such as Georges Bidault. Like other Christian democratic parties, it managed to combine an appeal to a left rooted in Catholic social thinking with a more traditional conservative body of support. The MRP played a part in most governments throughout the Fourth Republic between 1946 and 1958. But unlike Christian democracy in much of Western Europe, within a few years its support withered rather than grew. The influence of the Catholic Church on politics was far smaller in France than, for example, in Italy or West Germany. But the gradual failure of the MRP was largely because, unlike other Christian democratic parties, it faced a major challenge on the conservative right, one that materialized in 1947 and was spearheaded by no less a figure than the outstanding French war hero, Charles de Gaulle. The MRP had in fact been open at first to working together with the Socialists and Communists to bring about far-reaching social reform, and it supported the fostering of good relations with the Soviet Union. Each of the parties favored greatly widened welfare provision and extensive nationalization, including banks, insurance companies, coal mines, electricity and gas production, airlines, and the Renault car manufacturers. De Gaulle, despite his ingrained conservatism, accepted the move to state ownership and a planned economy, masterminded by Jean Monnet, an experienced economics expert empowered to oversee the measures needed to modernize the French economy and restore production. The French New Deal began to take shape with massive political backing. Trade unions, often dominated by communists, the Communist Party itself, the Socialists and MRP played their part in ensuring high levels of industrial productivity, encouraging farmers to bring about rapid expansion in food supplies to the towns, and introducing better social security, pensions, maternity benefits, and other improvements to the lives of ordinary people. But the changes needed time to take effect. Living standards, undermined by high inflation and shortages of food and many basic commodities, remained low for at least 2 years following the liberation. Political conflict naturally grew. The impact on the government's popularity was predictable. The continuing difficulties, mounting political disillusionment, and the return to the usual divisions and conflicts of party politics in a pluralist system didn't sit well with de Gaulle's lofty vision of himself at the pinnacle of a unified France. In January 1946, he suddenly resigned as head of the provisional government. He resurfaced in June to argue vehemently for an elected president with executive powers. There were no prizes for guessing who that should be. The electorate disagreed and voted instead, if in lukewarm fashion, with a third of voters not bothering to cast their ballot, for a fourth republic in which parliamentary powers outweighed those of the executive. The result was a system that would replicate many of the disadvantages of the pre-war Third Republic. By strengthening the powers of the legislature, elected through proportional representation, to dismiss the government, which invariably represented an uneasy coalition of conflicting political interests, the new constitution ensured continuing political instability. De Gaulle, contemptuous of the new constitutional arrangements, announced in April 1947 that he intended to form and lead a new political movement, which he called the Rassemblement du Peuple Français, Rally of the French People, or RPF. Within a year, his party, supposedly standing above conventional party politics and built on a platform of nationalist unity, anti-communism, and strong executive power vested in a president, was making inroads on the political right. It gained 500,000 members, mostly from the middle class and peasantry, and up to 35% of the vote in a number of municipal elections in northern France, though the breakthrough at the national level remained elusive. The tripartite government coalition was, however, creaking. The socialist Prime Minister, Paul Ramadier, took advantage of a wave of strikes by communist-dominated trade unions in April 1947 and communist opposition to the government's use of force to uphold French imperialist rule in Madagascar and Indochina, to dismiss communist ministers. Tripartite government was over. The communists wouldn't participate in government again for more than 3 decades. The MRP, the socialists, radicals, and smaller parties were left to form a series of unstable governments, somewhat pretentiously depicted as a third force, but held together by little more than their hostility to both communist and Gaullist opposition. By the early 1950s, support for the MRP was crumbling, as the French conservative right failed to overcome its divisions. Weak governments were set to remain the pattern for the remainder of the Fourth Republic. The western zones of occupied Germany were the pivotal arena of Europe's political reawakening. The reconstruction of the political landscape began remarkably quickly after German capitulation. Already in its foundation message in June 1945, the Christian Democratic Union, CDU, in Berlin, appealed to Germans to unite all their efforts in rebuilding the homeland. The Social Democrats, SPD, and even the Communists, if in different ways, also made national unity the center point of their immediate attempts to garner support for starting the recovery. Both left and right saw the need to widen their basis of support and to overcome the crippling divisions that had poisoned politics during the Weimar Republic and paved the way for Hitler's triumph in 1933. The Nazi Party, on its way to power, had largely destroyed the old bourgeois, liberal and conservative parties, except for the Catholic Centre Party, while the socialists and communists had continued their disastrous internecine conflict that stretched back to the Revolution of 1918 and its aftermath. 12 long, bitter years of dictatorship and brutal persecution of opponents had then followed. What is striking about the immediate post-war years, however, isn't just how quickly pluralistic politics recommenced, but how far the patterns of political support at first mirrored those of the Weimar years, and how far they were still determined not just by social class, but by religious allegiance. The Christian Democrats rapidly built a basis of support on the conservative right that went far towards overcoming the debilitating divisions of the Weimar era. They saw themselves as a party that stood above class and confession, embodying the spirit of Christian renewal to overcome the criminality of the Nazi past and to combat the godless forces of the world still in existence. They looked to a society that combined democracy with social justice in a fundamentally reformed capitalism built on Christian principles. Already in 1946 to 47, the Christian Democrats frequently emerged as the largest party in regional and local elections in Germany's western zones, gaining over 50% in parts of the south, usually more than 30% further north. The man who would become the party's first leader and the towering figure in German Christian democracy for almost 2 decades was Konrad Adenauer, by this time already almost 70 years old. Before Hitler's takeover of power, he had been Lord Mayor of Cologne and was subsequently imprisoned on 2 occasions during the Third Reich. He was strongly rooted in Rhineland Catholicism, fervently anti-communist, and in favor of reconciliation with the West. As the Cold War became an inescapable reality from 1947 onwards, Adenauer moved the CDU away from its early leanings towards a substantial reform of capitalism in the direction of a liberal market economy. The party became more well-disposed towards big business, promoted especially by its economics guru Ludwig Erhard, though its program continued to blunt the effects of the worst inequalities of free market capitalism by social welfare measures. The move to the right allowed the CDU to find a measure of common ground with the emerging smaller Free Democratic Party, FDP, which was built on principles of economic as well as individual freedom, strongly pro-business, and opposed to all notions of nationalization. In the first national elections of 1949, the FDP gained 12% of the vote, the SPD 29%, with the CDU narrowly ahead on 31%. The FDP's 12% proved crucial in enabling the CDU and its Bavarian sister party, the more conservative Christian Social Union, heavily Catholic in its values, to provide the mainstay of a coalition government under Adenauer as federal chancellor. While the conservative right was discovering new unity, the left was returning to division. Social Democrats and Communists had joined together in the anti-fascist committees that had sprung up in German industrial cities and big factories in 1945 in the common fight against the dying Nazi regime. But no sooner was the war over than the victorious Western Allies disbanded the Antifas, seeing them less as constructive components in a new society than as a threat to order and an opening for communism. It was an early indication that the Allies were determined to block any radical alternative to a reversion to pluralistic, liberal conservative democracy. It seems unlikely, in fact, that the Antifas could have provided a lasting basis for political reconstruction, but they weren't given any opportunity. That accorded with the mood of the great majority of the German population, who wanted change but had little appetite for revolutionary experiments. The Communist Party was unable to break out of its earlier strongholds in the industrial working class. Even before the Cold War set in and almost completely undermined its support, the average vote for the Communists in the Western zones was under 10%, a third of the SPD's average level of support. The SPD was itself committed to radical social and economic change. Its leader, Kurt Schumacher, whose moral authority derived from 10 years in Nazi concentration camps, stood for the early restoration of German national unity, though one built firmly on democratic principles and a new economic order. He advocated the nationalization of major industries and the redistribution of farmland to be expropriated from big estates. But Schumacher was vehemently anti-communist. He blamed the communists as well as the Nazi-supported middle classes for the disaster of 1933, and he increasingly feared that the Communist Party would open the door to Soviet dominance in Germany. However, his own rhetoric of class struggle predictably failed to win over the large tracts of conservative Germany. The 1949 election to the federal parliament, Bundestag, was contested by a wide range of political parties. The political landscape was still taking shape, but its main contours, a threefold division between Christian, free, and social Democrats, were already becoming clear. In Eastern Europe, including the eastern zone of Germany, the political landscape had taken a fundamentally different shape from the outset, long before the Cold War became set in stone. The Western Allies certainly exerted their own controls over the rebuilding of politics in their zones, often favoring conservatives over social democrats, for example, but their level of intervention was in a minor key compared with that of the Soviets in areas of Europe under their domination. Pluralist politics crushed in Eastern Europe. If at first the Soviets had been more uncertain than later seemed the case about the strategic development of the eastern zone of Germany, they increasingly paid only lip service to pluralistic democracy. There was at first the appearance of pluralism. Liberal and conservative as well as socialist and communist parties were established. But the pressure in favor of the Communist Party was overt and relentless. Walter Ulbricht and other communist leaders who had spent the Nazi era exiled in Moscow set out to ensure a firm base of communist power, rapidly taking over crucial administrative positions. Nationalization of industry, redistribution of expropriated land, and purges of economic, administrative, and professional elites proved predictably popular among those who possessed neither property nor wealth. But it became clear in local elections over the winter of 1945 to 46 that, despite their advantages, the communists had far less support than the Social Democrats, and that they couldn't win a democratic majority through the polls. By February 1946, the communists were pressing to merge the two parties. Schumacher passionately led the SPD's opposition. Ruth Andreas Friedrich, a former journalist, for long active in the resistance to Hitler's regime and now a fervent supporter of the SPD, was clear about the danger. For 9 months, she confided to her diary on the 14th of January, German communism has been the recipient of orders from Moscow. If we put our head in this noose, not only are we ourselves lost, Berlin and the whole of East Germany are lost too. Lost for democracy, won for the national Bolshevik claim to world power. The left split. People who a year ago had helped each other against the terror of the Gestapo had risked their lives for the life of someone else, attack each other today like the bitterest enemies, Andreas Friedrich observed. In March, a referendum was held in the western sectors of Berlin, though prohibited in the eastern sector, and over 80% of SPD members rejected the merger. Against violence, threats, and propaganda, the will to self-determination triumphed, noted Andreas Friedrich. Nevertheless, in April 1946, a forced merger of both major parties of the left took place in the Soviet zone to create the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, SED. The new party was, from the start, under communist dominance, and it was seen as the main vehicle for imposing the Marxist-Leninist version of democratic centralism on the Eastern Zone. Even now, with all the pressure it could exert, the SED failed to win an absolute majority of the votes in any of the regional elections in October 1946. But by this time, the political arteries were hardening. The vestiges of genuine pluralism were gradually but systematically being eliminated. Those who opposed the transformation to a people's democracy were dismissed from their positions, and many of them imprisoned. The process of political and social separation from the Western zones continued, by now irreversibly. By January 1949, the SED was formally proclaimed to be a Marxist-Leninist party, and a German variant of Stalinist dictatorship had been established. What happened in the eastern zone of Germany ran parallel to the way Soviet domination was established over most of Eastern Europe in the immediate post-war years. Soviet power wasn't the only factor that determined the political constellation. The discrediting of pre-war elites on account of their collaboration with the Nazis, the levels of support for native communist parties, expectations of benefiting from a redistribution of wealth, and mounting distrust of the Western Allies all played a part. But Soviet power was the constant in the equation, the common factor and single most important determinant. And, as in Eastern Germany, the pattern was one of intensified pressure to ensure communist dominance once it was obvious that democratic pluralism wouldn't yield the necessary support for communist rule. Hungary provided the clearest demonstration. A multi-party provisional government had won popularity by redistributing to the peasantry land sequestered from estate owners, leading to the mainly peasant smallholder party gaining as much as 57% of the vote in elections in November 1945, whereas only 17% of voters supported the communists. This didn't, however, prevent the gradual destruction of the smallholder party and other forms of political opposition through the communists' brutal, intimidatory tactics, until by 1949 the Communist Party, with Moscow behind it, had complete power in its hands. In Poland, the Moscow-backed Lublin Committee had already by the end of 1944 been given official Soviet recognition as Poland's provisional government, and communists took control of the police and security apparatus. The national government, exiled in London since the beginning of the war, though still recognized as Poland's legitimate government by the Western Allies, was powerless. But the Allies were keen to resolve the problem of Poland. In late June 1945, a few of its members, including Stanisław Mikołajczyk, who had served as its prime minister, were persuaded by Western leaders to join a more broadly constituted provisional government of national unity, with the prospect of elections to follow. With that, already before the Potsdam Conference the following month, the Allies bowed to the fait accompli in Poland in formally withdrawing their recognition of the government in exile in London. At Yalta in February 1945, Stalin had promised democratic elections, but his version of democracy wasn't that of the Western powers. When the elections finally took place in Poland in January 1947, it was in the context of heavy Soviet repression and intimidation. Over 100 opponents of the communists were murdered, tens of thousands imprisoned, and many oppositional candidates disqualified. Officially, the Communist bloc won 80% of the votes. What the true vote might have been in genuinely free elections is impossible to know. The Western powers looked on impotently, unable to affect the deepening grip of Soviet control. Poles themselves asked, not unreasonably, what the war had been about. They had thought it had been to preserve Polish independence. A similar pattern of communist infiltration of the governing apparatus, intimidation, arrest and imprisonment of political opponents, and rigging of elections backed by Soviet military and security forces characterized the pattern of the communist takeover of power in Romania and Bulgaria. Czechoslovakia was a different matter, and what happened there sent shockwaves through the West, though some policymakers in Washington claimed to have seen it coming. In unquestionably free elections in May 1946, Soviet as well as American troops had withdrawn beforehand. The Communists won the largest proportion of votes, 38.6%, giving them a degree of democratic legitimacy. Their success wasn't surprising. There was enormous social distress, huge levels of poverty, widespread homelessness, and vast economic disruption. The years of German occupation had, as elsewhere, also left much recrimination and resentment in their wake. Among the reasons why people turned to the Communists, there was undoubtedly, especially among the educated, much idealism, a fervent belief in communism as the eternal ideal of humanity, and a national road to socialism that would subordinate individual interest to the good of all society. This, at any rate, was how Hedda Margolius-Kowalny later put it, a Jewish woman who has suffered grievously in German concentration camps and the wife of a communist minister in the Czech government, who was to be executed in 1952 on trumped-up charges of anti-state conspiracy. Nevertheless, though the largest party, the Communists still had only minority support, and even less backing in Slovakia than in the Czech lands. The new Prime Minister, Klement Gottwald, a long-standing Stalinist stalwart, newly returned from a wartime exile in Moscow, faced widespread opposition, even if from a range of parties divided among themselves. The popularity of the communist-dominated government waned in 1947 as economic difficulties mounted, as the issue of relative autonomy for the Slovaks remained unresolved, and as the country was pressurized by Stalin to reject American economic aid, thereby being forced into the emergent Soviet bloc in Eastern Europe. The Communists had reluctantly conceded new elections to be held in May 1948. Their prospects of increasing their vote were poor. But when a number of non-communist ministers foolishly resigned from the coalition government in February in protest at communist measures to extend control over the police, it triggered a full-scale political crisis. The Communists organized mass demonstrations of support for their demands. The pressure on all waverers mounted. The foreign minister, Jan Masaryk, son of the first president of Czechoslovakia, was found dead on the pavement below his office window. A case of suicide, according to the official version, but most people thought he had been murdered by agents of the regime. Nothing less than a communist coup was underway. The elections in May were controlled entirely by the Communists, who dominated the new parliament. The hapless president, Edvard Beneš, was compelled to appoint a new government, still under Gottwald as prime minister, but now completely dominated by communists. In June 1948, Gottwald replaced the ailing Beneš as president. Early enthusiasm, where it genuinely existed, soon evaporated. Within months, as Hedda Margolius-Kowalny saw it, the Soviet Union had become our model, and the rule of law was precarious. Huge repression of opponents followed as thousands disappeared into prisons and camps. A Soviet-style system was now in place in the only country in Central Europe where pluralist democracy had survived before the war until it had been undermined by Western appeasement policy and then devoured by Hitler. It was the definitive confirmation that Stalinism was incompatible with the establishment of Western-style democracy anywhere in the Soviet sphere of influence. Only in Yugoslavia did attempts to extend Soviet influence fail, but here quite special circumstances prevailed. Tito's partisans had already controlled most of Yugoslavia by the time the Red Army arrived in autumn 1944. Soviet troops withdrew again by the end of the war, leaving Tito to bask in the glory of being the liberator of Yugoslavia. Moreover, the Yugoslav communists, led by Tito, had come to power unaided by Moscow, apart from Albania's, the only communist party in Europe to have done so. Although he had earlier been a loyal agent of the Soviet Union, Tito's stature gave him a secure base of autonomous power that enabled him to defy Stalin's pressure to fall in line with Moscow's demands as the Cold War started to grip. The Soviet dictator's bullying cut no ice with Tito, secure in his Balkan stronghold and enjoying extensive popular support from across a country in which he personally symbolized a new unity that transcended the traditional ethnic divides. Short of invasion, which would have been a risky venture, there was nothing that Stalin could do. In June 1948, the split between Moscow and Belgrade became official with the expulsion of the Yugoslavian Communist Party from the Cominform, the successor organization to the Comintern. Stalin's enmity was barely constrained. The Soviets and their satellites imposed an economic boycott to try to starve Yugoslavia into submission. It was to no avail. Tito, despite constant heavy vilification from Moscow, continued to steer an independent path. In the Soviet Union itself, people felt that the immense sacrifices couldn't be in vain. But the universal joy that had greeted the triumph in 1945 soon gave way to enormous disillusionment. Hopes that victory in the Great Patriotic War would bring a more relaxed political climate were rapidly dispelled. Instead, the Stalinist system tightened its hold. The repressive machinery cranked up once more. The leaders of the Soviet Union, Stalin more than any of them, saw great dangers ahead. There had been many Soviet collaborators with the Nazi occupiers. Millions of new citizens had to be turned into communist believers. Large expanses of newly won territory had to be incorporated, and the threat of capitalist imperialism still loomed large. Moreover, the country had to be rebuilt. Overcoming the colossal material losses meant renewed intensive programs to produce rapid industrial growth. Progress was impressive. By 1947, Soviet industry was, it was claimed, again matching pre-war output. The heavy price was a further decline in living standards, already woeful. Big strikes and demonstrations took place in defense factories in the Urals and Siberia in the autumn of 1945. The secret police registered over 500,000 letters of protest at living conditions. Poor harvests in 1945 and 1946 exacerbated the problems of agricultural production, which lagged far behind pre-war output for years to come. Famine, taking the lives of 2 million people, once more befell Ukraine and other regions of the Soviet Union. About 100 million Soviet citizens suffered from malnutrition. For Stalin and the Soviet leadership, the hardship had to be endured if the Soviet state were to survive, recover, and rebuild its defenses. All potential for unrest, every sign of conceivable opposition, had to be ruthlessly crushed. A new wave of arrests, purges, and show trials reminiscent of the terror of the 1930s, coursed through the Soviet Union and its satellites in Eastern Europe. Former prisoners of war, suspected dissidents, intellectuals and minority ethnic groups, not least Jews, were particular targets. Before long, Soviet camps and penal colonies once again held as many as 5 million prisoners. Far from creating a new society in the Soviet Union, the war had strengthened the old. The heavy hand of repression couldn't be even slightly lifted. Stalinism, in all its horror, continued unabated in the immediate post-war years. By 1947, ice was forming on the Cold War. The divisions, a largely monolithic Soviet bloc confronted by an increasingly anxious but resolute American-dominated Western bloc, were already by that time becoming firmly entrenched. By the following year, they were rigidly fixed. Could they have been avoided? Could the revitalization of politics in Western Europe, if not in the East, have taken a different course? In both cases it seems highly unlikely. Ultimately, the mutual distrust, fear of communist advance on the one hand, fear of aggressive capitalist imperialism on the other, was too deep to prevent Europe from splitting into two halves. Stalinist policy in Eastern Europe was, to be sure, less uniform and predetermined at the start than it often appears in retrospect. Even so, what was plain from the outset was that no alternative to communist dominance would be permitted. The vagaries of pluralist politics in the Western style couldn't be risked. Once it was plain that communist parties weren't going to win power through genuinely open elections, intimidation, infiltration, and pressure to ensure their domination by other means were inevitable. But that could only deepen the separation from the parts of the continent that hadn't fallen under Soviet influence. Crucially, communist parties were nowhere popular enough to come near to winning majority support in free elections in Western Europe. And as communist methods of gaining power in Eastern Europe, looked on aghast by most people in Western Europe, became easy targets for condemnation by anti-communist political parties and by the Western Allies, support for communism in most of Western Europe started to recede still further. The division, quickly widening, was unavoidable. It had been there from the beginning in 1945, caused in the first instance by the Soviet need for a protective buffer zone of satellites under communist rule, and could only widen as the international antagonism between the major powers itself took on a defining form. It was cemented in 1947 when Stalin turned his back on the offer of American aid to rebuild Europe, insisting that Eastern Europe went its own way and under Soviet domination. In Western Europe, the scope for radical economic policies became even more limited as the Cold War set in. The fear of communism extending a hold in the West was, not least in the pivotal country of Germany, a significant added ingredient in the backing of the occupying Western allies, especially the Americans, for conservative politics and for a liberalized economy. The chances of a different political course in Western Europe to that which was in fact taken were consequently negligible from the outset. Europe's political reawakening after 1945 is unthinkable from the international context that shaped it. The search for blame in starting the Cold War is largely pointless. It couldn't have been avoided. The division of the continent was an ineluctable consequence of the Second World War, and the conquest of Europe by the ideologically and politically antagonistic new superpowers, the USA and the Soviet Union. The Iron Curtain descends. Winston Churchill is usually credited with the graphic image of an iron curtain dividing Europe, which he voiced in a famous speech at Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri, in March 1946. In fact, Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, had already a year earlier referred publicly and privately to an Iron Curtain in describing the Soviet occupation of Romania. Hitler and Goebbels had repeatedly, in the last months of the war, forecast the breakup of the Allied coalition of Anglo-American and Soviet forces. What they refused to see was that the aim of destroying Nazi Germany was precisely what held the wartime alliance together. Once that aim was accomplished, the dissolution of an alliance comprising such inherently antagonistic elements was as good as unstoppable. It didn't take place immediately in one decisive rupture, but gradually, over a period of 3 years or so, and in a number of decisive cumulative stages. But from the summer of 1945 onwards it went only in one direction, towards the division of Europe. After the First World War, the American President, Woodrow Wilson, had joined the leaders of Britain and France in determining the post-war order. Russia, convulsed by revolution and civil war, and regarded with mounting horror by the Western powers, had played no part. The USA had soon afterwards chosen not to join the League of Nations and withdrew from direct involvement in European affairs. The contrast with 1945 was stark. After the Second World War, the once great European powers were too weak, militarily and economically, to shape a new order. France was beset by its own internal problems. Its economy was racked by severe inflation, flight of capital and low levels of production. Britain's financial plight was only rescued by a sizable American and Canadian loan in 1946. A sign of Britain's economic weakness was the beginning of its withdrawal from empire. India, the much vaunted jewel in the crown of the empire, was granted independence in 1947. In another move with huge, far-reaching consequences, Britain withdrew from its troublesome mandate in Palestine, leading to the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948. France, more reluctant to relinquish its overseas possessions, was meanwhile involved in an increasingly bitter colonial war in Indochina, with Ho Chi Minh's forces in northern Vietnam, which already in 1945 had claimed to represent an independent, democratic republic of Vietnam. That, too, would later have momentous consequences. The First World War had preserved and even extended the colonial empires of the European great powers. The Second World War inaugurated their end. The age of imperial conquest was over. The United States and the Soviet Union stepped into the vacuum left in Europe by the demise of the European great powers. Germany destroyed, France and Britain hugely enfeebled. The two remaining world powers were immensely strengthened in different ways by the war. The USA's economic might now massively outstripped that of any other country. Its military-industrial complex was formidable. The USSR had, in contrast, suffered immense economic losses in bearing the brunt of the Continental War for years, but had built a colossal military machine that gloried in the great victory it had attained, and now bestrode practically the whole of Eastern Europe. Soviet military strength far surpassed that of the Western Allies. Even by 1947, after wartime military strength had been drastically reduced, the Soviet army still had around 2.8 million personnel at combat readiness. American forces in Europe had fallen to under 300,000 within a year of the war ending. The wartime conferences of the Big Three, Britain was still allowed the vanity of belonging to this exclusive club, had revealed the dominance of the emerging superpowers. So had the foundation in San Francisco on the 24th of October 1945 of the United Nations Organization. Foreseen as a more dynamic body than the defunct League of Nations had proved to be, it initially comprised the 50 member states who had signed the Charter on the 26th of June, fewer than a third of them European. 5 countries, the USA, the Soviet Union, Britain, France, and China, formed the permanent members of the Security Council, the crucial body with powers of veto over any decision. But of these, Britain and France were greatly weakened by the war and faced mounting problems in their colonial empires, while China was crippled after 8 years of war with Japan and racked by the continuing civil war between nationalists and communists. Plainly, the only dominant powers were the USA and USSR. They demarcated the new Europe in their own image, and each interpreted its post-war role as part of a wider ideological mission. Liberalization and democratization as the outward extension of American political and economic philosophy encountered monopoly communist control of the state and direction of the economy. Clash of such polar opposites couldn't be long delayed. It would turn into a global, not just European, contest for power. But there was an imbalance. For the USA, Europe, though vitally important, was far from American shores. Communism was geographically distant, though perceived as a growing threat. For Stalin, Europe was on his doorstep and had imperiled his country's existence twice within a generation. The forces of international capitalism were, moreover, undefeated, still a mighty enemy. Stalin's overriding concern wasn't the export of revolution, but the safeguarding of Soviet security. Europe, therefore, would inevitably be the main battleground of the Cold War, and within Europe, Germany, where the ideological antagonists stood cheek by jowl, would just as inevitably become the epicenter of the conflict. The prospect of Soviet expansion in Europe was already before the end of the war concerning the British Foreign Office. The Americans were at that time more well-disposed towards Stalin. But the spectre of Soviet power extending its grip in Europe and beyond started before long to preoccupy the American State Department as well. Containment was soon the key concept, especially after George F. Kennan, a diplomat in the American embassy in Moscow, had warned in dark tones in a famous long telegram of February 1946 of the need to prevent Soviet expansion, which he envisaged as being pursued through infiltration and political pressure rather than direct military intervention. However exaggerated in retrospect such anxieties proved to be, in 1946 they were palpable. The Soviet Union had that spring, belatedly and reluctantly, withdrawn from Iran, occupied by both Soviet and British forces since 1941. The Americans also saw serious grounds for concern in 1946 when the Soviets exerted pressure on Turkey to yield control over the Turkish Straits, the Dardanelles and Bosphorus, though Stalin eventually backed down in the autumn. More worrying still was the situation in Greece. Stalin had been content in 1944-45, as agreed with Churchill, to leave Greece in the British sphere of influence, and had given the communists no help in their insurgency. But when the insurrection began again in March 1946, supported by Tito's Yugoslavia, though still with little help from Stalin, communist advances led to the first deployment of the containment policy. The danger of the Greek Civil War providing the opening for Soviet expansion seemed real to the Americans, all the more so when the British Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin told them in February that a financially enfeebled Britain could no longer provide military or economic aid to Greece and Turkey. From March 1947 onwards, The United States provided the Greek right with military aid and training that proved decisive in defeating the left. Though the huge losses, around 45,000 killed and immense material damage, and subsequent repression inflicted lasting harm on Greece's prospects for genuine national unity. For the USA, however, containment had proved a success. The President, Harry S. Truman, had even declared it a doctrine, support for free peoples against totalitarianism to hold back the spread of communism. It became the mantra of the Cold War. Germany especially was meanwhile coming to be seen as a decisive testing ground. Friction between the occupying powers had grown during 1946 as the Soviets proved economically uncooperative, as the pressure built to give communist parties outright dominance in the Soviet zone, and as the eastern zone of occupation went increasingly its own way. It had initially been envisaged that American troops would pull out of Europe in 1947. But in a major speech in September 1946, the American Secretary of State James F. Byrne announced that American troops would be staying. Byrne acknowledged the failure of unified administration of Germany through the Allied Control Council, as envisaged at Potsdam, and indicated that economic recovery for Germany, seen as vital to the whole of Western Europe, would have to be undertaken on a zonal basis. He opened up the prospect of forming an economic unit between the American zone and the other Western zones. By January 1947, this had become reality in the formation of the bizone between the United States and Britain. With that, the formal division of Germany into separate states became only a matter of time. The decisive moment in the division of Europe came in June 1947 with the announcement by the U.S. Secretary of State, George C. Marshall, of a wide-ranging European recovery plan. The Marshall Plan, as it's usually called, was a step of great symbolic significance, profoundly political in aim if economic in method, and of huge psychological importance in giving West Europeans new hope. It didn't, as is often believed, create Europe's post-war prosperity. Whatever the mythology that became attached to it, the plan was simply too limited in scale to do that. It was highly important, nevertheless. Economic growth predated the Marshall Plan and reached back to 1945. All West European countries, apart from Germany, already registered higher capital formation in 1948, the year that Marshall aid started to flow, than in 1938. And only in Germany, massively, and Italy marginally, did the gross national product remain lower than a decade earlier. But the Marshall Plan undoubtedly boosted the recovery. The index of gross national product in Western Europe increased from 87 to 102 between 1948 and 1950, taking 1938 to be 100, the beginning of a prolonged steep rise. The volume of exports also grew substantially, and the revival of London capital markets helped trade within Europe and beyond. Not least, investment in rebuilding transport networks and the modernization of infrastructure benefited from Marshall aid. Defenders of the aid program on both sides of the Atlantic claimed at the time that the Marshall Plan was about saving Europe from economic collapse. This was also an exaggeration. Though Europe was certainly still contending with drastic economic problems in 1947. Agricultural output was a third lower than before the war. Industrial production had by then still not recovered to its pre-war level. Housing and food shortages were acute. Not only were these particularly disastrous in Germany, where industrial production was still languishing, as was becoming ever plainer to the Western Allies, without German economic recovery, The rest of the continent would be held back. Prospects of recovery were greatly hindered by inflation, as the supplies of money outstripped available goods to match the pent-up demand. In Hungary, Romania, and Greece, the currency collapsed. French prices were 4 times as high as they had been before the war. In Germany, the amount of money in circulation was 7 times higher. In Italy, 20 times higher than in 1938. Cigarettes and other commodities often replaced worthless currency in a barter economy. Inflation was only gradually brought under control through austerity measures and currency reform through devaluation. But the main problem hindering European economic recovery by 1947 was the dollar gap, the shortage of dollars to pay for desperately needed imports of raw materials and capital goods for investment. This imbalance wrecked the arrangements carefully devised at the Bretton Woods Conference only 3 years earlier for the liberalization of trade based on currencies pegged to the dollar. Precisely this obstacle to sustained economic recovery was what the Marshall Plan set out to overcome. European countries were given over $12 billion, 2% of U.S. gross national product, over a period of 4 years. Britain was the greatest beneficiary, receiving more than twice the amount provided for West Germany. Almost all of it went to repay British debts. But the impact of the plan was greatest in West Germany, Italy, and Austria, the former enemy countries. This was symbolic as well as economic. These countries were now made to feel that they were no longer enemies, but part of an American-sponsored project that offered the prospects of long-term recovery and political stability. The Marshall Plan was anything but altruistic. It helped American as well as European business, since most of the goods bought under the plan were purchased from the USA. But beyond economic considerations, the plan was overtly political. From its conception, it was viewed as a weapon in the incipient Cold War, helping to make Europe economically strong, and within Europe, revitalizing the prostrate economic giant Germany, would tie the western half of the continent to American interests and provide the firmest barrier to Soviet expansionism. All European countries, including the Soviet Union, were offered Marshall aid. As Marshall himself had anticipated and hoped, however, the Soviet Union rejected it, forcing the countries in their sphere of influence, including with great reluctance Poland and Czechoslovakia, to follow suit. Finland, anxious to avoid possible repercussions from the Soviet Union, also declined. Stalin's refusal of Marshall aid was a decisive move. Was it a huge mistake? Rejection denied Eastern Europe any possible benefits that the stimulus of the Marshall Plan could have provided. And in the eyes of millions of Europeans, it handed the moral as well as a political high ground to the Americans. But from Stalin's perspective, worried that the security of the Soviet Union and its satellites was vulnerable to the superior economic power of the United States, refusing Marshall aid determined that there could be no Western interference in the consolidation of Soviet power in Eastern Europe. His fear, most likely justified, was that economic aid from the USA was a vehicle which would have undermined Soviet political dominance in its satellite states. Stalin's decision meant the definitive split of Europe into 2 halves. The 16 European countries and representatives from the western zones of Germany outside the Soviet bloc went ahead, and by April 1948 had formed the Organization for European Economic Cooperation, OEEC, to coordinate the implementation of the plan. It presaged what would turn out to be a lasting division, not just along the line of the Iron Curtain, but among the West European states themselves. The Americans had envisaged the economic and also political integration of Western Europe. The Marshall Plan was predicated upon steps in this direction, initially towards a European customs union, though involving a supranational organization. The Americans thought of constructing a new Western Europe in the image of the USA. But the European countries were driven by their individual national interests. These would swiftly frustrate, then defeat American notions of European integration. As a U.S. diplomat, George Kennan, witheringly put it, Europeans had neither the political strength nor clarity of vision to draft a new design for Europe. Scandinavians were pathologically nervous about the Russians, the British were seriously sick, and the other nations suffered from a similar lack of resolve to that which afflicted the British. France's leaders saw the country's national interests above all as providing security against the prospect of a rebuilt Germany and renewed military might that could again draw on the economic power of Ruhr heavy industry. This paramount interest wouldn't be best served by the type of free trade economic integration favored by the United States. France's own post-war plans for reconstruction rested on the internationalization of the Ruhr to guarantee access to German coal and coke, weakening Germany permanently in the process. But when, in June 1948, the Western Allies decided to establish a unitary West German state, France was compelled to alter its policy into one of prospective cooperation on the allocation of German fuel resources and steel output. It was the genius of the crucial Franco-German understanding that would form the basis of the later European Economic Community. Britain had very different national interests. London policymakers saw only disadvantages for Britain in the European Customs Union, an obvious starting point for future integration, envisaged in the Marshall Plan. Senior civil servants believed that there is no attraction for us in long-term economic cooperation with Europe. They feared that such a step would subject Britain eventually to damaging economic competition, prevent the government taking independent steps towards recovery at home, aggravate the dollar drain, and thereby increase dependence upon U.S. aid. Not least, British national interests were seen to lie in ties with the Commonwealth and a revival of world trade. The American diplomat William L. Clayton, one of the key figures behind the Marshall Plan, was close to the mark in his assessment. The trouble with the British is that they're hanging on by their eyelashes to the hope that somehow or other, with our help, they will be able to preserve the British Empire and their leadership of it. As George Marshall himself summed up, Britain wanted to benefit fully from a European program, while at the same time maintaining the position of not being wholly a European country. Some of the smaller European states took a similar stance to that of Britain. The American aim of European economic integration was, therefore, a non-starter. European economic cooperation, when it gradually emerged, wouldn't flow from the Marshall Plan, but from the subsequent Franco-German rapprochement on Ruhr, coal and steel, and Britain would have no part of it. By the autumn of 1948, the economic divide of Europe was matching the political rift. The Soviet Union established the Cominform, Communist Information Bureau, the successor to the Comintern, in October, with a designated aim to block what it called the American Plan for the Enslavement of Europe. It spoke of the world breaking down into an imperialist, American-dominated, and democratic, Soviet-influenced bloc. By January 1949, the Soviet bloc had created its own economic framework, the Comecon, Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, as a counterpart to the American-sponsored Marshall Plan. The Marshall Plan confirmed the division of Europe into two hostile blocs. The steps to create a West German state cemented the division. By June 1948, the Western Allies had agreed to the establishment of a West German state. They introduced a currency reform that provided the financial basis for economic revival and which many Germans later came to view as the real end to the Second World War for their country. The introduction of the D-Mark, Deutschmark, and the lifting of price controls on many products shortly afterwards saw a rapid end to the black market and the beginning of economic normality. The Soviets responded with their own new currency in the Eastern Zone. Far more threateningly, they imposed a blockade on land connections between the Western zones and the capital city, Berlin, itself under four-power control but uneasily located about 150 kilometers inside the Soviet zone. The Soviet aim was to force the Western Allies out of Berlin. The Americans saw Berlin as a test case. The communist coup in Czechoslovakia was fresh in their minds. Retreat from Berlin would, they feared, be the prelude to the Soviets extending their stranglehold over Western Europe. The blockade was broken by an improvised Allied airlift, beginning on the 26th of June, that delivered 2.3 million tons of supplies to the blockaded population in Berlin's western zones in 278,000 flights, carried out over a period of 321 days, before Stalin finally conceded defeat by lifting the blockade on the 12th of May, 1949. For the Western powers, the airlift naturally provided a propaganda triumph and signaled the readiness and determination of the Americans to stay in Europe as a safeguard against the spread of communist power. Later, in May, West German representatives drew up a basic law, a constitution, for what was now foreseen as the Federal Republic of Germany, West Germany. The Federal Republic duly came into being on the 20th of September, 1949. The Soviets were by this time reconciled to the creation of a separate state in their own zone. On the 7th of October, the division of Germany for the indefinite future, many presumed forever, was sealed with the foundation in the former Eastern Zone of the German Democratic Republic. Over an extremely brief period, Germany had been transformed in Western eyes from a threat to the future security of the continent to the bulwark against Soviet expansion. The French and British, meeting at Dunkirk in March 1947, had signed a defensive treaty, still directed against the possibility of future German aggression. Within a year, this was extended in the Treaty of Brussels, to which the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg added their signatures. But the Soviet Union, no longer Germany, was by now coming to be regarded as the main threat. The growing fear of Soviet power, together with the commitment of the United States to stay on the European continent indefinitely, meant that it was crucial to incorporate the USA formally in the security arrangements for the defense of Western Europe. The Berlin crisis, which fully revealed how exposed Western Europe would be without American military power to underpin it, was the spur to the creation of an Atlantic alliance as a barrier to any potential Soviet expansionism. On the 4th of April, 1949, the Brussels signatories, together with the USA, Canada, Italy, Portugal, Denmark, Norway, and Iceland, signed the Treaty of Washington, establishing the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, committing themselves to mutual assistance in the event of an attack against any one of them. NATO offered Western Europe a sense of security that its own threadbare defenses couldn't provide. Its importance was to a large extent symbolic, as an expression of unified commitment to the defense of Western Europe. In reality, it was a fig leaf. Soviet ground forces outnumbered those of the Western Allies by 12-1, and only 2 of the latter's 14 divisions stationed in Europe were American. Very soon, European security had in any case to be rethought. On the 29th of August 1949, the Soviet Union exploded its first atomic bomb at a test site in modern-day Kazakhstan. It was a shock to the West. The Americans had imagined that their nuclear superiority would last for much longer. Instead, the 2 military superpowers glowered at each other across the Iron Curtain that now formed Europe's Great Divide. With a rapidly expanding nuclear arsenal on both sides, the Cold War now froze quickly into 2 great antagonistic power blocks. It would remain that way for the next 4 decades. By 1949, it was becoming clearer that, in very different ways, both Eastern and Western Europe were on the way to levels of stability and economic growth that had been impossible to foresee 4 troubled years earlier. The contrast with the protracted turmoil that had followed the First World War was stark. What explains it? 5 crucial elements interacted to provide the foundations for the unpredictable transformation that fully materialized only during the 1950s. The end of German great power ambitions, the impact of the purging of war criminals and collaborators, the crystallization of Europe's division into lasting form, the economic growth that was beginning to take off by the end of the 1940s, and the new threat of atomic and soon thermonuclear warfare. A crucial and destructive element of continuity running through and scarring European history from the period before the First World War to 1945 had been Germany's ambitions to become a world power, even the dominant world power. Those ambitions had formed part of the background to the explosion of 1914. They had subsided but not been extinguished under the ill-fated democracy after 1918, and they had returned, with greatly magnified aggression after 1933, leading directly to the Second World War in 1939. But they had been smashed once and for all in the total defeat of 1945. The removal of this geopolitical turbulence of great force at the very heart of Europe gave the continent, even in the division of the Cold War, a new chance. The purging of collaborators and those guilty of the worst war crimes, inadequate and unsatisfactory as they were, not only offered a degree of catharsis to the victims of Nazism and collaboration, but meant that the violent politics of the extreme right had no opportunity to poison societies as they had done after 1918. A determining component of interwar political instability had all but disappeared. The border shifts and population transfers in Eastern Europe, though carried out amid terrible bloodshed, produced far greater degrees of ethnic homogeneity than had existed in the interwar period. That, too, added to the pacification of the eastern half of the continent, even though this took place under the heavy hand of Soviet repression. Perverse though it might seem, the Iron Curtain that divided Europe proved a basis for stability, though at a heavy cost to the peoples of Eastern Europe, condemned to decades of Soviet domination. The more the Soviet Union asserted its monolithic control over Eastern Europe, the more determined the Americans became to confront it by exerting their own influence over Western Europe. Berlin, soon to become the one opening in the Iron Curtain through which millions of refugees poured in a one-way stream, turned into the symbol of American defense of the West following the Allied airlift of 1948. Without the U.S. presence and the sense of protection it offered, It's hard to imagine anything approaching the extent of stability that the ideological blanket of anti-communism helped to create in the West. It wasn't that there were any Soviet military plans to expand into Western Europe, though such expansion was certainly feared at the time. But without American support for rebuilding Western economies, underpinning fragile political systems, providing a defense umbrella, and leading a propaganda assault on the threat of communism, West European communist parties might well have attracted greater support and lessened the chances of establishing stable, pluralist democracy. Whether, if the Americans had indeed pulled out of Europe by 1947, as they had initially intended to do, the gravely weakened former European great powers, France and Britain, would have been capable of overseeing the successful reconstruction of Western Europe is doubtful. The American presence in Europe guaranteed the triumph of capitalism there. That was certainly not universally welcome. The left, quite especially, hated it. Nor was the growing Americanization of Europe, as many saw it, warmly greeted everywhere. As before the war, it was dismissed in some circles as a sign of Europe's cultural decline. Whatever disadvantages the lasting American presence brought, however, they were greatly outweighed by the advantages. Under the shield of the United States, Western Europe had the opportunity to find its own forms of unity and start to put the nationalist dangers of the recent past behind it. This might not have been possible anyway, had not economic growth provided the basis for the unprecedented levels of prosperity that, despite the post-war austerity, soon started to become visible. The Marshall Plan, though not the cause of the growth, symbolized the new hopes for the future in Western Europe. Instead of reparations, which had helped undermine economic stability in the 1920s, there was the impetus of American loans. Marshall aid gave European economies important sustenance and, as a report in 1951 put it, the strength to work their own recovery. Huge amounts of spare labor and productive capacity, pent-up demand, and technical innovation lay behind the surge. Lessons learnt about reliance on market forces to restore pre-war conditions, as had prevailed after the First World War, and the application of Keynesian techniques of monetary policy to stimulate growth also played a significant part. And Western Europe became more economically interwoven with the technologically advanced and prosperous USA than ever before. Eastern Europe, rejecting Marshall aid, soon came to lag far behind the western half of the continent. But beneath the unremitting Soviet repression, economic growth there too accelerated sharply after the war, and material progress was impressive. Where impoverished and underdeveloped societies have been torn apart by nationalist, ethnic and class conflicts in the interwar years, there was now a basis of relative prosperity and stability, however forced the process had been. Finally, nuclear weapons concentrated minds on both sides of the Iron Curtain. The existence of such weapons of immense destruction, soon of far greater power than the atomic bombs that had destroyed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, offered such frightening prospects that they diminished the chances of hot, not just cold, war between the new superpowers. With the discovery of the hydrogen bomb, both the USA and the Soviet Union had acquired by 1953 the potential for mutually assured destruction, aptly shortened to MAD. The possession of nuclear weapons would soon come to be one of the most hugely contested strands of domestic politics in Europe, particularly once Britain and France, anxious to ensure their continuing place at the top table of great powers, had acquired them. But once discovered and actually used, as they had been by the Americans twice in 1945, they couldn't be wished away. Their very presence continues, unsurprisingly, to be viewed with fear, and the possibility that they might sometime be used regarded with outright horror. But it seems highly likely, even if it can't actually be proved, that the possibility of a nuclear superpower confrontation, which could have brought about a calamitous Third World War, was crucial to establishing a stability in the divided Europe after 1945 that had never been possible at the end of the first great European conflagration in 1918. Europe's future in 1945, insofar as it appeared to have one, seemed to be that of a continent of independent nation-states. And as Europe congealed into its two separate halves, it was still a continent of nation-states. But this was starting to change. In Eastern Europe, the military power of the USSR meant the rapid subordination of national interests to those of the Soviet Union. The sovereignty of the nation-state quickly ceased to exist. The countries of Western Europe, though increasingly under American influence, were more sensitive to inroads into national sovereignty, none more so than Britain and France. Few people in the first years after the war talked about supranational political entities, and when Winston Churchill did envisage a United States of Europe in 1946, he neither included Britain in his proposed new political entity, nor imagined a world that wasn't still dominated by the great powers, in which category he was determined to ensure Britain's presence. But the emerging Cold War and the need to ensure that the shoot of economic growth weren't killed off by nationalist rivalries combined to create the beginnings of pressure for greater coordination and integration of both the economies and the security of Western Europe. The formation of the Organization for European Economic Cooperation, OEEC, in 1948, and the following year of NATO and the Council of Europe, committed to European cooperation in matters relating to the rule of law and the upholding of fundamental human rights, marked a modest start. Combining idealism and pragmatism, these were still fairly small steps on the way towards reconciling national interests with greater levels of European integration. The historic splits were too deep to allow national interests to be swiftly or comprehensively overcome, and Britain especially was allergic to any possible diminution of its status or sovereignty. When the French advanced the scheme, the Schuman Plan, in 1950 for joint control of Ruhr coal and steel production, questions of national security through controlling Germany's potential for rearmament following the foundation of the Federal Republic of Germany were more important than idealistic notions of European unity. But it turned out to be the decisive step, the beginning of the path that would lead to a common market and the creation of a European economic community with its own governing institutions. Out of the ashes, against all probabilities, a new Europe, divided within itself, but with each part soon resting on more solid foundations than had ever seemed likely at the end of the war, had with remarkable speed taken distinct shape. The future lay open, but amid the lasting scars, physical and moral, of the most terrible war of all time, possibilities were emerging of a more stable and prosperous Europe than could ever have been imagined within living memory in the decades when the continent had come close to self-destruction. The end. This is John Curless. We hope you have enjoyed this production of To Hell and Back, Europe, 1914 to 1949 by Ian Kershaw. Recorded Books offers a wide selection of bestsellers, mysteries, classics, histories, and more. So look for us at your public library or on download sites online. And thank you for being a Recorded Books reader.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.